Hey guys, I welcome you all to the live session on Python Django tutorial by Intellipaat. This session is conducted by multiple experts who will be teaching you all about Python Django from basics to advanced level. Before we begin the session, make sure to hit the subscribe button and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. On saying that, let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Python. In that, we will be explaining you what is Python, what is the use of it, and basic concepts of Python like operators, variables, and data types. Then later on, we will introduce you to Numpy. Then after that, we will introduce you to Django and why do we use it and how to become a Python Django developer. Post that, we will learn about components in Django and also we will teach you how to install Django. Then later on, we will see how to map views and URL in Django. Then after that, we will learn about web applications and web framework. Post that, we have covered lots of hands-on demo and project like building Django app and Capstone project. Then lastly, we have covered Django interview questions and answers. So this is the agenda of the video. Without any further delay, let's get started.
What is Python? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you need to understand that Python is, a very nice programming language to work with at the basic level. And if you're thinking, okay, so what is it used for? Well, what is Python exactly? And all of these questions flooding your mind right now, well, let me answer that. Python is basically an object-oriented language where, all the data is considered to be individual objects and worked with it. So that is what object-oriented basically means. And it's a high-level programming language where, we don't use very complex syntax to work with. It is easily understandable and provides, very high readability as well. So by high readability, what do we mean? Well, high readability makes sure that even a non-programmer or a beginner can basically understand a lot of code when looking through a Python code. Well, it's as simple as that. And Python is primarily used for web development, application development, and much more. We know how much you guys are excited for web development. We know how much you guys are excited for understanding data science, understanding artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning, everything. And you guys might already know that Python is used for all of these applications, right? And that there's a reason for that. Basically, Python is known to be the world's #1 programming language. In fact, Java actually had this bragging right of being called the world's #1 programming language, and then Python came in, and pretty much from then on it has remained on the top spot since then. So the next question you might have is Python a new language? Is it an old language? Because if we do have very experienced developers among us who've been working with Java all their life, C++, C# or anything, you might wonder, is Python a new language? Well, not exactly, because Python has been in existence since the 1980s. It's pretty much close to 40 years now. Python is almost a 40-year-old language, ladies and gentlemen. And the most important thing you need to understand is that it gained a lot of momentum. It gained huge popularity in the beginning of the 21st century, and basically since then, as I just mentioned in the previous slide, it has been rising and rising. And here's the person who created Python. His name is Guido van Rossum, and he's an amazing developer. You can check out more about him after the session, of course. And then coming to some quick Python facts that you might know or not know. Well, guys, do let me know if you know any of these. Let's consider Firefox. Firefox has over 230,000 lines of code, which basically calls to the working of Firefox, and it's all written in Python. How amazing is that? 230,000 lines of code of Python for Firefox, ladies and gentlemen. And then coming to Microsoft, of course, they have their own IDE. They call it as the Visual Studio Code, and this is basically used to promote worldwide Python development as well. And you can get pretty much free versions of this, and Python is open source, if you've been wondering. So Python has been used by the community, developed by the community, and implemented very well by the community as well. And then coming to Netflix, did you know that Netflix actually makes a lot of use of Python, especially in the field of data science? Well, everything from automatic image recognition, it might be a recommendation for all the TV shows and the movies we can watch on Netflix, and much more. But do understand that Netflix uses a lot of Python. And then coming to Uber, I'm pretty sure everyone knows about it, and they actually make use of Jupyter notebooks, and they make use of IPython to basically share and store all of the data with respect to the driver-client interaction and all the ratings and all of that, and much more. As you can see on your screen, some beautiful usage of Python right here. Well, on that note, let's come to the topic of why one should learn Python. Well, The first point that I would actually tell you guys of why you should consider learning Python is how simple it is and how beautiful the readability is. So what do I mean? Well, here's a simple Java code which basically prints the statement hello world. We've all been in our first stages of programming where the first piece of code we might have printed very well might be the hello world program, right? So here is how you would do it in Java. Okay, so how do we do it in Python? Well, look at how elegant, how beautiful, and how simple it looks, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm pretty sure if you had to write code and if you had to start out with, if you're a beginner, you would prefer Python for this. There are no semicolons, it is very much readable, and even if you do not know a programming language, you can understand that print hello world pretty much probably equivalent to putting out an output which gives out hello world. You can at least take a guess and understand. But then as soon as you look at the Java code, you might be taken aback. You might be like, whoa, what's happening, right? And this is one of the most beautiful reasons why I personally prefer Python and why we have thousands and thousands of developers who actually prefer Python as well. Coming to the next point, I believe it's convenience. Because again, of course, this point applies to multiple programming language out there, but the specialty of Python is that, since it's basically platform independent, you can run it on Windows, you can run it on a Mac OS platform, basically Apple's operating system, and you can use any of your favorite operating systems. In fact, if you want to run Python on a PlayStation, well, you can do that as well, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, on your PlayStation, Windows, Mac OS, PlayStation, and many other operating systems for that note as well. So this makes it very convenient for the developers, for the people who prefer Windows, and of course for the population who prefer Mac OS to everything else. So understanding this point is very vital at this stage. And next is pretty much cross-language operations. Well, what do I mean by cross-language operations? Coming to cross-language dynamics, you need to understand that Python can talk and work well with all of the languages that already exist. See, for example, there are languages, from C, Java, C++, we have JavaScript, we have languages such as Rust, we have .NET, and we have all of these languages, platforms, firmware, libraries, whatever you want to call it. And basically, Python brings all of this together. And if you are an expert in JavaScript and you're trying to implement JavaScript using Python, yes, you can do that. Can you run some Java code using Python? Of course. And can you go on to use .NET alongside Python? Of course. Well, as you can see where this trend is heading, well, it is the #1 language of choice for a reason, and I believe this is one of those reasons. So what do you guys think? Head to the comment section and let me know. And of course, coming to artificial intelligence. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys might be waiting for this at this point of time. Hey, what about data science? What about artificial intelligence? And much more? Well, here it is. You must learn Python today because Python is one of the most preferred language in today's world to help achieve artificial intelligence. So where is artificial intelligence implemented? Well, look around you, look at your smartphone, everything from Siri, Alexa, all the way to Google Maps, Amazon. I can go on naming thousands of applications of artificial intelligence which has been so subtly integrated into your life. You have to even understand and contemplate to see if something's AI or not anymore. That's how well it's all been implemented. So on that note, there is a 44% enhancement when you put artificial intelligence and help with the current products which are already existing, and AI will of course optimize all of the internal operations in an organization by up to 42%. AI will help make better decisions, and of course AI will help pretty much optimize all of the external operations which take place. And this is a very important point because you can see a 31% increase there. And of course workers will be free enough to make sure that they spend their time, their efficiency, and much more to actually be creative instead of doing some redundant tasks. Well, now where does Python come in? Well, you need to understand that Python gives you a very efficient way to work with data. And when you're working with artificial intelligence, it is of course in no doubt that you'll be working with a lot of data. To ensure that you can handle all of this data with ease, Python has got us covered. And then let's talk about the library ecosystem of Python. Python has an extensively huge library system, and pretty much we're going to discuss about the libraries as well. But then at this point of time, you need to understand that all these libraries which are pretty much given to the developers, the frameworks or whatever it is, all of this is helping us get closer to making artificial intelligence more intelligent, if you know what I mean. And of course, it gives us beautiful visualization tools, and compared to any other programming programming language. There are languages like R as well, of course, which are on the boom right now. Python is again another standard when it comes to using visualization tools. And again, this, in my opinion, forms a very important reason for you guys to jump on this, because as a learner, as a developer, as a person solving a problem in your company, you will require an efficient way to process the data. You will require a large ecosystem. You will require very good visualization tools. And at the end of it, there is something even more important, is community support. Since Python is an open source language, it is the number one programming language. Again, thousands of people pretty much start out with Python and learn Python on a daily basis, help each other solve the problems as well. In fact, we have the Intellipaat community where we actually cover Python as well. We cover all of the IT related concepts in depth in the community section, where we have people from across the world coming in to help each other's problems out. So make sure you check out Intellipaat's community after the session, ladies and gentlemen. And coming to the next point, Python has another strong footing in today's world. As you can see from the title, it is web development. Python provides us with so many nice frameworks to work with. Everything from Django, we have Flasks, we have Pylons, and we have Web2Py. Basically, all of these are tools to ensure that Python as a programming language can help in web development. The introduction I gave you to Python said Python is used for web development and app development. Well, you can see all of the beautiful libraries that Python provides us for web development on your screen right now. Django is amazing to work with. Flask, again, if learned, you can create very beautiful applications using that. Pylons, of course, and at the end of the day, even Web2Py as well. Well, at this point of time, my goal is not to overwhelm you guys telling you all about what Python is and what Python is offering us. Well, I'm trying to tell you the potential of Python, ladies and gentlemen, and I know that it is amazing as well. Coming to big data, of course, the entire world is a big data problem. Look around you. There is terabytes worth of data being generated every single second. We upload a picture to Facebook, we upload a picture to Instagram, we might sing and put something out on SoundCloud or whatever it is. You're putting in a lot of data out there on the internet, and it's just not you, it's the entire world population, a majority of the population who make use of all of these apps. So when you're looking at that, pretty much there is a lot of data being generated. And how does Python help? Well, as I mentioned, Python is amazingly easy to work with. It is all because of the libraries and all the support it gets. See, for example, from Apache Foundation, we have Apache Spark, and we have tools such as Dask and PyDo, which basically help in giving Python the access to basically go on to make use of parallel computing. With parallel computing, you can solve big data problems by breaking down a problem into simple sub pieces, assign it across multiple computers, and have these multiple machines, multiple nodes as we call it, solve the problem for you, and do it in such a way that there is no strain on one single machine doing it, of course. And that's not the only reason. If you're dividing the load among hundreds of computers across a server, 1,000 computers for example, you have that much of power, 1,000 times of power, 100 times of power, whatever it is, to give it to you in the most simple terms, ladies and gentlemen. So handling big data with Python is a breeze, and companies are looking out for all of these, and they want you as a big data expert there. So if you want to become a big data expert, you need to understand all of these concepts, and to understand all of these concepts, you need to first set across a programming language through which you're going to work, and use all of these frameworks that come with it and go on to make use of it, right? So basically that is exactly what I'm trying to tell you guys here. When you hone in on a particular language such as Python, you have all of these beautiful frameworks to work with at the same time. Then coming to data science, of course, I've put in a fire emoji out there to tell you that data science has been on fire all of 21st century. Data science is pretty much booming right now. And in fact, guys, if you do not know, data science is being actively used right now to fight the outbreak of the coronavirus, which is spread across the world. And, we have an entirely in-depth session covering basically on how machine learning and other technologies can actually be used to help fight the coronavirus, or COVID-19 as it's called as well. So make sure you check it out after this session. And of course, coming to why you should learn Python in terms of the data science aspect, well, again, it provides amazing libraries to work with here as well. For numerical computation, we have these two beautiful libraries. It's Pandas and Numpy. Both help in amazing numerical computation. And when you're working with a lot of numbers, when you're working with data frames, data sets, whatever it is, these will ensure that the same level of readability is met, and that of course you can efficiently handle all the data with ease. And then coming to data visualization, ladies and gentlemen, we have Seaborn and Matplotlib. These two are very famous tools which are basically used to perform data visualization when we're talking about data science, when you're talking about Python, and when we're talking about solving most of the data cases of today as well. Well, as I mentioned it before, let me strengthen it again. Python is the number one programming language out there as of now for data science, and if you are capable of handling numerical computation, and if you can understand and produce very good data visualization methodologies, of course you are preferred by all of the top hiring companies out there.
Now we have Python variables. So this is the first thing that we're going to learn about when it comes to Python. So what are variables? Let's take a look at them. A variable is simply a container. It contains some value in memory. A variable points to a memory location where the value that you want to store is stored. So in Python, the data types will be identified according to the data we provide. And I'll show you what that means in a moment. A variable should start with a letter or an underscore and cannot start with numbers. So there are two ways of assigning a variable. You can assign a single value and you can assign a multiple value. So before we begin, let me just show you what you can do and how you can execute some Python. Now, since I'm showing you some really common tasks, I'll be doing it in the shell. Now, shell is not the way to write code when you're writing code for large applications, but when you're trying out small things and you're trying to understand how these things work, what will be the output of one command or the other command, shell is a great environment to work in. So I'll show you how I do it. So I go to the start button, I type Python, and it opens Python 3.7. So I open this and it's here. So now let me just show you what I mean. So the first bit of code that I would like you to write is you should, let me just make a change to this so that you can see it properly. So the font size, I'm going to increase it to 28 so that you can see it properly, and click OK. Hopefully it's visible. So what I'm going to do now is, now I can type any code that I want to write. So I will type print, print. Print is a function that will take in something that I want to print on the console. A function always gets called with these parentheses, opening and closing, and two quotes. Inside it, we're going to write hello world. Hopefully you're writing it with me, and once you're done with this, press enter, and as you can see, it got printed on the screen. Now, why did we have to put quotations here? Why did we have to put the parentheses there? We'll discuss all of that in a future video, but note that you've written your first line of Python code, and it was really easy. You only needed to write one line of code and it did something. So many languages require you to line like 15 or 16 lines of code for it to just print something on the console, but here we were able to do it with just one line. This is one of the major advantages of using Python. Now we come to data types. So as we have already discussed in Python variables, the data type will be identified according to the data that we provide. So what exactly is a data type? Well, data type is basically something that allows us to understand what kind of data are we storing in a variable. Let's say that I want to create a variable named name, and I want to store some name. Let's say the name is John. Now I want to check what data type it is. I press type name. So it's a class of type string. So it's a string. A string is nothing but just some characters strung along. So it could be a sentence, paragraph, basically any text that you need to store, you store it in a string. If you want to store it in one continuous long line of text, you do it using string. Now that is done, there are many other kinds of data types as well. Let's say that you want to store a whole number, a number which has no fractional point. You use integer for that. To give an example, let's say num is equals to 1. As you can see, 1 has no fractional part to it, it's a whole number. And I press enter, and if I look at the type of num, I get integer. So integers store numbers with no fractional part. On the other hand, if I want to store some fractional part, let's say 1.5, and I check the type of num now, it will be changed from integer to float. Float is something that stores fractional part. So if you wanted to store the value of pi, you would store it in the type float. Now you don't have to define what kind of type you will be using, because Python takes care of it for you. This is what is known as duck typing. Duck typing basically means that Python takes a look at the class and performs the functions accordingly. So it will take a look at the value that you are pointing to, and it will take a look at it and understand that, okay, it's a number which is floating point, so we can just use it. So we can just assign a float class to it. Now, the main question is, why do we need to use different kinds of data types? Well, there are many reasons. The first and the most important reason would be that types are important for us to distinguish between different kinds of data. So we can, for instance, add two numbers. So 1 plus 1 will give us 2. If the computer does not know what kind of data it is and it tries to add it, it will have no idea how to perform it. So let's say that I gave it, instead of 1 plus 1, I gave it B plus C. So what do you think will happen in this scenario? If you want to take a guess, pause the video for a moment, think what's going to happen and then resume it. So what's going to happen is it's going to concatenate this string. As you can see, it just took B and added the next string to it. I could even make it a little bigger. B, let me just do it this way. BSDA and CSS. And as you can see that it added it to the it added those two strings together. Now, if this was not string, and if I were to use a number, again, what do you think will happen? We get an error. So this is where we use it, because adding a string and a number, let's say that you were giving an exam and they say add a plus 15, that would make no sense, and the computer will have no idea how to process it. It won't have any understanding of whether it should add two numbers, whether it should convert it to string, whether it should do something else. So for computer to be able to comprehend the kind of data that you're giving it, data types are used. And there are many other reasons behind it as well. Another reason being determining the size of the variable. So if you have a string, the size of the string is determined by the number of characters it holds. If I have a string called A, B, C, D, it will have 4 bytes. It will be occupying 4 bytes. On the other hand, if I have a number, it will be occupying 2 bytes or 4 bytes, depending on the kind of interpreter you have in the language and the environment you have. So this also allows for computer to understand how much memory to allocate for a specific variable. This is why we use variables like this. So hopefully it's clear to you. So let's move on. So now we'll take a look at how to assign values to a variable. I've already given you a little taste of how that happens, but let's take a look at this. So we can assign a single value, or we could assign multiple values. So let's take a look at how that works. Let's say that I want to assign, as I've already showed you how I do that, but let's just do it again. Let's say that I want the age. I want to store someone's age. Let's say they are of age 25. I press enter. This is assigning a single value to a variable. So I'm assigning 25 to age. If I were to type name, comma, age n equals 25, this is going to show me an error, because it does not know how to unpack this value. This is just one value and I'm expecting two values. Now if I were to move ahead, instead of doing this, as we've already seen, the naming conventions are also there. So you can't name a variable that begins with a number. So if I wanted to name something underscore name, that would work just fine. As you can see, this is fine. But if I were to start it with anything other than underscore, let's say $name, or even if I were to start it with an integer number, this is also going to cause an error. So anything other than a character, which is anything from A to Z, whether it's small or big, and anything that is not underscore, is going to cause an error. So always make sure that you're assigning the variable names correctly. Another thing that you can do is naming a variable. The variable cannot start with a number, but it can end with a number. So if I were to say name 1, this will work just fine. And if I were to say name $, this is going to cause an error, because dollar already holds a value in Python language. So it's a token, which we'll discuss in a later video. So make sure that you are naming it correctly. And always make sure that you're naming your variables in a way that helps you understand what exactly is it that you're trying to write. You can start it with 2 underscores as well. That will work as fine. No matter how many underscores you are passing it, it's going to work just fine. So these are the variables that we have declared so far, and we have assigned a single value to it. Now let's take a look at how to assign multiple values. So assigning multiple values is also quite simple. As you can see here, if you want to assign one value to a multiple variables, we can do what being done in the first line, which is A equals to B equals to C equals to 10. That means set all the variables on the left hand side which is A, B, and C, to 10. On the other hand, if you want to do it, you could do it other ways as well. So we could assign multiple values using the comma operator. So I'll show you how that works in a moment. Let's just see how that works. If I were to go A equals B equals C equals 15, and if I were to print A, it's 15, B is 15, C is 15. Now if I were to change it, I want to assign 10, 15 and 20 to all of them. Instead of doing the equal sign, what I do is I use commas and I tell it, okay, A comma B comma C. Now I want 10 assigned to A, comma 15 assigned to B, and 20 assigned to C. I press enter. A, B, C. So I have to make sure that I'm using the correct ordering. Order matters here. If I were to use A, B, and C, if I were to use B, C, and A, then B will be assigned 10, C will be assigned 15, and A will be assigned 20. So make sure that the order matches with the values that you're providing it. Now let's take a look at Python tokens. Alright, so now let's take a look at operators. So operators are just special symbols that are used to carry out arithmetic and logical operations. In Python, there are several kinds of operators. So we have all of them listed down here. So the first kind is arithmetic, then there's assignment operator, there's comparison operator, logical operator, bitwise operator, identity operators, and membership operators. And we'll take a look at them one by one. So let's move on and see what are arithmetic operators. Well, as the name suggests, we use arithmetic operators to perform arithmetic operations or mathematical operations. Things like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, and exponentiation. So addition basically adds two numbers. So we can add 6 plus 5, in which plus is the operator and 6 and 5 are the operands. Similarly, we can subtract, we can multiply two numbers, we can divide two numbers. Modulus operators is used to give us the remainder. So if I were to go 7 modulo 2, it will give me 1, because when we divide 7 by 2, we get a remainder of 1. And similarly, exponentiation is used to raise a number to a specific power. So for instance, if I were to type 7, then 2 times the multiplication symbol, which is the asterisk, and then I type 2, that means that we are multiplying 7 by itself 2 times. So that's what these operators are for. These are very easy to understand. These are just basic mathematical operators, and they are very commonly used in Python. Then comes assignment operators. So assignment operators, as the name suggests, assigns a value to variable. So let's say I have a variable x and I want to assign the value 10 to it. I want it to hold the value 10. So I could just type x is equals to 10, which is what is shown here. Now there are some extensions to the simple assignment operator, which is the equals operator. You can add a plus right in front of it, and what it will do is it will add more. It will add the number that is on the left hand side of the operator to the right hand side of the operator. To give you an example, as you can see, we have plus equals is the operator, and we type x equals to x plus 2. Let's suppose that before we execute this was already executed. The x is equals to 10 statement was executed, and x contained the value 10. After I run this code, what will happen is we'll take a look at the number that x holds, which is 10, and it will add 2 to it, so it will become 12. Now following the same logic, we have minus equals. So the minus equals operator is going to do the same thing, but instead of adding 2, it's going to remove the number that's on the right hand side. So x equals x minus 29 will subtract 29 from the already existing number in x and assign that new value to x. Similarly, there's multiply equals, there's divide equals, and there's or equals. So this is basically a binary operator or and bitwise operator, and we'll take a look at that in a moment. And then there's comparison operators. So comparison operators, as the name suggests, are used to compare two values. Let's say that I have two values that have been entered by the user, and I want to compare the values in them. So this is where this comes into play. Now let's say that you have a login form and the user enters the registration name, the registration number, then they enter their password, and just to make sure that they have entered the correct password, you have a confirm password field as well. So when you're validating the form, you need to check whether or not password in the password field and the confirm password field are equal to each other. So this is where the double equals come into play. Now the reason why we have two equals and not one is because one equals is used as assignment operator. The operand on the left hand side gets assigned the value on the right hand side. Here we are comparing the two values, so operands on both the sides will be compared to each other. Then just the opposite of it would be the not equal operator. The not equal operator is used to check whether or not an operator or an operand is not equal to something. So if I were to go and check whether 1 is not equal to 2, since 1 is not equal to 2, it will return true.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python by answering this question. What do we use to define a block of code in Python language? A. Key. B. Brackets. C. Indentation. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Similarly, we have less than, we have greater than, we have less than equal to, and we have greater than equal to. And their names are quite easy to understand as well. They check whether or not one value is less than the other value or not, or whether it's greater than or not. Then there's logical operators. So logical operators are used to combine conditional statements. So if I want to check whether or not some condition is true and the other condition is true as well, then I use AND. It will return true if both the statements are true. Similarly, there's an OR statement. OR statements are used to check whether or not something is true or not. Let me just show you by an example. So if I were to use Python, I'm going to show you some Python code here. So let's say x is equal to 15 and y is equal to 16. Now if I want to check whether x is equal to 15 and y is not equal to 16, so what I can do is I can just check s is equal to 15, it returns true, y is not equal to 16 and it returns false. Now if I want to check if both of these conditions are true, so then I can just type and y is not equal to 16 and I press enter, and it returns false because one of those conditions is false. So that is the problem, because y is equal to 16. Now if I type this, then it will return true. So I'm checking whether x is equal to 15 and y is equal to 16. If I were to change the value of x to, let's say, 14 and check this condition again, I'll return false. Now the OR operator is actually a little different. If I were to use, instead of AND, I use OR, what will happen is it will check whether x is equals to 15, which is clearly false here, and it will check y is equals to 16. If either one of those statements evaluate to true, it will return true. So since y is equal to 16, we are getting true. But if I were to check if y is not equal to 16, since both the statements are false, it will return false. So basically what we're taking a look at is, if we want to check whether all the statements are true, then we use the AND operator. If we want to check just one statement is true out of all the statements that we have provided, then we use the OR operator. And the NOT operator is used to simply revert the statement. So if I were to check 10 is not 10, 10 is not 10, it's going to return false because 10 is 10. But if I were to check 10 is not 11, then it returns true. So I'm just checking for the opposite operator, and that's going to work. Now let's move ahead. And then comes bitwise operator. So bitwise operators are a bit difficult to understand, so let me just explain using Notepad. So underneath the hood, inside any computer programming language, numbers are represented, or any value is represented using binary. So binary is basically just some combination of zeros and 1. So when you hear something like integer can hold 32 bits, basically what it means that it has 32 zeros, 32 positions that can be filled with either 0 or 1. And any value that we see on the screen is due to some combination of 0 and 1 in those 32 positions. To give you an example, let's say that I have a 4-bit number. 4-bit number means 4 binary digits, number formed by 4 binary digits. So I will have, this will be 0 since all the 4 numbers are 0. Now what we're doing is, I want to check, if in case you don't know anything about binary numbers, I can give you a really quick refresher here. Each position is represented by 1, 2, 4, and also so there. So 4, 8, 4, 2, 1. So what happens is if each position, let's say, so these are the positions that we have. We have 4, 3, 2, 1. So if any of these numbers is turned to be 1, then that number is raised to the power of 2. Let me give an example. If let's say this was 1 and this was 1. If this was the binary number that we had, which was 0, 1, 0, 1. So the way we do this is we take a look at it and we go 2 raised to the power of 4 and you multiply it by the binary digit that's there, which is 0. And we do the same thing for all of them. So if I was to do the same thing to all of them, let's just do this. Now we will go 2 raised to the power 3 and the number at the third digit position is 1. Then 2 raised to the power of 2 and the number should be 0 and 2 raised to the power 1. 2 raised to the power 0, sorry. This would be that. This would be 0th position and first position. So all we have to do is just go 1, 3, 2, 1 and 0. That will work. So this should be 3. This should be 2. Should be 1. This should be 0. And we multiply it by 1. So as you can see, the number at the 0th digit is 1. So we multiply it here by 1. Then at the first position is 0, second position is 1, and the third position is 0. So what ends up happening is we end up creating this sequence in which we go 2 to the power of 3 is 8 multiplied by 0 plus 2 to the power of 2, which is 4 multiplied by 1 is 1. Then we go 2 to the power of 1, which is 2 multiplied by 0, and we go 2 to the power of 0, which is 1 multiplied by 1. And this ends up giving us 0 plus 4 plus 0 plus 1. And we get 5. So this might seem a bit complicated, but that's how the numbers are calculated underneath the hood. You can take a look at some binary refresher that will take you look at what it means. Now, because we only have 4 places to put zeros and 1, since we have 4 digits, we could go from a number that has all zeros to all 1 and everything in between. This could end up in numbers ranging from 0 to 16. So if we have 4 binary digits, then we can make numbers, we can represent numbers in binary format ranging from 0 to 16. Anything above that, we have run out of space, we can't do anything about that. 0 to 15. So that's how we will do it. And anything in between, any configuration like 1, 0, 0, 0 can also represent some number between 0 and 16. Now we come to bitwise operators. So what they do is they, instead of operating on the numbers that we see, they operate on their binary forms. So let me give an example. We have an AND operator. So what AND does is, if I were to give you 0 and 0, it will return 0. Similarly, 0 and 1 will return 0. 1 and 0 will return 0. And 1 and 1 will return 1. So what it does is very much like the AND operator that we had taken a look at previously in the logical operators section. It takes a look at all the operands. In this case, we have 2 operands because it's a binary operator. And we take a look at the left operand and the right operand. And if both of them are 1, then we get 1. If either one of them or both of them are 0, then we get 0. So this is what it looks like. Similarly, for OR, what we end up doing is, just as we did in the logical operator, just one of them need to be true. So 0 could be considered false and 1 could be considered true, and then we'll get the value. So since both of them are false, both of them are 0, we get 0. 1, we get 1. For the second and the third one and all of them, we get 1. So as you can see, this is what the operators do, the binary AND and binary OR operators. XOR is a bit special. So XOR is used for exclusive ORs. That means both of them should not be same. Either one of them has to be 1, but if both of them are 1 or both of them are 0, then the value that is returned should be.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
These are exclusively used in the building of logical gates and all that, but they are also used very much in programming. And there are some very nifty tricks that you can do with binary operators that could allow you to create more efficient programs. So do take a look at them. So these are all the operators that we have studied so far. Let's take a look at left shift and right shift. So what left shift does is, let's say that I have a number like this and I want to shift it by 2. So this number represents 1. Now what I do is I want to shift, I go left shift 2. This basically means that whatever number we have, shift it to the left by 1. So what happens is it will shift all of these zeros by 1 and pad the left part with 0. Basically move it to the left hand side by the positions that I have. So since I've given 2, it will do it twice. So as you can see, first one was at the 0th position, then it was shifted 2 times. So now it's 1 and 2 in the second position. And from 1 we have come to 4. Right? So that's how this works. So this is what the operator, left shift operator, does. It takes the binary format and shifts it by 2. Now on the other hand, we also have right shift operators, and it does exactly the same thing, but it does it in reverse. So if I were to give it this and just change the left shift operator to the right shift operator, it will give me back the original result. It will give me back 0001 because it will shift these two to the left. There are nothing there, so it's removed, and add 2 zeros at the beginning. Then we get this. We remove this and we get this. So this is what the binary operators do. Binary operators work on the binary format. They shift it to the left, they shift it to the right, and at the very end, let me show you what the not operator does, because this is very something that's not shown very accurately. Not operators turn the number from turn all the bits from 1 to 0 and 0 to 1. So if I were to give it 0001, and if I were to use the not operator right in front of it, what will happen is it will take a look at all the binary digits and it will flip them. So if it's 0, it's converted to 1. Again, it's 0, convert to 1, 0, convert to 1, and 1, then convert it to 0. So essentially, we are just converting the numbers. Now, when you do use it, make sure that you understand how the signs work. So in binary format, all the numbers that are stored in the negative numbers, there is a few nifty things that go on in the background. So make sure that you understand how the signs work, and when you shift the numbers, their binary representation will flip. So all the numbers that are 0 will convert to 1, and all the numbers that are 1 will be converted to 0. So that's how the binary operators work. They are very easy to understand once you understand the basics of how binary works underneath the hood. And you can do some pretty powerful and pretty efficient things underneath the hood when you understand the binary digits work. So let's move on. And then we have identity operator. So what identity operator does is it's used to check whether the object that we have is the same or not. Let me give an example. So if I were to open Python and I were to use the ID method and I were to pass it a number 1, you see this long number, this is what's called the ID of the object. Since Python is an object-oriented language, numbers are represented as a object of integer class. So if I were to try to figure out what the type is of 1, I'll get class of integer. So if I were, and similarly, if I were to check type of 2, I get this. And if I were to get the ID of 2, it's this. As you can see, these two numbers, the ID of 2 and ID of 1, are not similar. Similarly, when you create your own classes, you create your own objects, they have their own IDs as well. This is used to differentiate between two objects that have almost the same structure, but still there are two separate objects. So if I have two different kinds of strings or two different kinds of numbers, let's say I have 11, and I check the ID of this, it's this. And this is this. So as you can see, both of them have 11, and they don't have the same ID because strings are immutable. So as you can see, these have the same numbers, 1818752 and same. So these are used to check whether the ID of two objects is same or not. So if I were to check with the is and is not operator, if I were to check one is one, since both of them have the same ID, it will return true. But if I were to check one is one, it will return false. So this is what happens with this. If I were to check one is not string one, then it's true. So that's how it works, and this could also be applied to objects. When you're learning object-oriented programming, you can create your own objects, and then you can take a look at that. And then comes the membership operator. Now this is also very quite useful, and I think Python has it, and many other languages don't. So it's an operator that allows us to check whether or not a number is in a sequence or an object. So to give you an example, let's say that I have a list of numbers. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then nums. So I have 4 numbers in a list. Now, if I want to check whether a number, let's say entered by the user, is present in this list or not, then I can simply, instead of just going through each, running a loop and then going through looking at each number, going is 1 equal to the number that the user entered, is 2 equal to, is 3 equal to, is 4 equal to that number, I could just make Python do it easily by typing 4 in nums. Let's say the user entered the number 4 and it returns true because 4 is present. If I were to check 8 in nums, it will return false because 8 is not present in the string. But if I were to add it and then take a look at nums, and now if I check if 8 is in the nums, it is. So that's what the membership operator does. If you want to check whether something is not present in nums, I can just do this and it will return false. And if I were to go and remove dot pop, so 8 is removed. If I take a look at nums now, and if I check whether 8 is not in nums, it will return true. So that's how that works. So membership operators are just used to check whether or not something is present inside a container or inside a group of sequence that we have. So let's take a look at some data types in Python. So data types in Python could be divided into two parts: immutable and mutable. So immutable data types are data types that cannot change. On the other hand, mutable are data types that could have their values changed. So for instance, string, numbers, and tuples will have some value assigned to them, and then when we want to change them, instead of adding something to it, it will create a new data type for that. It will create a new value for that variable to hold. On the other hand, in mutable we have lists, dictionaries, sets, and in lists we have several types as generic list or tuples and all. We'll take a look at them one by one. So let's take a look at them. So we have numbers. So a number is basically, as we've already discussed, data types such as integer, float, and complex data types. They come in numbers. So as you can see, a whole number with no decimal point is integer. A fractional number, a number that has one or more numbers after the decimal point, is floating point number. And a complex number is a number with real and imaginary parts. So again, complex numbers are not that prevalent. Mostly we use integers and floats. Complex number have some use case, but not a lot. Then comes strings. So a string is basically a lot of characters that are enclosed within either a single or double quotes, and they are used to store text. So a string literal could look like this, as we've already seen. So there are some operations that are being performed on string, and we'll take a look at them now. So if I were to open my Python prompt, let me just define a string. So string equals to, hopefully you can see this, and if I type a b c d e f g h, press enter, this is a string. Now if I want to take a look at the length of the string, how many characters are there in this enclosed within the double quotes, I will type length string, and I have 8 characters: 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So that's correct. Now let's say that I want only the first 4 characters. This is what is known as slicing. This could be done with a string or with any other character as well. Firstly, let me show you what happens if I do this. I get A. This is what is known as indexing into a string. Basically what I'm doing is I'm saying in the string variable, whatever data it holds, I want the data that is stored within the first position. And in string, everything starts with the position starts from 0. So 0 is the first position, 1 is the second position, and by that logic, since there are 8 variables, 7 will be the last position. I press 7 and I get H. If I try to go outside these bounds, let's say I press 9, I get index out of range. Basically, there is nothing after the position 7. Everything outside that is not accessible by Python. We have not assigned any memory to it. So that's illegal for us to do, and that's why we get an index error, as you can see here. Index error mainly because we are using this, and this is what is known as an index, something that is enclosed after a variable named enclosed within 2 brackets. So now that we know how to access a single variable, a single character in a string, let's say that I want the first 4 characters. First 4 as in A, B, C, D. So I start from 0 and I want everything before the fourth character. Why? Well, because 0, 1, 2, and 3 are the first 4 characters, because it starts from 0. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, which are first 4 characters. So how do I get all of them at once? Let's say there are 15 and I want 0 to 14. So what I can do is I can type 0. After that I type a colon and I type 4. This means get me everything from the beginning of the string and right before the fourth character. So the fourth character is E and before that is D. I want everything from A till D. Press enter and I get a substring of it, which is A, B, C, D. So this is what slicing a string looks like. This is what's known as a slice operator. Now you can do it every other way as well. It's not necessarily that you start with 0. You can start with 3 to 4, which will give you, I think, just one character, which is D. Now another thing, if I were to leave this off, what do you think will happen? Pause the video and try to think about it. But if I were to do it now, it starts from 0. So it defaults to 0. If I were to start it with a number that's this, it will give me an empty string because it makes no sense. So that's how you do that. And finally, if I were to leave 4 off, since we know what happens here, I think we can probably guess what's going to happen here. I'm going to press enter and you can see what happens. What happens is we take everything from 5 till the end. So we have the 5th character, or this the 6th character in this, which is on the 5th index, is let me just print the string again because it's gone out of character. So it's this. So this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and this is 5. I want everything from the 5th character till the last character. So this is what that means. And finally, I can use negative indexing here as well. So I want everything from the beginning till the removing the last one character. If I were to remove the last 2 characters, I can do this. And this works just fine as well. So that's how slicing works. Another operation we can perform is replace something in this. So let's say string dot replace. If I were to show you the example here, as you can see, it says replace ed with e, and it will do that here. But let me just show you. Replace f with g. I press enter, it returns another string to me, which is A, B, C, D, E, G, G, H. Now if I were to take a look at the string variable that contained our value, it has the same data. So when we perform this replace operation, what we're actually doing is we're saying give me another string in which you have replaced all the F's with G's. This is especially useful if you're trying to remove some content out of a long line of text. So let's say that you have 17 lines of text in which you want to remove all the, let's say you want to remove all the vowels for some reason. You could just run this and see if there is any A, E, I, O or U and just remove that. That will work just fine as well. So now that we're done with string, now we're done with data type and string, let's move ahead. Now comes tuples. Tuples are a sequence of immutable Python objects. So what does that mean? Well, let's say that you want to store the number of or the name of weeks or in string format in a variable. So we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 7 days in a week, and all of them need to be stored in a single variable. Now there are many ways to do it. One important thing that you need to notice here is that this data is not going to change ever. There is no time in future are you going to go that we need to add another day to the week. That doesn't seem very feasible. So because it's not going to change, we are going to use an immutable data structure or an immutable type, which means adding something to it is going to be it's not going to be something that's allowed. So let's say that I want weeks. Now I want to store everything in one. I could certainly create variables that say sun, which will contain Sunday, and similarly Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That's certainly doable, but again it runs into the same problem. Let's say that we had 14 things that we needed to store. Let's say that we had 100 things that we needed to store, and we needed to access them using one variable. That would be very difficult to remember the variable names of 100 different kind of variables. It would be better if you could store them just in one variable and then access them using the position syntax that we had discussed earlier in string, like this one. So this is where tuples come into play. So let's say weeks, and I enclose it in brackets, but that's not really necessary. But I would do that here. Now let me just type in Sunday, and you could type it with me. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Make sure that you're separating them with commas. I'm typing a space after commas to make it more readable. That's not really necessary. Friday, and finally Saturday. Press enter. I press weeks, and this is what we get. If I were to take a look at the type of this, type, it's tuple. So now I said I used commas here, and that's not really necessary. If I were to use this, this would also work. The way Python identifies that this is a tuple that we want to add something to the data is by taking a look at this comma. So it takes a look at this line. It says, okay, weeks need to be assigned some value. It takes a look at Sunday. It says, okay, one string, and this comma. That means other values are also going to be assigned, and this is a tuple. Even if I had not put the parentheses before and after, opening parentheses and closing parentheses to enclose this list, it would work just fine. Now, one thing that I would like to show you is if I were to go weeks 0, I get Sunday. Weeks 6 should give me Saturday, right? But if I were to assign some other value to it, let's say any gibberish value, I press enter and it gives me another. Tuple object does not support item assignment. Now this is one of the major advantages of using immutable object. It does not let anything in the data that you have already entered to be manipulated. So if you have entered a list of something that you know is not going to ever change, then tuples are the best option for you. So this is why we use tuples. So now let's take a look at something else. We have lists, dictionaries, and sets. So lists are very much same to tuples. One major difference is that you can make changes in a list. So if you have dynamic data that changes rapidly, then you can use a list for that instead of creating new tuples for every change that has occurred. Let me show you an example. Let's say that instead of weeks, I wanted to store, let's say that I wanted to store salaries of people, right? I can store salaries of 3 people. Let's say that it's stored in thousands. So 10 means 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. Press enter. And now if I were to take a look at salaries, press enter, I have 3 salaries. If I were to take a look at the type, of salaries, I would get list. It's not a tuple, it's a list. That means that if I want to change the salary of a person, because it does happen that a person gets promoted, they get an increment or whatever happens. They say that the person at the index 0 is now going to get a salary of 18,000. And now it does not throw any error because I am using a list and I can store any kind of data. It's still a list. And if I were to print it, now it's 18. Another cool trick that I can show you is that instead of this doing it like this, let me just assign 10 to it. And let's say that the thing that I want to do is I want to, instead of assigning a new salary, I want to add 8,000 to the to the person's current salary.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python Django by answering this question. What is the value of debug when the website is online or deployed? A. False. B. True. C. None. D. Null. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, there are many ways to do it. First way to do it would be salaries of 0 equals to salaries of 0 plus 10. So what happens here is I take a look at this. I want to assign the value at index 0 to be the current salary of the person and add 10 more to it. Let's add 8 more to it to add consistency. So as you can see, this is what it looks like. And now if I were to look at it, it works just like that. But as you can see, the typing this is quite long. It's a bit repetitive. So you get, if you've already taken a look at the operators slide that we have taken, that we have gone through, one operator there was plus 8. Now what will happen is it will add 8 to the already existing salary of the person at index 0, which is 18. So 18 plus 8 would give you 26, and that's what we've got. So you can do it this way. You can add, remove, you can add data to it as well. So I could go salaries dot append. Append will allow me to add a new salary for a person. So let's say that it's 28. I press enter. Now instead of 3, it contains 4 salaries. Append is not something that you could do on a tuple. So that's how you do it. And another thing is that instead of storing all everything as an integer value, you can store data of any type. Let's say that I want to store 1 a and I want to store a floating point value as well. This is also doable. So I can type mixed equals to this. This is one of the advantages of using Python. Many languages don't allow for this kind of intermixing of data when just trying to store it in an array or in a list. So you can take a look at that. Now if I were to type mixed, I get this. I can store any other kind of data. I can even store another list inside a list. So if I wanted to store another list, 155, comma B, I'm just adding some gibberish value just to show you. This is doable. I can add another tuple to it. This time I need to put this parenthesis. So to describe, I'm adding a tuple, 88, 77, and it's done. Now if I take a look at mixed, I have this. If I want to take a look at mixed of 4, right? It's tuple, and I can take a look at the type of the tuple to see if it's a tuple or not. And it's a tuple. And if I were to take a look at the type of something at index 3, it would be a list. So you can nest any kind of thing, but just don't go too crazy with it. That could cause a problem. You will not be able to comprehend the data that you have if you go extremely benign on it. Then we have dictionaries. In other languages, they are called hash maps or hash tables. So a major advantage of using a dictionary over a list is, firstly, it allows you to create a key value pair. So again, let me just show you. So if I want to associate a person's name to the person's salary, instead of doing a list which could only be accessed using a numeric index like 0, 1, 2, 3, what I can do is I can create again salaries equal to, and I can create a dictionary like this. Add 2 curly braces. Inside it, add the key, which would be the person's name, let's say John, and end the quotation, and now the person whose name is John gets 15,000. Let's say that there's another woman who's named Jane, she gets 14,000. Let's say that there's another woman named, another man that's named Johnny, and he gets 5,000. Press enter, and now if I were to print salaries, it will display the key value pairs. If I were to take a look at the type, it will give me a class of dictionary. So that's all good, but one thing that it allows me to do now is I can access it using the person's name. So let's say that I have salaries. I want to get the salary of Jane. Press enter, I get 14. That means Jane earns 14,000. Let's say that instead of Jane, I want John. As you can see, John gets 15,000. And if I were to use a name that doesn't exist, I'm going to get an error. This is called a key error. This key does not exist. Now, a way to come across this or come over this is, instead of indexing directly, you can use get. So I want salary of John, but if it's not available, give me 15. So I'm getting 15 because that's the salary of John. And if, let's say that I were to use some other key that is non-existent, the person named John ASD is not available in our dictionary. So if I press enter, I'll get 18, which is the default value. I could set it to anything. I could even set it to 0. So now if I try to access a person whose name is not available in our dictionary, I'm going to get 0. So that's one of the major advantages. Another is really fast. So even if you have like 10,000 records, the way hash table works or the dictionaries work underneath the hood is, instead of it going through all the 10,000 names and finding the name that you want it to find, it does some clever tricks and makes it really, really fast. This is why if you are doing something that requires really fast access to some data, and you can give some unique key for that data to be accessed, then definitely use dictionaries instead of using lists, because in lists you could in lists do something like this. Store a list of list in which the first thing is the person's name, second thing is the person's salary. I could do it here as well. The first thing is the person's name, Jane, and the salary of Jane is, let's say, 80. Okay. Now, if I wanted to, I could define a function that could find this or do a lot of things. But the important thing to understand is, if it was, let's say, 10,000 records, and I wanted to find a person's name let's say that a person's name was not John or Jane. I wanted to find a person whose name is at the end of the list. Let's say I don't know where the name is. Let's say that the person's name is Andy. So we go through the entire list searching for the first element and checking if that first element is Andy. And if it is Andy, then we print the salary. If not, then we print 0. Now, for that, we have to take a look at all the 10,000 elements. In dictionary, what we do is we can just give the name, and dictionaries will do some clever tricks behind the scenes that you don't need to worry about, and it will instantly find it for you. So always use a dictionary when you have large sets of data and you want to constantly find things in it. If you want to just store some data and you can access it using numerical indexes, and the data keeps changing, then use lists, because in tuples you can't change the data. So if I have some, let's say I have 0, and I want the person with the employee ID of 0 to have salary of something, then I could press 0. Here it's not going to work because I've reassigned it to a dictionary, so I'm getting a key error. But you can understand my point. On the other hand, let's say that I have a data set which does not change and I want to access it using numerical indexes. Then tuples come into play and you used to use tuples. And finally, we get to sets.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Sets are by far one of the most underused data sets, and you need to understand why we use sets. So sets are again unordered collection of immutable data which has no duplicate elements. So what does that mean? Let me show you. I can create a set. By the way I'm showing you how to create dictionaries and all, that's not really necessary. Let's say that I want to create my sample dictionary. I can just use the keyword dict function and it will work just fine. Now it's an empty dictionary and I can add data to it. Another thing, you can add data using dictionary and typing in the name and then assigning a value. This will work just fine. Now the thing you need to understand is similarly you could use instead of this you could use tuple. This will create a tuple and L list will create a list. Now I want to create a set. So let's say that I name it S. Now I can do it this way, but I won't be able to add anything because this will be taken a look at as a dictionary. So the best way to do it is use the keyword set or the function set. And now if I take a look at S, it's a set. So what is a set? Set, if you have worked with mathematics and you have worked with Venn diagrams and everything like that, you are quite understandable of what set is already. A set is basically something that contains a lot of values, but it does not contain any duplicate values, and it allows you to check whether or not something it contains a value or not in constant time. So let me give an example. I think s dot add 1 would work. Now if I take a look at s, it has 1. If I were to add 2, it contains 2. Now if I were to add 2 again, it instead of containing 2 elements named 2, it contains 1 element which is 2 with the value of 2. Now if I want to check whether or not something exists in a set, let's say 1 in s, and it will show you true. This is the in operator or the membership operator that we have already taken a look at. And if I were to take a look at whether let's say I want to check whether 5 exists or 3 exists, it's going to be false. So why are we doing this? Well, one thing that you can take a look at here is that it again, since we are using set, it is extremely fast for us to perform this operation. Let's say that there were a million records in this and I wanted to check whether something exists in it or not. The first intuition that comes into our mind is to take a look at everything that is inside the set, all the 1 million things, and compare it with the data that we want to find. If it's not there, then we return false. If it is there, if it's found in while we're taking a look at all the 1 million data points, then we return true. Now again, that is fine, but if it's 1 million records, then it takes a lot of time. And let's say that you had to do it constantly. Let's say that you had to check whether or not something exists in those 1 million records 10,000 times, 20,000 times. That's a lot of computation. So again, sets do some really complicated mathematical things underneath the hood to basically just check whether or not something exists inside it in real time. That's why it doesn't contain any duplicate values in this as well. And so I can do 1 in s as well. If I were to assign a list of 1 comma 2 to it, and then instead of 1 in s I can type 1 in l, and that will return true as well. The difference here is that it takes a look at all the elements 1, 2 and whatever, and finds if something exists in it or not. Whereas in set it's extremely fast. So if you have some data that you want to keep track of and want to check whether or not another value exists, or you want to deduplicate the data, you can do that as well. So use set when you want to check memberships really fast. You can perform the union, intersection and all that, and that's very easy to do with sets as well.
We have a fancy thing called package in Python. Okay, so those packages are available for free in the market. It has a lot of built-in functions and built-in things that will help you guys to write many codes easily, okay, without going for the detailed algorithm and all. So in that way, these packages are really helpful. So what will we do? We will be starting with this NumPy for today. Okay, so after that we will see, after that we will go for SciPy. So these two are basic packages for data scientists. So NumPy, what it does, it is used for mathematical and logical operations on the arrays. Okay, and it provides feature for multi-dimensional arrays also. So again, when we tell arrays, Python doesn't have any array, it is built on list only. So basically when we go through NumPy, when we go for indexing, slicing and all those kind of stuff, it will only be the list. Everything will be based on the lists. Okay, so that's how it goes. Okay, so that's what we will start with. So NumPy will have a lot of functions which will help you to, play around with the arrays of it. Okay, so that's how it works. So now what we will do, we will just cover the basics of NumPy and then we will go for the coding examples and all. So that's how we will be planning for the day. For that, let me open up a new kernel for you guys so that it gets easier for typing out the codes. Okay, so let's go ahead with the PPT now. So first of all, we will see how to create a NumPy array. Okay, NumPy array means, again I will repeat, it is just Python list. It is nothing more than that, but it has some added features. Along with Python lists, it has some added features. So that's why NumPy is used. Okay, due to some extra features that we don't get in normal lists in Python. Okay, so NumPy can support 1D, 2D, both of the kinds of arrays. Okay, and I think you might be using this Anaconda version of Python, so that will be coming along with pandas and NumPy version pre-installed. Okay, NumPy will be pre-installed in the Python versions. Okay, Anaconda Python. Okay, now when you use a package, right, what we do, we import the package. Okay, we import the package with something like the syntax is, it can be any package. Okay, alias can be anything. So what is the syntax? Syntax is import, then there will be package name, then there will be as keyword just to assign an alias, otherwise you would need to type the entire thing throughout the program, and then we will have a alias name of np. Okay, so that's what it was. Okay, so now when I say NumPy array, it can convert anything, any Python data structure to arrays. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, so if I show you like this, why it is taking time now? Yeah, so see, it has converted both these things. So the first one is a Python list, second one is a Python tuple, right? So when we pass that argument, that tuple or a list to a NumPy array function, it converts them all to a NumPy array. Okay, so that is what this returns. Okay, and whatever we provided, as you see, the outputs are starting and ending with square brackets, right? So that means it is already converted to a list. Now we can perform various functions in NumPy. Yes, so once we have NumPy array created, it can be editable. Okay, because it's a list now, it's not anymore a tuple, so that's why it is editable. Okay, and NumPy doesn't come by default with Python. If we want to use it, we need to install it. So let's say you are not using Anaconda and you are using this kind of a Python user interface, then what you need to do, you need to install it using command prompt. Okay, pip install, sorry, I am writing it again and again, pip install numpy, so it will find it and it will install numpy. Okay, I don't have this pip version set, so that's why it is not working, but it should install it. Okay, so that's how it works. That's how we can use numpy in this kind of functions also. Okay, now we can have 2D arrays in Python also, like 2D arrays in numpy also. So how we write it? We write it like this. So we just need to pass 2D arrays. So 2D array means two lists, right? We can pass two lists. So it will be concatenating it to 2D array. Okay, so it will be changing it to 2D array. So that is how we write it in NumPy. That is how we create arrays in Python. So that's how we do it. So now next will be where it is where it is advantageous rather than using a basic Python list or Python like that, Python list or Python tuple, right? So by NumPy you are changing, yes, so we are changing data type from mutable to non-mutable. It's the other one, right? Next is nd array object. Okay, so in NumPy, as I have shown you, 2D arrays, right? It can go up to n and then can have any number. So in real world, if you ask me, we don't use more than 2 max to max 3D arrays, but yes, it can go up to that. Okay, so like that it works. So next is like why we use NumPy arrays. So in NumPy, this nd arrays will have all the items of same type. Okay, so it can't be one of them is int and one of them is string list. It has to, all of them has to be int arrays. Okay, like that. So items can be accessed using zero based index. As you know, Python arrays, Python lists also starts from zero indexing, right? So here also it remains the same property. It has zero index. So if we go for NumPy array, then if we want to see the first row, it will be like this. So it will give you the first row and this will give you the second row, right? Similarly for columns, if you want to see if you want to see the first column, you need to do this, right? Sorry. So you need to do this, so you will see the entire values. If you need to see the only the first column, then you need to do it like this, like that it works, right? So that's how it will be working. Now for 2D arrays, I will be coming. Okay, I am working on 2D arrays. Sorry, I forgot. So that's how it works. Okay, so we will be coming to that in a few minutes. So 2D arrays I will show you. So for others, what was the names? A and B, right? 2D arrays I will be showing you. Not an issue. So for arrays, if you see 1D array, it will give you A0, that will be 1, A1 will be 2, like that. And if you do 1 to 2, then it will be printing only single element, because the right hand side index is always left. Okay, right hand side index, it is not up to, it goes up to that. It is not including the right hand side index. So that's why it has 2 elements. Now if we do this, then it will print whole. If we do this, that also will mean the same, and it will print the same. It is pretty basic, pretty much like the list that we have in Python. Okay, now numpy arrays are beneficial because it takes up the same size of block in the memory for all the objects that it stores. Okay, this part we will see a comparison in the later half of the section, and then we can understand like where it is beneficial rather than storing it in a classical list than numpy array. Okay, now next is, if you go into check the individual, yes, right, so it will be begin colon n minus 1, that is how. So right hand side will always be excluded, like that. Okay, next is numpy array initialization, right? So how do we initialize numpy arrays? As we have already seen, right, how do we do that, but still this is how you do it. Okay, so initialize means what we want to do is, we don't want to place any list in there. Okay, but what we want to do, we want to have some by default values. Okay, default arrays we want to take it up. Okay, so let's see how we do it. Okay, first one is, we will, I mean, if you guys are familiar with the terms like masking and all, that is for image processing, and for data processing we will do that. A lot of times we will do that. Okay, so a lot of time we will be using this zero based or one based indexes. Okay, so for creating a zero based arrays, right, what we need to do, we need to have some sort of like some shape of zero arrays. Okay, so that's how you do it. Okay, that's how you do it in numpy. So what you do, you write np.zeros, then you specify the dimension of the array. Okay, 3 by 4 means it will have like 3 rows and 4 columns. So first one is of, so you can think it like this, it will be np.zeros, then row comma column. Okay, that's how a tuple you need to pass it to. Okay, that's this kind of tuple you need to pass it to the Python arrays. Okay, so that's how it works in Python, I mean in numpy. So that's how you print zero arrays in numpy. Okay, next is, if you want something with the interval, right, so how you do, you write like this, np.array, within bracket we pass, so it will print you another new array. So what we are doing, we are in here, what we are doing by array, yeah, so in this what we are doing, we are, yeah, right, it's arrange, so it's a range actually. Okay, so what we are doing, we are passing 3 variables. First one is the starting number, second one is the ending number, and last one is the line is the interval that we want to print. So from 10 to 25 we are having 5, we want lists to be 5 separated, right? So first one and second one difference will be 5, like that. So that's how we have, so we have 3 numbers, right, 10, 15, 20, and always remember the right hand will be excluded, so 25 won't be taken up. So till 20 we will go. Okay, till 20 we will print it out. Okay, so that's how this kind of arrays are getting printed out in numpy. So using this a range, you can have other type of arrays also. Now this is the same thing. Okay, now next thing is, this a range is done, right? Now let's say we want we want to spread some points over a straight line. Okay, so how do we do it? We want to I mean, what I mean is, if you think of a 2D plane, right, like x and y plane, if you think of, and we want to spread some points along that line. Okay, so what we will do then, like we want some points between range A and range B. Okay, so here we are giving intervals, right? So we need to calculate the interval, we need to calculate the point difference and all, then we need to provide it here. So that's how it works, right? But we don't want it, we want it otherwise. Okay, we want it to spread along a line like this. So for between 5 and 10 we want 6 numbers. It is almost same as numpy, but it has a bit difference. So how it is differing, I will show you. Okay, so
Just
this
one
links.
doubt in the arrange. The last, the end number can we put as 19 instead of 20 in the last example?
Yeah, then it will print only single number,
No, no,
right?
no.
And
No, the second argument.
yeah,
Yeah.
this one we can do. It will go till 18 only, not an issue.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you can put anything. So the logic is when it reaches the end number, right, with interval, if it goes past or if it goes till the last number, then that number will be that number will be excluded, right? So let's say 18 plus 2 will be 20, right? So 20 will be excluded. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, so for 19, 18 plus 2 is 20. So anyways, 19 will be excluded, right? Nothing is there to print it out, right? So that's up. Okay, so we are not into loops, so I won't go in that. Okay, next is this linspace. Okay, so linspace and arrange, right? So arrange, what it does, it takes in three numbers. So start number, end number, and so what we do in arrange, we have three numbers as a parameter. We take end number, start number, end number, and the interval, and we print out the values based on the intervals. So from start number till the end number, we print out the values based on the intervals. Okay, but in linspace, what we take three parameters again, and what we have in there, we have start number, end number, and then we take in number of points in there. Okay, number of points in there. So if we give you a start number and end number, then if we split it into 10 points, then we will get 10 points between the start number and end number. So that is the difference between linspace and arrange, and all these functions we will be using heavily when we use go for data science. Okay, because these things we will need, and you will see how do we do that. Okay, these things we will be discussing when we discuss about the data science concepts. Okay, now next is how do we do array with the same number. Okay, next is how to create an array with the same number. So this is same for same uses, like that, like for zeros, right, formats for carving out some masks like that. Okay, so if you use this keyword, then if you pass some values, so come on, if you pass some values, then it will give you that number of the dimension it will take care, and it will give you that kind of an array. So row, then column, and then it will be taking up. So np dot pull, it will take up first the tuple of row numbers, column numbers, and it will take up the number to fill that array with. Okay, number to fill, like that. This thing works, this full function works. It can be anything. Okay, it will give you a array full of that kind of numbers of any dimension. Okay, any dimension can be given. Okay, any real world numbers can be given, any integer number can be provided as a dimension. Okay, so that's how this full function will work. Okay, next is to randomize an array, again for that masking only. So how we do, let's say we want a 3 by 4 matrix to be randomized. So it will give you some here and there numbers of random numbers. So that will be and those will be structured in a matrix form. Okay, the dimension you pass, in that way it will be organized. So random is this thing. Okay, now we go to how do we access this numpy arrays. Okay, now let's say we are creating two arrays. How do we access it? Okay, how do we see what's wrong with the array and what not? Let's say I am creating a 2D array. Okay, now if I do print a, so that's how the shape function works. Okay, that's how we can access a shape of an array. So shape function will return tuple of its row number and column number. Okay, so a dot shape returns tuple row num column like that. Okay, so it will be returning like this. Okay, now the next thing is what is the use of the shape function. Okay, so this is a tuple, but we can change the values of the tuples. So this will change it. Okay, we can access the shape function of it and we can change the values. Okay, even now we can access like a, no, come on, we can access this. Yeah, so we can access it like this. Okay, come on, I have not given print. What is happening? Okay, so we can access individual elements of the shape tuple that is being returned like this. Okay, like we use, like we access normal tuples. Okay, so we can, what we can do with this a dot shape, we can we can get the tuple. I mean, tuple of row number and column number as an output. We can change the access, change the shape of the shape of the matrix with with this shape function, and we can access individual arrays. Let's say you want to see how many rows are there in a data set, right? You can use it. You would want to loop through all the data sets, all the rows of your data set using a for loop. You don't want to go for map and all. So that's when you use a dot shape, and for print a, that's how you use. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python by answering this question. What do we use to define a block of code in Python language? A. Key. B. Brackets. C. Indentation. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, for print a, what you do, you just, I mean, sorry, for shape 0, that means you are accessing individual elements of a tuple, right? So 0 will be giving you the number of rows and 1 will be giving you the number of columns, like that. Okay, okay, one thing, so you guys are acquainted with, I mean, you guys know about lambda functions, right? It was covered.
Yes, sir, correct. But just want to go back the zero index. Zero index, it will return the number of row, correct?
Right.
If you give comma and another zero, then it will give you the number of column. Is it okay?
It's going to be
No.
one. Shape is always gives only the columns and rows here. The 0 will give the rows and 1 will give the columns. That's it.
The column. So that is a tuple basic, right?
Can you please do that?
So tuple, how it works, number of elements in tuple, we will have a 1D array, right? So 1D arrays can't be having two indexes, right?
Okay.
So
Okay,
that
got
will be 0 1, like that. So it is an 1D tuple or 1D array, whatever you call it. Okay. So that's
Okay,
how it
thank you.
works. Okay. Now we can have several more examples of NP. I mean, this shape function, but I am not going into the detail. But you need to remember one thing: you need to match the number of elements in the tuple. Like we have 6 elements, right? If I want to split it to 3, it won't work because the size of the array is total of 6, right? So we need to have it multiple of 6 only. That's how we can break. That's how we can reshape. Okay. That's what is about this shape function. Okay. Next is how to get total number of columns. Okay, so again I am having 10 functions and I want to see the size of it. So it will give you 24. As you can see, there are 24 elements in the array. Okay, so that's how this size function works. And this is another syntax of np.arrange. So here what it takes some number of values, number of points needed, will place the numbers between 0 till that number. Okay, so that's how another syntax of arrange works. Okay, so for size function, it will give you the total number of elements in an array. Okay, so that is what size function works for. Okay, next is dimension of array. It is more or less same like this. It is more or less the same thing like that, like a shape function. So I will put it right in there, but the only difference, it can be modified. Okay, so where were we? We were with this ndim, right? So how it will work? Ndim will return you the, it is not, I mean, it is a bit different from shape. Shape returns you the exact shape of the array, like the number of rows and number of columns, right? But ndim will return you the number of dimensions of the array. Okay, so if you see the ndim, then what we have 2 as a return, right? That means it a total of 2 dimensions, 3 and 2, 2 dimensions, right? So that's what ndim returns. Okay, ndim will return you the number of dimensions of the array. Okay, so that you need to remember. Okay, so that is what you need to remember. So ndim returns you the number of dimensions. Okay, it is not shape, but it is a dimension. Okay, now d type is the array data type that we have already. Okay, next is the d type. Okay, d type is to give you the type of each elements in the array. Okay, in the numpy array, it will give you type of all the elements, and numpy arrays cannot be heterogeneous, it has to be homogeneous always. So numpy arrays will return you, I mean the return you homogeneous arrays. So when you do a d type function on an array, it will return you the number of dimensions of the array, I mean sorry, the data type of each of the elements in the array. Okay, so here we have 24 int numbers, right? So that's why we have int 32 as a return type. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, so that is what is about this d type function. Next is how do we use it for maths calculations. Okay, so any doubts till this part, till this d type? Now if I show you something more, say, okay, next is as I have created now array with like float numbers. So you see the arrays are, the d type is printed as float 64. Okay, so you have you got an array of, I mean the d type as float 64. Okay, so that's how this d type function works. Okay, so and numpy, as the name suggests, it is used for linear algebra. Okay, so numpy is used for number mathematics or linear algebra. So you won't be really having string arrays in numpy. Okay, so you won't be having it, that is not provisioned. So numpy is only used for linear algebraic operations, and for that we need integers and floats, right? Nothing more than that. Okay, next is numpy maths. Okay, we can do summation, division, multiplication, and all those kind of here and there stuff with this numpy. Okay, now how do we do it? Okay, let's get started with a single array. So this is how numpy summation function works, and it can add up to different things. Okay. Okay, so sum will return you a sum of all the elements, or it can return you sum of two arrays. Okay, sum can do anything, anyone. So sorry. So sum can return you either sum of all elements in a Python array, or it can return you the sum of elements of two matrices. So matrix multiplication, matrix addition, all this logic will be implemented in there.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now what it will do, it will take up two lists, it will add up all the elements, and it will return you the output. Okay, so 5 10 2 3, that means 10 5 15 and 2 3 5, so 20, right? And for subtract, it will take two arrays and it will subtract the results and it will throw it up to you. Okay, so that's how this subtract and numpy.sum function is used for summing up and finding difference between two matrices. np.sum has a few flavors in it. Okay, so it can do a few things, so we will discuss that. So let's say we have seen how it takes in two lists and it sums you up the result and it will show it up to you. Now if you specify an access parameter, then it will do the sum based on the rows or based on the columns. Okay, we print out a and b for you. Yeah, so see, A and B are 5 10 2 3, right? If we do a sum with x is 0, that means it will do you a column wise sum. So that means 5 2 7 10 3 13. Okay, and if you go for a row wise sum, then it will be x is equals 1, so it will return you 15 and 5, right? So that's how this will work. Okay, add a row wise sum. That's how it will work. Okay, so that's how this functions work. Yeah, that's how this numpy arrays are array sum function works. Okay, so that's how you can get the. Okay, give me a second. Yeah. Okay, fine. So this is not how it works, right?
Remove the
Okay, let
square
me.
bracket and keep only the circular brackets.
Sorry, no, not like that. It won't take it. Yeah, so x is 1, 5, 2, 7, 10, 3, 13. Yeah, got it. Okay, so two confusions were there. First of all, be like it, like x is 1, why it is not taking up? Okay, let me check for some example in the PPT. Doing some casual mistakes. Yeah, that's what I have written, right? So 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 5. So it should be 0 plus 1, 5 plus 0, that is 1 and 5. So it's fine, right? 0, 1, 0, 5, so 1, 5. Yeah, correct. 0, 0, 1, 5, 6. Okay, let me copy this exact example, what it does. np.sum with x is 1 having some problem. Just give me a few minutes, I will do that. Yeah, now it is working fine. 0. Yeah, now it's fine. So now if I replace it with A, I replace with B, if we remove this, as those are already list, how it works. Yeah, now it is looking good. Again. Okay, I will be getting back to you on this. So for now, let's move ahead with the other functions. Okay, so having some kind of a problem. I will check that in the break and I will explain that after the break. So not sure why it is happening, but it shouldn't be happening it like that. Okay, let me go ahead. So sum I will discuss it later. For subtract we already have discussed. For this division also, it will work in the same way. Okay, what is it with someone? Sure. Check. Okay, now if we pass two parameters to the divide function, it will divide row wise or column wise as you define with this axis, right? So okay, so divide won't work axis wise. It will just take in two parameters and it will just divide to the numbers. Okay, row wise it will divide to the numbers. So 5 and 2 will be divided like whatever happens in the matrix operations, right? In mathematics, the same thing will be applied here. So in matrix operations, what we do, we just divide the first element by the first element of the next array, second element by the second element of the next array, right? So that is how it works. So that is how this division will work here. Okay, similarly we can see the multiplication being worked on the same thing how we did in matrix multiplication in our class 12 maths. So it will be same thing. So 5 into 2, 10 by 3, so 1030, like that it will work. Okay, so these are a basic few functions that will be needed for our data science courses. And this expa, it will give you e to the power a. Sqrt, it is for square root. np.sign is for sign value of each of the elements. np.cos for cos value. log for log values. Okay, so these are not really used in data science related things. Let's say I will show you quickly all these examples just to have your basic knowledge about this numpy. I am showing that to you. So these are not really needed for being a data scientist, so you can just check these values. Okay, next is the element wise comparison. So we have, so that's how element wise comparison does. So it will compare each and every element of the array with another one and it will return you a list of true falses. Okay, so that's how it will work. Okay, so that's how it will work. It will give you a output of true false. If you change something this to true, then the second element of the output will also be changed to true. Okay, now along with this np dot equal, there comes another function where we check the entire array. Okay, if all the elements of the array are same or not. So that one is called, so it will give you a single value, okay, true or false. So it will check the arrays that is passed to it. It will compare those on a broader level, that is on a array level, and it will give you only single output of equal false or true or false based on the comparison results. Okay, so that's how it is. That's how it works. Okay, next is aggregate function on this on a single array. Aggregate functions always work on a single array, right? So that's what we are gonna see next. Now if we have already seen this sum function, right? So np dot
Arrays
sum.
are of different dimensions when you use equal, array equal, or other things.
Sorry, you mean this, right?
Yeah, so no, I mean when you're doing an equal comparison, yeah, so how did it handle different dimensions of the arrays?
It won't handle, right? It will throw you an error, because that is how matrix works in real world, right? You
Okay.
can't compare, you can't add, you can't multiply matrices of different dimensions. It has to follow some rules,
Yeah,
right?
agree. Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, so same things will do it here. So for multiplication we have a rule, right? 2 by 1. If a matrix is 2 by 2, then the other matrix, the first one, has to be equal to the second one of the first matrix, right? So 2 by 2 will go with 2 by 3, not with 3 by 2, like that.
Yes.
So those rules will apply here. Okay?
Yep, thank you.
That is what the basic things of this. Okay, so np dot mean, max, these are there. Np dot mean. So mean, median, mode, standard deviation, this thing you guys remember? Because these are heavy terms that we are going to use for rest of our sessions. Too much. We will use this.
Statistics, yeah.
Yeah, basic stats. Data science is all about that, stats and maths. If you are good in these two, Python is super easy to learn. It won't take you much. And you just need to incorporate the thinking, that how do we think as a data scientist. So these three are main things. Others will fall into its place. But if you have a good base in maths and stats, it will help you a lot. Okay, so what is it? 4QF. Okay, FF not. It's F. Come on. Yeah. So these are a few aggregate functions of the what we can apply to a NumPy array. Okay, come on. I am forgetting this. If you write it or not doesn't matter. When you do np.sum, it will automatically be converted to an array, so you can skip it safely. But again, that is a best practice to write it. Okay, so np.sum a will give you sum of all the elements, minimum will give you minimum, max will give you the maximum element, mean will be the mean of the elements. Okay, so mean means the middle element of the arrays. Okay, then standard deviation is how the elements differ from the mean. So that's what is standard deviation. Okay, so that is what is about standard deviation. I will try to connect my pad and will show you the formula once. Same thing will happen. Okay, so it will give you sum of all the elements, minimum of all the elements, max of all, mean of all, like that. This correlation coefficient is a machine learning term. We will go into it later. I will tell you what is it. So it's not, let's not worry about it. So except this, have all these things clear. So that's how it will work. Okay, so that's how mean, median, and standard deviation you can take into account. Okay, now what is mean, what is median, I will stack it for the next class for SciPy, because then we will be discussing all this statistical things at one go, and I will give you a brief about all this. Okay, so if you have forgotten this, not an worry, we will be discussing in the next class. So that's fine. Mean, median, mode, and all this thing. So not sure, I am not having my tab with me, so I will have it and I will show you the formulas and all this small stuff. And also what you can do, you can once go through all this basic things. Okay, that's just the basic stats, not needed in entire detail. You can go through the basics, so it will help you understanding what I am covering in the next class. Okay, so that's how it will work. So okay, so this must be clear now. So with that assumption, we will go ahead with to some new topics. Okay. So that is like broadcasting. Okay, what is broadcasting? If we have taken two arrays of different dimensions in here, what would have happened? Let's say we are keeping till this part. What is this error? Axis 1 is not coming through. Okay. Yeah, axis won't work for this kind of cases. Yeah. Okay. So let's say we have this kind of an array to work with. So the first array, if you see, the first array is of two, I mean, 3 by 3, right? So 1, 2, 3 and 4, 5, 6. It is in 3 by 3 array, right? The second array, if you see carefully, we have passed 4, 5, 6, only 3, 4, 5, only 3 numbers. So that array comes to be of 1
It is
by
2
3.
by 3. How is it 3 by 3?
Sorry?
You said the first array is 3 by 3. It is 2 by 3.
Oh yeah, correct. Thanks for correcting. Yeah, it's 2 by 3. And the next one, if you see, that one is a 1 by 3 array, right? 3, 4, 5. Only 3 numbers are in there, so it is an 1 by 3, right? So now when you add it, if you notice it carefully, you will see the second row of the array is also getting added with the same number 3, 4, 5, right? So that's why it is coming 4, 3, 7, 5, 4, 9, 6, 5, 11. Okay, so how this is happening? This is the concept of array broadcasting in NumPy. Okay, so if you see in this diagram, what is happening, this array is getting expanded to match with the exact dimension of this array, of the first array. Okay, so this was an array of 1 by 3, but when it stretches down, it becomes an array of 4 by 3, right? So it matches the dimension of the first array, then only this array addition is possible, right? So this is the concept of broadcasting. Okay, this is the concept of broadcasting. Now one thing to notice, this broadcasting won't only work for array additions. Okay, it will work for all kind of operations between two arrays in NumPy. Okay, so as you have just seen, this thing all works for this subtraction also, right? So subtraction is also supported. I mean, this broadcasting is also done for the subtraction scenarios also. Okay, so this is the concept of array broadcasting. So what it does, the NumPy array gets inflated to match with the dimension of the first array, so that the operation that we are supposed to do is possible, is feasible. Okay, so this is what the concept of array broadcasting is. Okay, now indexing and slicing in Python. This, as you have already went through, I will go through this a bit quickly. So let's just see how you do it. So index in Python list refers to a integer position, right? It can either start from minus or it can start from plus. So minus, when we go for, so Python, when positive indexing is done, then the index goes from smaller number to higher number, and it prints accordingly, right? So let's say for this Monty Python, we are going from 6 to 10, so that will take from P till H, right? Because 10 will be excluded. But when we go for -1, then we go from the larger number to smaller number, because as you know, for negative everything goes opposite, and the bigger the number is, it is smaller, right? So -12 and -7, it will go from -12 till -8, because right hand will always be excluded. So that's how it will be printing the entire Monty string. Okay, so that is what indexing works in Python list. Okay, now when we do a 6:10, that means that is from 6 till 10, like that indexing is done. Okay, next is slicing. Okay, so A0, if you see this matrix 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7 8 9, if you go for A0, then it will print all the elements of the first row. And if you, so that's how first row will be 0th index and first column will be 0 index. Okay, if you go then within brackets :1, that will also return you the same thing. Okay, let me show you. That means we are just taking Okay, so these two things returns basically the same thing. Okay, so when we have A0, we return the first element of, I mean, the first row of the matrix. Okay, when we return A colon 1, what does that mean? Okay, so colon 1 is for the so what we want all the rows. Okay, so in 2D arrays, how the indexing works, if you know, so then it will be a comma separated one. So first part will entirely work for rows, second part will entirely work from columns. Okay, so if we write colon 1, that means for the row part, give me all till the second row. So that is the first row, right? So that's what it is returning, 1 2 3. But that list is within a list because we are taking it as a list only. We are slicing it, so it will return a list. Okay, and list of lists. And the first one of A0, we are just simply accessing the first element of the first row of the array, first row of the 3D array, 2D array, and that's why we are getting 1 2 3 as a list. Okay, so that's how this slicing works for arrays. Now let's go back to the PPT and let's see how what all things we can do. So A colon 1 extract till row equals 0. That means it is the first row that is reprinted, right? Now for the second part, if you remember the indexing and slicing thing, so the first one will account for the row and second one will account for the columns, right? So if we do colon 1, that means give me all columns till 1. So that is the first column. So that will give you only 1. Okay. Now if we do 1 colon, that means give me all from the first column till last. Okay. So that's where we get this 1 colon will return you 2 3. Okay. Now if you remove colon 1, that means you want all rows and you want columns from 2 onwards. Okay, so that's why it gives you 2 3 5 6 8 9. Okay, so that's how indexing and slicing works for numpy array. Okay, that's how it works. Okay, so we will have a few examples. Let's do it. So I will leave it up to you. You would need to answer this. Okay, so let me explain. This 2 colon means we are wanting the third row of the matrix. Okay, from the third row onwards. So third row is the last row, so only one row will get printed out, and we are giving colon 3. So that means it will go up to the third element of the column, right? So it will give you the entire column. So that's why colon 3 returns you 7 8 9. Now let me change it and see how many of you can answer. If we do it like this, what will be the answer? Colon 2, then 2 colon. For row it is colon 2 and for column it is 2 colon. So y3, y6 separately. Okay. So for row we have given colon 2, right? That means we want the second row, right? So colon 2, that means we want till the second row. So the first two row will come into picture, 1 2 3 and 4 5 6, right? Then we have given 2 colon, that means third element onwards. So 3 6, right? Okay, next thing is array manipulation. Okay, array manipulation is to stacking arrays. Okay, so what is the difference between array manipulation and the sum and other operations that we have seen? So in that case, what we are doing, we are performing some operations on two arrays and we are outputting a third array. Here also, we will almost do the same thing, but a bit differently. Okay, we won't add or subtract those. We will keep the originality of the arrays and we will output something and something. Okay, so okay, the first function is concat. Okay, so this is horizontal concatenation. Okay, so the arrays will be concatenated horizontally and one is out of bound. It shouldn't be. Okay, we don't have any columns in here, right? So that's why column wise is not possible. But if we had 2D arrays, it will be possible. That's what I will create for you. It will be easier for you to understand. Yeah. So this is like column wise stacking, right? So this 1, 2, 3 in here and this 3, 4, 5 in here got concatenated together, formed a new row. This 4, 5, 6 and 5, 6, 7 formed a new row. Okay, if we go for 0, it will be like this. Okay, so this is just column wise. So that, this is row wise. That means the rows of the first matrix and the rows of the second matrix will be concatenated to another matrix. Okay, let me print this matrices for you, it will be easier. So see, the first matrix is 1, 2, 3, second one is 4, 5, 6. When we do row wise concatenation, right, we just concat the rows at the bottom of the matrix. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7. Okay, now if we go for column wise addition, a column wise concatenation, then what it will do, it will concat the columns on its own. Okay, it will concat the columns on its own. Okay, so then it will give you a new row output. Okay, so that's how. So what it does, this 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5 gets stacked in because this is column wise now. So that will be column wise now. So 1, 2, 3 and 3, 4, 5 will be stacked in together. 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7 will be stacked in together. Okay, so that's how the output array output will look like. So the columns will be concatenated to a row. Okay, so that's how this concatenation works. Okay, that's how the concatenation works. Okay, so this is what is about this concatenation property. Okay, next is vstack and hstack for numpy arrays. Okay, so what is vstack and what is hstack? As the name suggests, vstack is vertical stacking. Okay, and hstack is horizontal stacking. Stacking means the same thing as concatenation with a bit with just a small difference. Okay, that we will discuss now. So before going into vstack, what I will do, I will show you stack example. Okay, there is another function called stack in numpy. Okay, so I will show that first. Okay, before going into this normal thing, this hstack and vstack operations. Okay, so what it will do for these two arrays only I will consider. So
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python Django by answering this question. What is the value of debug when the website is online or deployed? A. False. B. True. C. None. D. Null. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
let's say I am stacking A and B with x is 0. So I am stacking A and B on x is 0. Okay, so it is not a list I should pass, it should be a tuple in here. Was what is happening? Okay. Sorry. This one is there, this one is here. Yeah, so this is how the stacking looks like. Okay, this is stacking horizontally. Okay, and if I go to x is 1, this is stacking vertically. Why the array is not changing at all? Have I changed it? No, right?
It is changed, Abhishek, for the axis one.
Is it? Okay, let me print out two separate ones. Might be the quick change I haven't noticed. It should change. It will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like that. No, yeah, that's the internet output I was looking for. So for horizontal stacking, for x is equals 0. So for again, now I'm having some kind of a problem in here.
So you're not
sure.
running it again. You need to run it again.
Yeah, I ran it, but still it is not working. Not sure why.
It's
But this is
working
not
for us.
returning in the proper stack also. This is not how it should return. That is again a problem. Let me try with 1D array once. 1 second. Yeah, now it is coming fine. Yeah, so that is what is about horizontal stacking and vertical stacking. Okay, so in horizontal stacking we stack two arrays row wise. Okay, we stack two arrays row wise, and in vertical stacking what we have, we stack two arrays based on columns. Okay, two arrays based on columns. So as you see in the row equals 0, the output is 1 2 3 and 3 4 columns. So the two 1D arrays have gotten into a sequence, row wise they have concatenated. But when it is going for column wise, then for 1D arrays it has concatenated the columns into its rows. Okay, it has concatenated its column into its rows. Okay, so this shouldn't be printing. First of all, this shouldn't be printing like this. Why it is printing? So that's how this stacking works. So again, this for 2D, why this problem I am not really sure. I'm typing the exact syntaxes, but still it is not working. Okay, so for stack, we need to have 1D arrays. If we need to have more than 1D arrays to be concatenated together, then for that we have concat function. Okay, this stack function will only take in 1D arrays into account, and it will stack those accordingly. Okay, so that is what is about stacking. Okay, now if we go into this is what is about stacking. So stacking will take only 1D array into account, but if we need multiple dimension arrays, we need to go for like 2D arrays. Okay, we need to go for 2D arrays. That's how it is. So now let's say I am creating a new array like this. Okay, so if you see this carefully, the stack function, it takes in only 1D array, and if you pass in a 2D array, it doesn't do anything with the array, right? Except what it does, it just created, stacked array of its own, like of its own, or the array A and B individually was stacked onto something, and that's what got written over here. Okay, now here on the contrary, if you see the hstack function that I have written at the bottom of the screen at the last line, it took in two 2D arrays to properly stacked. Okay, so that is what is the difference between this normal stacking and this h stack and v stack. Okay, if you want to go for concat function, concat actually differs in two ways. First, one way, actually just only one difference of concat, that is okay, let me write it. So let me do it a bit clearly, give me a few minutes. Print vertical concat vertical stack. Okay, let's see the differences. Okay, now x is 0, x is 1. Okay, so for each stack, that is horizontally stacking, right? So what it did, 1 2 3 2 3 4 concatenated in a same row, 4 5 6 5 6 7 concatenated in a same row. Okay, and return you the desired output that you want to see. So that's how horizontal stack worked. Okay, so this is row wise stacked, but the rows are concatenated together into a new column, right? New row, sorry. So rows are concatenated to a new row, and it outputted a different version of a matrix which is having a different shape. Okay, so if you compare the output of horizontal stacking and vertical concatenation, you will see these two are same thing. Okay, these two are same thing. So that is the basic difference between this concatenation and stacking. So stacking is to add up the elements to the same dimension. So when we are doing a row wise stacking, that is horizontal stacking, we are adding the rows, the element to a row itself. Okay, but instead in concatenation, the rows are added up to the entire matrix. Okay, the rows are added up to the entire matrix. So that is the only difference between this horizontal stacking and vertical and the concatenations. Okay, now for the vertical stack, the same thing happened, right? The columns got merged in, just the columns got increased and those elements are stacked into the columns. So 2 5 3 6 4 7 have added into the column of the first row itself, which was done in the horizontal concatenation, right? So that's how this concatenation and stacking works and differs. So that means for stacking, the stacking will be along the axis which it is currently working, and for concatenation they will be concatenated on the same dimension. Okay, so that is the difference between these two. So are these things these four things clear to everybody, or I need to explain it a bit more? First of all, for stacking doesn't work on 2D arrays, and for H stack, V stack, and horizontal concatenation and vertical concatenation, these are the examples that I have written. So are these things clear? Seeing a mixed response. Okay, let's go over this. So horizontal stacking, right? What it did, it had two arrays to work with. Okay, A and B. Okay, so how A looked like, how B looked like, I will show you. Stack, forget about it, it won't work here. So this 1 2 3 4 5 6, let me write it down. 1 2 3 4 5 6 2 3 4 5 6 7, these two are the rows, right? So when we are stacking horizontally, the two rows, that is 1 2 3 and 2 3 4 are stacked, okay, on the rows. So 1 2 3 2 3 4 are merged in a single row. 4 5 6 and 5 6 7 are merged again in a single row. Okay, and the resultant output is returned. Okay, so that's how this thing works. Okay, that's how this stacking works. Okay, now for horizontal concatenation, what we are concatenating the rows to the entire matrix. So 2 3 4 5 6 7, these two rows are concatenated to the entire matrix, that is row wise. Okay, so it didn't form a new row, instead it just stacked in the rows at the bottom of the older matrix. Okay, for vertical stacking, it's the same thing but on the column basis. Okay, this is now a single column, this is now a single column, like that. And for vertical concatenation, it is the same thing as horizontal stack, it added those elements in there. Okay, so that is what is about this four operations on this array. Okay, so is this clear now? Okay, next is column stack. It is same thing. Let's see it here only. I need to go in the other slides. So the column stack matches with the vertical concat. Okay, so which matches with the horizontal stack. So that is the column stacking. Okay, that is what is about this column stacking and there. Okay, that is how it works. So that is not much used, column stack function. Pardon please. So that's how it used. So that is what is a function of this column stack. Okay, so we generally use H stack and V stack a lot, not the other ones. Okay, so if it's clear, we will go into the splitting of arrays. Okay, this is a bit tricky one. So what I will do, okay, so the syntax is, I'll show you here. The syntax, how it tells is, for this split function is np dot split. Okay, it takes three parameters into account. First one will be a array, it can be anything. Next one will be index, this I will explain. The next one is axis. Okay, the array The first one can be any numpy array. Okay, it can be any numpy array. Indices has two forms, either integer or a list. If it is an integer, then what it does, it takes into account the array is split from that very index which is mentioned as an integer. But if it is an like section, like an list is passed, then that 1D array will be that array will be splitted from that row. Okay, splitted from that row and column based like that. So it will be coming to an 1D array, the list, it will be then be splitted based on that. So we will see that in a few minutes. Okay, and next one is access, as you already know, that is having 0 and 1. That is the same thing as you already know. 0 for like a row based, 1 for column based. Okay, so that's how it will work. Now let us go back and work on this A array. Okay, so print A, this will be our A array. Now what we will do, we will split this array. So A, the first, second one I am passing an integer, third one I am giving it a column.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So see what happened, I provided 2 as an integer value, right? So the array is split onto two arrays. Okay, if I pass 3, it won't be 3. Why it is not equal? It should be equal, right? Okay, why it is not working? Because we have 2 rows and we are splitting it based on rows, right? So it won't work. So that's why we need to split it on a columnar basis. So that is the idea. Okay, so see here, so we have a 2D array, right? So we are splitting it based on row and we are splitting it to two splits. So the 2 arrays will be coming out. Now we are splitting it based on x is equals 1. So that means a columnar way. So we have 3 columns, so it can be split into three parts, right? So that's what is about the split. Okay, that's what is about the split. Let me print it something here. Now this is the easy and simple part. We will get into the critical part in the next part. Critical thing is coming up for you guys. Now let's say I am not passing something as integer. Instead, I am passing it as a list. Let's see how the output differs. Okay, so this is how it will differ when you pass this, like when you pass this pass a list to the integer value. So the array here will be split into 3 parts. Okay, and then those 3 outputs will be given. Okay, so in the list, the first one is an the first thing refers to the column. So the array will first be split into a colon 1. Okay, then the array will be split between these two numbers, that is 1 colon 2. Then the array will split for the last number, that is the array will split into the last number, that is 2 colon. Okay, so this 3 thing will be outputted based if it's a list is passed into the indices thing. Okay, so this is what is the idea here. So what this basically does, if you see the array in full, it has 3 elements, right? It is a 2 by 3 array, right? Now I am splitting it from 1 to 2, right? So that means we are splitting into these 3 parts. That's how split works. Okay, so this array refers to from where it is, from which, along which axis it will be splitted, and this is how it will work. Now, so this is what is to hold true for row wise. Now if we go for column wise, you see something different, right? So what is this doing now? Here everything is given for only row, right? But here everything is done for column. Okay, so see, the first output is 1 4. The next one will be done for column. The first one that we have seen was done for rows. Now in the second one, the everything will remain the same. Instead, we will do for columns instead of doing it for rows. Okay, so now if you see carefully, these are the splits that you got in there. Okay, 1 4 2 5 and 3 6. Okay, these are the splits you got from there. So every operation is done like this. So whenever you get an index, you split that array individually into 3 parts like this. Okay, and then you concat the output of these 3 separately. So that's what will return you the exact output of the split function. If you split that on the rows, then it will be a row wise split, and it will return you the values and the 1D arrays based on its rows. And if you split it based on column, that is x is 1, then it will return you some values based on the columns itself, the column separation itself. That is what the concept of a split is. What is the advantage of numpy over list? Okay, so this numpy arrays consumes less memory. How? We will see in the next few minutes. Next is, this is faster. We will see an example that how faster numpy arrays can be. And next is more convenient. As you see in list, you didn't had all these methods, right? Sum, min, max, median mode, this concat, h stack, v stack, this all these methods that we have discussed till now. We needed to write those on our own. We need to do this on our own, right? So these are the that's why numpy array is more convenient. And as a data science, and someone was talking about pandas. If you know about pandas already, or if you have read about somewhere, pandas array is only based on numpy array itself. Okay, it is same thing. Okay, pandas array and numpy array will go hand in hand. You will see. Okay, so if you understand numpy array better, it will be easier. It will be cakewalk for the pandas part. Okay, so that is what is about this array part. Okay, that is what is about this numpy part. Without wasting time, I will go into an example first, then I will come to this one. Okay, example will be somewhere down there. Okay, this one. This is a quick example how it is advantageous based on memory space and how it is advantageous based on its accessibility time. We are having time near equals 0. Sorry for that. Let me increase it. We have another 0, another 0. Okay. So see, here is the example for memory size. What we are doing, we are defining a list, right? Range function returns a list, right? We all know. So we have taken a list here. We are getting size of 1, that is 1, and we are multiplying with len of L, right? So 1 is an int, so it will be, so what is why 1? Because L will return a range of range from 0 to 1000, right? L will return that. So 1 will be the element and it will be int. So that's why we have written 1 here, and we have written len of L. So that means L has 1000 elements, and it will take 28 byte for each element to store. From the list basic, you must know this. So that is why it is printing as 28,000. Okay, for that it is printing as 28,000. So for storing 1000 elements in a Python list takes up 28,000 bytes. Okay, whereas for a numpy array it takes up only 4000 bytes. Why is that difference? So as you know, a dot size is, what is a dot size? A dot size is the length of the array. A dot item size is size of the array stored in the memory itself. Okay, so size of the array stored in the memory. So that's what it gives us, 4000. So that is coming as 4000 bytes. So why is that difference? Okay, why is that difference? Why is this huge difference? Now let's go to this PPT. So see, for numpy array, we directly store the data into the pointer. So forget about this dimensions, right? Focus into this data. So this is a numpy array where we have a data head, and the data head points to the data directly. Okay, data directly. So as you might have covered in the list basics, how lists are stored in Python is not directly. Lists are stored on some memory location, and that memory location is returned to the list element. So that's why that is an mutable one, because you and tuple is an immutable one, right? Because in tuple you can change the value, because it directly stores the it doesn't have the memory address of it. It is an immutable one. But in list you will have the memory address stored in it. So whenever you access some element, it is accessing the memory location only, not the direct value. So again, that memory location will have a value. So for storing memory location, it will consider 2 bytes, and for this it will 14. So 14 by 2, 28 bytes for a single memory location it will have. Yeah, list will be having two step of data storage. So first one will be a pointer, second one will be a data. Okay, second one will be a data. And no, numpy is not immutable. Numpy is mutable. We have seen multiple examples, right? Numpy is not immutable. It is not because of this storage that is immutable or mutable. That's what is considered. It is due to some other features. This is just a language construct. So they have made tuple to be immutable, and tuple doesn't store it like this. Okay, numpy is not immutable. Numpy is based on list only, so it is totally immutable. But the storage of data is different. It stores the data directly. Okay, but for Python list, it stores the data in a two ways. Okay, so 14 by 2, 28 bytes will be taken up for a single memory location. Okay, so that's why that's what you saw in the example also, right? In a programmatic example you have seen it. So that is how it is beneficial from the memory location. Okay, now if you see, we are doing some xyz operations, that is adding to list, first adding to list and second adding to numpy arrays. The same thing we are doing. Okay, so here we needed to pass it through a loop, right, for adding. But here we don't need to do that. We can do a clear matrix multiplication by a plus b, and then we are returning the time difference. If you see the time difference here for numpy, for normal list is 0.005. Okay, but for numpy arrays it is 0.000999, something like that. It is too small, because when I was doing it for 10,000 for my machine and configuration, for 1000 actually, it was not even coming something. It was coming in a zero value first, not for 1000. And see, even if you see for thousand lists, 1000 values in list and 1 lakh values in numpy array, still numpy is somewhat faster than list, right? If I do a 1 lakh in both, you will see that real difference. You will see it is 41% faster than a numpy array. Okay, now if I just reduce a 0, it is coming in the range of 0. Okay, that's how lightning fast numpy array is, because in numpy array the access is direct, right? So that is just going into the location, fetching the data and doing the addition or multiplication or whatever you want to do it. So that is what is being done in numpy arrays. Okay, that is what is done in numpy arrays. So that
But one
is,
question, like without memory location, how it identifies actually in numpy array?
in numpy array the object is directly stored in the memory location. Okay, I mean in the RAM, right? In the RAM, in a block, it is directly stored. So numpy contains a data head that directly points to that memory location. Okay, but for Python the items are stored in some other place, and the address of that place is stored in the Python's item head. Okay, so memory location is there for numpy array, but the storage is direct. It is one level storage. Okay, it stores the data directly into the memory location. So it is like in your RAM, in a RAM cell, putting in a direct value instead of putting in another memory address in your RAM location. Okay, so and in that memory location you will find the value. So that's how it works. Okay, so that is what the difference between this numpy storage and like a normal Python list storage. Okay, and for
And
the
one more question: is it going to store it continuously in case of list and numpy? How it stores? Is it going to store continuously, or in the list it will store randomly?
it will get the memory location from the address bus, right? Whatever it gets, it will try and store over there. So there might not be any other pattern, because RAM, it anyways it won't contain lot of values, right? So it depends on the computer system, right? How it allocates the memory to the Python compiler, it will keep on storing like that. So you can't control how your, I mean, Python can't control how your system works, right? How the address bus or how the CPU works, it can't control that part, right? So it based on the entirely based on your system itself. Okay, so we can't really comment on that, how it will be stored. So when you run Python program, if you want to know the backend, what happens, a request goes into your CPU sees if what kind of request it is. If it's a write request or a read request, it takes in the request, it sends into the processor. The processor then processes the request with the help of all the hardwares and the RAMs and all the address buses and the data buses that the computer is connected to. And based on their addresses and their availability and all, it gets written into the location.
Now let's look at one of the most important topics in our agenda, how to become a Django developer. So this is the kind of framework that I would recommend if you wish to become a Django developer. First, you need proper training with the right practice, real-time project experience, and a certification. So when I say proper training, I mean training that's given by experts so that you can learn from them. You can acquire the skill sets that we have discussed in our previous slides, and after acquiring the skill sets, you have to develop the capability of applying those skill sets into problems that you face. And by right practice, you need to learn the concepts that are required for you to become a developer, and then you should be able to solve any assignment that's given to you based on those concepts. You need real-time project experience. This is one of the ways that you can show the employer or a potential employer that you don't not only just know the things that you need to know, you also have experience working with the technologies and building something real. The employer can then look at the things that you have built, the real-time projects, and get a sense of how well versed are you with these technologies. And finally, certification. Now, certification is really important nowadays because everyone who can learn Django is not going to be shortlisted by a company. Certifications allow the companies to figure out who they can shortlist, who they can call, who they can follow up. So certification allows you to get a better chance at a job, allows you to stand out of the crowd. And since you wish to get certified, you can get much better job opportunities than a person who isn't certified.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python by answering this question. What do we use to define a block of code in Python language? A. Key. B. Brackets. C. Indentation. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So the first question that comes in our mind is, what is Django? So imagine you wish to create a web application. This web application has all the common functionality that any web application on the internet needs. So functionality like logging the user in, storing the user's data, retrieving it when the user logs in and requests for the data, and some common authorization functionality to make sure that the users do not alter the data of another user. Now, how do you go about building this? You can build the front page of your application using HTML and CSS, but how do you store the data? How do you program a server to get the data from the front end and then store it and apply all the necessary logic? What's even more complicated, if you wish to add new features, do you re-implement these functionalities from scratch, or do you use some libraries? And how do you manage all of this? This is where Django comes into play. So what Django does is it allows us to write code that's focused solely on our business logic. Instead of having us rewrite the common functionalities like accessing the database, submitting form requests, accessing the form data, processing it, so on and so forth, Django does all the heavy lifting for us, and all we are left to do with is to focus on what our application needs to do. So Django takes care of much of the common tasks that are needed in a web application. Some of the common tasks that are needed are database access, form validation, user authentication, data serialization. So let's take a look at these. So Django simplifies many of the common tasks that are required in a web application, such as database access. Django comes with an ORM that greatly simplifies the database access. ORM stands for Object Relational Mapper. Now, in case you are not aware what ORM means and how to use it, do not worry about it. Stick with me till the end of the slides and I'll show you resources where you can learn all of this. So, broadly speaking, an ORM simply means an abstraction layer, or it makes it easy for our application to interact with the database. In Django, the ORM takes care of all the querying the database and getting the results and then displaying it to the user. So ORM allows you to write your code in Python. Instead of you having to write the SQL queries yourself, you can write the code in Python, and the ORM will then take care of all the database access and database access and resource management for you. If you didn't use Django's ORM, then accessing the database could be a very difficult task, because you have to make sure that all the resources are properly instantiated, properly closed, all the data that's gotten back from the user is sanitized, so on and so forth. The ORM takes care of this for you. Next, we have form validation. So Django provides an easy way to validate submitted data. The form is one of the most common and one of the most predominant ways how users will enter data into your websites, be it login credentials, when they're signing up, when they're submitting a query, so on and so forth. So Django allows us to validate the data and make sure that the data that enters our application is in the correct format as we intended. Django also comes with a built-in user authentication system. Now, in case you wish to implement your own user authentication system in Django, you can do that. However, the inbuilt user authentication system is quite flexible, and it allows you to mold it to your needs. Next, we have data serialization. Serialization may sound like a complicated thing, however, it's a very easy to understand. What it basically means is that it converts data from one format to another format. So in Django's case, you can convert data from the database to a format called JSON, which stands for JavaScript Object Notation. We simply do this to make it easy for us to transfer that data over the internet. Now again, like I said, if in case you are not familiar with JSON, stick with me till the end of the slides, and I'll guide you to some resources that will help you learn all of these things. So when all is said and done, why would you use Django? Or why would anyone use Django? So Django is among the highest paying skills a developer can have. In India alone, the average per annum salary of a Django developer is around 8 lakh per annum. Similarly, in US, it's over $100,000 per annum. Django jobs are also trending. According to a Stack Overflow developer survey that was conducted this year in 2019, Django was among the top 10 most popular technologies in the world. In the same survey, Django was also among the top 10 most loved technologies in the world. Django's popularity has been in a high rise and will continue to do so in coming years, as we can see that Django is very popular in both startups and MNCs. It's popular in startup because its development model allows us to quickly develop applications and services as are required by a startup. And it's also popular in MNCs because it allows our code base to be very stable. It allows it to be easy to use and easy to deploy. So where do we use it? This could be one of the questions that's popping into your mind, so let's look into that. So have you ever wondered how does Instagram remember who you are when you log into the user, you log in with your user account and the photos that you liked? Similarly, have you ever wondered how does Pinterest manage all its photos and all the pins that you have used on the site? Well, Django is the reason that these websites are able to do this. So Django is mostly used to build two kinds of applications, a web application or a RESTful web API. A web application is just some software that is running in your browser over the internet. So for example, think of facebook.com, instagram.com, Pinterest. These are all web applications. These are software that are running in your browser over the internet. Next, let's look at RESTful web APIs. So a web API could be considered a complicated topic. However, the simplest way to understand it is simply a system that will return some data provided you gave it proper requests. So imagine a scenario where you have a service, let's say a photo sharing application, and you wish to create applications for Android operating system, the iOS operating system, and the web. So you have to create three kinds of applications for targeting a broad user space. However, how will these applications get data? Instead of writing a server for all of these applications and then connecting them to separate databases which are synchronized, what you can do is create a RESTful web API. These will ask that RESTful web API for some data, and provided that request is valid, the API will return back the data that they need. So who uses Django? Like I said, Django is one of the most popular web application development frameworks, so stands to reason that some of the most popular companies must be using it. So these are some of the companies that use it. Companies like National Geographic, Mozilla, Pinterest, Instagram, MIT, so on and so forth. And there are many more. An interesting thing to note here is that the users of Django are working in quite different domains. So as you can see, Instagram, Pinterest, and Facebook, all of them are social networking websites, whereas MIT is an educational institute and Discuss is an online commenting platform. So if you are wondering whether your use case will be sufficiently tackled by Django, you do not have to worry about it, since many of the big companies that work in quite different domains have been able to use Django for their needs. So who can learn Django? Or to put it simply, what are the prerequisites that a person needs to know in order to begin learning Django? So if you wish to learn Django, these are the three things that you should know. Things like HTML, World Wide Web, and programming. Now, if you are unfamiliar with any of these things, do not worry about it. Just stick with me till the end of the slides and I'll tell you about some resources where you can learn these as well. So you need to know HTML because whatever application you create using Django, at the end of the day, it's going to output HTML, which will be returned to the browser, which will then render it to the user. So any website that you have ever visited uses HTML. It's the bedrock of the modern internet. So you need to know what HTML is, and you need to know the basics of how HTML works and how to write a basic page. You don't need to be an expert in these technologies. Similarly, for the World Wide Web, what you need to know is the request response cycles, the status codes, really basic stuff. You don't need to know the ins and outs of the entire World Wide Web. And you need to know programming because since you'll be using Django, you need to program a server, and for that you need to have some basic understanding of how to write code and how to program something. So let's take a look at the skills that are required to become a Django developer. So these are the skills that you should have in order to become a Django developer. Now again, if any of these skills sound a bit esoteric to you and you think you don't have proper understanding of these, you can just stick with me till the end of the slides and I'll show you how you can go about learning these things. So the first thing is basics of Python programming. Now since Django is written in Python, it stands to reason that you know the Python programming language. Again, you do not need to know the ins and outs of the language. You do not have to be an expert in Python, but you do need to know the basics. That way it will be easy for you to get started with Django. Then there's object-oriented programming. Now object-oriented programming is a complicated topic to explain, but to put it simply, it's just a way to structure your code in a way that it gets separated into smaller, more manageable pieces called modules. These modules are created using classes and objects, which are concepts in object-oriented programming. Then there's sequences and file operations. You do need to know file operations so that you can log user requests or log some other kind of data that you wish to in a file. Those files can then be later analyzed and look for patterns or for security threats, so on and so forth. Now we also need to know testing and debugging. This is where Django shines because Django comes in with a testing framework of itself. So if you wish to write code and write test for it, Django has the capability of doing so. Testing allows your application to be very robust, and debugging also allows your application to be error free and robust and scalable, and Django allows you to do all of that. Now you also need to know regular expressions. Regular expressions, if you're unaware, are basically ways to create patterns that and check if that pattern matches a text or a block of text. Now, you do not need to be a master in regular expressions. In fairness, regular expressions are quite hard to learn in depth, but you do need to know the basics. That way it will be helpful for you so that you can use them in your Django application. You need to know the basic database operations, because every application that you create will be interacting with the database. In every way, shape or form, every application on the internet uses one database or the other. So if you wish to log the user in, you need to know if the user has authentic credentials, and for that you need to move into the database and look at the user's credentials, and if they match, then the user enters into the site. Similarly, there are many ways you can use databases in your web application. So you need to know the basics such as creating a table, inserting a data, deleting data, just the bare minimum, the basics. Do not need to know it completely from inside out. Next, you need to know the basics of HTTP. HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. It's a protocol that is used on the internet to transfer requests and get back response. So you need to know how the request response cycle works in the HTTP, what are headers, what are response codes, what do these response codes mean. Just the basic stuff, nothing too in depth. And you need to know HTML templates as well. So templates basically allow you to define some structure of a page, and that page has some slots left blank. Then dynamically you can generate some data and fill in the blanks. So for instance, suppose you log into your Facebook account and your friend logs into his Facebook account, and if you look at the pages, you'll see that both of the pages have similar structure, just the data inside that structure is different. So instead of his username in your account, your username would be coming up, and so on and so forth. So this is done by HTML templating, and you need to know this so that you can create your own templates and bind data to them using Django. Then there's data submission through forms. So like I said, forms are one of the most important topics in a web application, because this is how your user will be submitting data to you. You need to know how to process those forms. You need to know how to extract data from the form request that has been sent back from the user, and you need to process them and find out if they are in the right format, so on and so forth, so that you can save them into the database. But before saving them into the database, you do need to validate them. So if you have a business rule that says that the password that the user enters should be at least 8 characters, and if the user submits a password that's less than 8 characters or does not match any of the rules that you have defined, then you need to make sure that that happens. The user gets back the response that the password was invalid, or the password had less than 8 characters, so on and so forth. Now this is what data validation means, and data validation is one of the most important topics for developing a web application, because you do not want your database compromised with invalid data, which could be later very difficult to eradicate, and Django helps with this. And finally, serialization. As I've already mentioned, serialization is the process of converting data from one format into another format. Now in Django's case, since we're working with the web, the data is usually converted into either XML or JSON. Predominantly people use JSON because it's very easy to convert to JSON, very easy to parse, and it's very human readable and compact. So when we talk about serialization, we basically means converting data from a format to JSON so that it can be transferred over the internet. Now let's look at one of the most important topics in our agenda: how to become a Django developer. So this is the kind of framework that I would recommend if you wish to become a Django developer. First, you need proper training with the right practice, real-time project experience, and a certification. So when I say proper training, I mean training that's given by experts so that you can learn from them. You can acquire the skill sets that we have discussed in our previous slides, and after acquiring the skill sets, you have to develop the capability of applying those skill sets into problems that you face. And by right practice, you need to learn the concepts that are required for you to become a developer, and then you should be able to solve any assignment that's given to you based on those concepts. You need real-time project experience. This is one of the ways that you can show the employer or a potential employer that you don't not only just know the things that you need to know, you also have experience working with the technologies and building something real. The employer can then look at the things that you have built, the real-time projects, and get a sense of how well versed are you with these technologies. And finally, certification. Now, certification is really important nowadays because everyone who can learn Django is not going to be shortlisted by a company. Certifications allow the companies to figure out who they can shortlist, who they can call, who they can follow up. So certification allows you to get a better chance at a job, allows you to stand out of the crowd. And since you wish to get certified, you can get much better job opportunities than a person who isn't certified.
So simply put, a web application is a software that can be accessed from a browser. Now, what is a browser? Well, a browser is an application with which you can browse websites. So we've got different browsers such as Mozilla Firefox, Google Chrome, and Internet Explorer. And with the help of these browsers, we can access a web application. Now, for communication to take place between any two entities, there has to be a proper set of rules between them for them to communicate. So let's say there are two people who want to communicate with each other. Now, for them to understand each other, they'd have to speak or they'd have to know the same language, and they'd have to speak the language with proper grammar, and only then they'd be able to understand each other. And same is the case when it comes to a web browser and web application. So both of them should know the same language, and both of them should follow the same rules when speaking that language. So these rules between the browser and the web application are known as protocols. So there are different protocols such as HTTP protocol and the FTP protocol, which help the web browser and the web application to communicate with each other. Now, a web application or a web server can host different web resources such as a PDF resource, a HTML resource, and a JSON resource. Now, a browser, if it wants access to these web resources, then it would send a request to this web application. Then this web application would access that particular resource and in response would give that resource to this browser with the help of these protocols. So let me reiterate this. This browser, by following those protocols, so it could either be HTTP protocol or the FTP protocol, it sends a request to this web application and it basically tells the web application that, so I'd want this PDF resource. So in response, the web application accesses this PDF resource and it gives to the web browser. So this is how a web browser is able to communicate with the web application. So now that we've understood what exactly is a web application, let's understand what is a web framework. Now, when it comes to most of the web applications, most of their core features remain the same. That is, most of these web applications require some sort of authentication. So they need some sort of security, and most of them require database connectivity and so on. So there are some core features which are common to all of these websites. Now, let's say you are building a website from scratch and you would have to build everything from start. So that would be a very tiresome and a very cumbersome task. You'd have to start off by giving in all of the security features by yourself, all of the database connectivity features by yourself. And that is a Herculean task. So this is where a web framework comes in. So you can consider a web framework to be a collection of different APIs and classes which would help you to build a website very easily. So a web framework consists of different features such as it'll make your life very easier. So it provides you automatic features for working with the database, it'll provide you templates, and it'll also provide you security features. So let's talk about the first one, which is database. So with the help of a web framework, you don't have to establish the connection with the database all by yourself. So the web framework takes care of the database connectivity by itself, and it's a very easy task. Now the web framework also gives you a lot of templates. So what exactly is a template? Well, when a web browser sends a request to the web application, the web application has to return something. Now, when it returns, it has to have a proper template. So this is where different templates come in. So this is where you can actually choose how your response looks like, how your result looks like. And then obviously your web framework would provide proper security features. So when you're building a website, there is a very good chance that hackers out there might add in malicious links into your website. So this is where a web framework provides you proper security features so that it is not breached by any unwanted malwares or any unwanted attacks. Right.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So there are a lot of web frameworks out there, such as you've got Django, you've got Flask, you've got Pyramid, and you've got Web2Py. And in this course, we're going to learn comprehensively about the Django framework. Right. So let's understand some of the features of the Django framework. So Django is one of the most popular open source web frameworks built for Python. So with the help of Django, you can build web applications in a fast and simple way. So it wouldn't really take you much time to get started with Django, right? So let's say if you're building a website from scratch, and if it takes you around 10 days to build a website, on the other hand, if you choose Django and you try to build your website, then it would take maybe 1 or 2 days to complete building your website. So Django is extremely fast to build your web applications. And the next feature of Django is it is secure of clickjacking and SQL injection. So what exactly is clickjacking? Well, as I've already told you, when you're building a website, there are a lot of cases where hackers might try to add some sort of malicious links in your website. So this is where Django provides foolproof methods to secure for clickjacking, right? So there would be absolutely no chance for a hacker to add malicious links into your web application. And also Django provides security for SQL injection. So what is SQL injection? Now you guys also know that database is the most important feature when it comes to backend websites. So there might be cases where a hacker might want to get into the database which is connected with the website. So if he gets into the database, then he'd have the entire access of all of the users and their entire information. So this is where Django provides security so that no hacker is able to penetrate your database. Now Django also provides scalability. So what do I mean by this? So let's say if you start off by 10 users when you're building the website, but then again your web application becomes a hit and your number of users keep on growing. So from 10 users, let's say your number of users go on to around 1000 users. Now to have this capacity of 1000 users, your website or web application has to scale up, and Django helps you with that. And finally, obviously Django helps in database integration. So with the help of Django, you can connect with either MySQL or SQL Server. So it becomes extremely easy for your web application to be connected with the database. Right. Now let's look some of the famous companies which use Django framework. So we've got Instagram, Dropbox, Pinterest, and Spotify. So all of these major companies out there are using Django to maintain their websites. Right. Now let's go ahead and actually install Django into our system. So the prerequisite while installing Django needs to be that we actually have Python installed in our system. So to see if Python is installed in our system, we need to go to command prompt and we need to type in this command. So Python space hyphen version. So we'll go ahead and we have to type in this command, and if this gives in a Python version, then it would mean that Python is installed in our system, else it is not. Now after that, we'd have to go ahead and install Django into our systems with this command, which is pip install Django. Right. Now let me actually go to command prompt. So I'll just type in cmd over here and let me check my Python version. So I'll type in Python space hyphen version. Right. So I see that Python is installed and the Python version is Python 3.7.4. Now to install Django into my system, all I have to do is type in pip install Django. Now since I already have Django installed in my system, I'll not go ahead and click on enter. Right. Now that we have installed Django into our systems, let's go ahead and create our first Django project. So to create a new Django project, we'd have to use this command over here, Django admin start project, and then we'd have to give in the name of the project. So over here, the name of the project is website. So when we go ahead and run this command, this will create a new folder from where we started the command prompt. Now, if we go into this folder website, this would comprise of another folder with the same name as the root directory. So the name of the root directory was website, and inside this there'll be another folder with the name website, and this folder comprises of all of these files. So it'll have an init file, a settings.py file, a urls.py file, and wsgi file. Right, now let's actually go ahead and create a Django project. So let me type in the command. So the command was Django-admin. After this, I'd have to type in start project, and then I'd have to give in the name of the project. So the name of the project is website. So I'll click on enter. Now let me go to desktop and see if this has been created. Right. So over here we see that there is this new folder with the name website. I'll go inside this, and as we saw in the PPT over here, we have this folder website, and the name of this folder is the same as the root folder, and there is another .py file with the name manage. And I'll go inside this. Now this has all of these files over here. So there is init.py, settings.py, urls.py, and wsgi.py. Now let's actually understand all of these files in PyCharm over here. So starting with init.py. So this file basically makes sure that our folder is treated as a package, right? So this init.py, this over here makes sure that this website folder is actually treated as a package and not just as any other folder. Then we've got the settings.py file. So the settings.py file comprises of different settings. So we've got the security. So we've got the secret key over here to launch our app. And then we've got different settings. So these are the settings for the installed apps over here. So these are the different installed apps. And then we've got the middleware for the security purpose. After that, we've got the list of templates over here. So these are the different settings in this settings.py file. And then we have this urls.py file. Now, every website or every web application has different URLs. So when you open a website and you scroll through different tabs of it, what you're basically doing is you're scrolling through different web apps, or you're scrolling through different URLs over here. And this, what you see are the list of the URLs which are present in that website. So let me actually give an example of this. So over here, I am at this site intellipaat.com blog, and this is the URL. Now what I'll do is I'll open this first link. Right, so over here, this is the next URL over here. What is natural language processing? Now similarly, let me open this tab over here. So over here, the URL which you see is ETL tutorial for beginners. Now these are just URLs which are given inside this list over here, right? So this is why the urls.py file is used to give in the list of all of the URLs of your resources. And then we have the wsgi.py file. So this basically stands for Web Server Gateway Interface, and it is used to establish a connection between the web application and the web server. So for that communication to take place properly, wsgi.py file is used. And then we finally have the manage.py file. So this is actually used to run the server and add different users to the web application.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python Django by answering this question. What is the value of debug when the website is online or deployed? A. False. B. True. C. None. D. Null. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now that we've looked at the core files of our project, let's understand about URL mapping and views. So let's say if there is a match of that resource in the urls.py file, then the urls.py file would call a view. Now this view is nothing but functions or classes which take a web request and return a web response. Now let's again understand URL map. So we've got a user who requests for a resource from this browser over here. Now that resource could be anything. So it could be a tutorials page, it could be a blog page, or it could be any other page. So this request is sent to this urls.py file. So the URL over here is tutorials.urls. So if it is found in this urls.py file, then it will invoke a function from this view. And this view would respond with that particular resource to this browser. So this is what basically happens when a browser sends a request to the web application. Right, so now we'll go ahead and create our first Django app. Right, so we'd have to open our command prompt and go to the same directory where we created the project, and we'd have to enter that directory. And now after that, we'll type in dir just to make sure that we have the project name in the manage.py file. And then we'll use this command over here. So the command is python manage.py run server, and this will boot up our web server. Right, and this is what we get. So we'd have to use this link over here, go to this link, paste it in our browser location, and we'd have successfully launched our project. Alright, so let me actually do this. So let me go inside the project. So I'll type in cd website. Now let me type in dir over here. So I see the name of the directory, which is website, and I also have the manage.py file. Now I'd have to launch the server. So to launch the server, I'd have to type in Python, and then I'd have to give in manage.py. After that, I just have to type in run server. So this is where the project would be open. I'll copy this over here and I'll paste this. I'll click enter. Right, so we have successfully launched our project. So we see that the install worked successfully. Congratulations. Now let's say I want to add a new web application to my website over here. So what I'll do is I will go inside this project over here. So I'll just open command prompt and I'll exit this. So to exit, I'd have to press Ctrl C. Now I'll open another command prompt. So from over here inside this project, I will type in cmd and I'd have to create a new web application. So to create a new web app, this would be the syntax. So I'll type in python manage.py. After that, I'll type start app and given the name of the app. So let's say the name of the app is tutorial. Right, so I've successfully created this new folder inside my parent directory. Right, so initially we did not have this tutorial folder over here. After running this command python manage.py start app tutorial, we have created a new folder with the name tutorial. Now let me also open PyCharm. So you see that we have this new folder over here which comprises of all of these files. Now if you look closely, one file is missing from this tutorials folder, which is the URLs folder. So I'll go ahead and have a copy of this. So let me go to the parent folder over here. Right, so let me open website. I'll copy this URLs folder and go inside the tutorial folder and paste it over here. Now I have the urls.py file inside my tutorial folder as well. Right, so now I'd have to create a new web application where I actually want the web page to just show this text. This is Sparta. So let me see how that can happen. So let me start off by going into this urls.py file. So this is what we have over here. Now this is the initial URL. Now instead of this, what I want is I want this to print something. So I'll type in path over here, and since this would be returning from the home page, I'll just put in single quotes over here. So if I put in single quotes as the first argument, this means that I'm returning something from the home page. And then I'd have to add a view. As we saw in the previous slides, for the web application to return something, it needs a view. So I'll type in views dot, and then I'll give in the name of the function, which would be home. So I'll type in name equals home. Now after this, we also have to import views. So I'll type in from all import views. Right, so all of the errors have been removed over here. Now I'll remove this one over here. So this, what you see, is just a list of all of the URLs which are present in this web application. Right, now after this, we have added this view over here, but we don't actually have this view inside this view.py file. So let me go ahead and add the function. So I'll type in def and then I will name the function as home. Because in this urls.py file, I have given the name of this view as home. Alright, so let me go to this view. Now since we know that a view actually takes a request from a web browser, right? So web browser sends a request to this view and this view in response returns something. So I'll just type in request over here. And inside this, I'll give in the body. So this has to return something. But since the request is in the form of HTTP, the return or the response also needs to be in the form of a HTTP protocol. So I'll use the function HTTP response over here, and inside this, what I want the home page to return is this text. So this is Sparta, and this is what the home page will show when I open it. Right. Now again we have this error over here because we actually have to import this. So I'll type in from django.http import HTTP response. Right, so this is also done. Now the last thing which we have to do is we have made the changes in the urls.py file of our web application, but we also have to add this link in our main project over here. Right, so I'll go into the urls.py file of my main project, and inside this I'll again add a path, and over here I'll put in single quotes over here. So this would mean that this is the main page, and to this main page I have to include the tutorials page. So include tutorial.urls. So I'll put in a comma over here, and I'd also have to import the include method. So I'll include this. Right, so we have everything set up. Now what I'll do is I'll open command prompt again, run the project and see what happens. So I am inside my project over here. So I'll type in Python manage.py run server. Alright, now let me copy this over here and let me paste it again. So we have successfully created this web application where our home page shows this text. This is Sparta. Now just for practice, let me actually create another project and another app over here. So this time I'll name this project as Sparta. So we all know the command. So that would be Django-admin start project. After this, I'd have to give in the name of the project, which would be Sparta. So let me go to desktop. Right, so we have successfully created this new folder with the name Sparta. I'll go inside this, and this is what we have over here. So we have this manage.py file, and we also have the Sparta folder, and it comprises of these 4 files, which we know what exactly are. Alright, now I'd have to go ahead and create a new web app inside this. So I am over here. Now let me go ahead and type in cd Sparta. Now let me type in dir. So we see that we have this manage.py file, and we also have this Sparta folder. Now inside this I'd have to create a new web app. So I'll type in Python, and then I'd have to give in the manage.py file. After this I'll type start app and give in the name of the app. So the name of the app is, let's say 30. So I'll just hit enter. Now I've created this new folder 30, which comprises of all of these files. Now again, this does not have the urls.py file, so I'll open the Sparta folder. I'll copy this and I will paste it inside this 30 folder over here. Now let me go ahead and open this with PyCharm. So we have this folder over here. So this is our main folder, and this is the web app over here, and this is the urls.py file of the main project, and this is the urls.py file of our web application. Now I'd have to add a URL over here. So I'll type in path, and since this is being redirected from the home page, I'll just put in single quotes over here, and then I'll have to type in the view, which would return something. So view dot, and this time I'll just name it to be Sparta again. And after this, so this actually has to be views and not view, and then the name as well, I'll give this as Sparta. Right, so over here I'd have to import the views method. So from all import, I'd have to type in views. Right, so we have made the changes to the urls.py file of this web app. Now I'll go to the views.py file and let me create the method over here. So def, and then I'd have to give in the name of the view, which would be, let me just confirm over here. So the name of the view is Sparta. So def of Sparta, and this takes in a request over here. So I'll type in request, and this would return something, and the return would be in the form of HTTP response. So I'll type in HTTP response, and the response would be we are 300. Now let me go ahead and import this from Django.http import http response, right? So we have also made the changes in the views.py file, and we'd have to make the final change, which is in the urls.py file. So over here I'd have to import the include method and also add in a new path over here, right? So now I'd have to include the final path over here. So let me put in tab over here, lb path, I'll put in single quotes over here, and after this I'd have to use the include method, and I'd have to include 30.urls. I'll just put in a comma over here, right? So we have successfully created this web app. Now let me go ahead and run the manage.py file. So lb python manage.py, and I'll type in run server. Let me copy this link again and paste it over here, right? So we have successfully created this web app where it states we are 300.
Here we will discuss the Capstone project for Django self-paced course. This project encapsulates all the concepts of Django that we have already discussed. So without any delay, let's take a look at the agenda. First of all, we will build a web application using Django Web Framework. Then we will extend a web application with REST API capabilities using Django REST Framework. Alright, now let's see what are the softwares that need to be installed in our systems. First of all, Python should be there, Django should be installed, and then Django REST Framework should be installed as well. For managing the database, we will be using MySQL. And last but not the least, you should have Postman or Insomnia to handle the HTTP requests. So let's start with the first part of our Capstone project. Here we are supposed to build a web application using Django Web Framework where users can see and post their thoughts. The first requirement is the web application will have a dashboard or home where latest posts will appear. Second requirement is in order to post thoughts, one has to be a registered user. So that means we need to create a registration form. Third requirement is user needs to be logged in order to see their profile in the navigation bar. So that means we need to create a login logout system as well. Fourth requirement is user can post new thoughts from their profile only. So that means we are supposed to create a profile for users. Fifth requirement is from database latest post will appear in the dashboard. And the sixth requirement is users should be able to log out once they are done. And that is part of login logout system itself. So yeah, let's get our hands dirty and let's start with the project. Alright, let's go ahead and create a new project. We'll head on to command prompt. We'll run this command Django admin start project, and we'll name this project as project. Hit enter. So this command will create a project directory inside the directory that we are running the command prompt from. So yes, this project directory has been created. Let's go back to our command prompt and go inside this project directory. Project. Yes, we are inside project directory, and now we are gonna start an application. And let's say the application is called home, which will be our main application. And we'll run this command python manage.py start app and hit enter. Alright, so let's go back to the directory. Yes, home application has been created for us, but before moving ahead, let's go inside this directory, and as you can see, one file has been missing here, which is urls.py, and let's go inside project directory and copy and paste this file over there. Now in order to perform further operations, I will open PyCharm. Alright, before moving ahead, I have to perform some changes inside this settings.py file. So I will be changing the database from the default one, which is our SQLite tree, to MySQL. And then I have to add the database name here in place of the default one. Let's keep it project. And then I have to add the user, which is my root, and then I have to add the password here as well. Here password is empty, so I'll leave it blank, and then I'll add the host, which is my local host, and then I have to add the port number as well, which is gonna be 3306. And last but not the least, I have to add one option here so that I can prevent data loss from my database, and it goes like this: option, and inside the dictionary we have to add command set SQL mode to strict transtable. Okay, and yes, so this is our configuration for MySQL database. We have to perform one more configuration here. Since we have created a new application called home, we have to let Django know that we have a newly created application in our project, and in order to do that we have to add it inside the installed apps list, and let's add it here. Yeah, and we are good to go. And before we run our server, let's go ahead and create the database that we just added here, and let's open XAMPP and run Apache server and MySQL. Let's click on admin. It will lead you to localhost php myadmin page where you can create a new database, and let's name it as project, and let's create it. Alright, so we have a database here called project, and now let's go ahead and open command prompt and let's run our server. Run server, hit enter, and yes, our server is running in this address, and let's go ahead and see how does it look. We will be building our web application in this web server. So let's go ahead and start our development process. First of all, we'll be setting the URLs path so that we get to see the home page of our web application when we land on our Django's development page. Alright, let's go back to our project and let's go inside projects, urls.py. First we'll include here, and then we'll set the URLs path for our development page, and we have to keep it blank, and we'll include, so here we'll be including home applications URL. So basically this command will point to the home applications urls.py file, and there we have to add another URL path so that we get to see a view when we land on the home page. But before we add a view here, we have to import the views inside the views.py file. So let's go ahead and import from .import views. Alright, now we will add one view. Let's say we call it home. We have not created any views yet. We have to create it afterwards, and let's name it home. Alright, now let's go to our views.py file, and we don't have any views here, so we have to create a view called home. Alright, and it will take a request obviously, and we will be rendering template or a view that will show up in the development page. So we will render the request and it will return, let's say, a template called homepage.html, and then we don't have any context here. Let's keep it blank. Alright, so this is our view, but since we might have noticed here that we don't have any HTML files or any template files created yet. So let's go to our project and create a directory here for our templates. We'll store all of our templates here. Let's go inside the template and create a HTML file. Let's create the base file here, and from that base file we will be inheriting all the templates inside our template folder. So let's create another HTML file. Let's say homepage. Yes. Alright, now let's go inside base.html directory and we will add the tags here. Let's say a block called title, and we will end the block here. End block title, sorry, end block title, and similarly we'll be adding another block here for our content. So block content, let's keep it blank as of now, and let's end our block here. Alright, now let's go to our homepage.html. Let's remove this and let's extend the base file. Extends and here base.html. Alright, now inside the title block, block title, we want to add a title here. Let's end it. Let's say post your thoughts. Post your thoughts. And then we will be having some content, obviously, and as of now let's try a simple one. Block content. Let's end the block content here, and let's add something. Let's say inside a paragraph we will add hello everybody. Hello everybody. Alright, so we have created our templates inside the folder called template, but Django doesn't know it yet. So in order to tell Django that we have created another folder called template inside our project, and when you are looking for templates you need to go and open this folder called template. In order to do that we have to go inside this project's settings.py folder and make some configurations inside this templates. We have to follow this format. Let's copy this and paste it inside, and we will just name our folder, which is template. Alright, so Django can tell that it'll look for templates inside this template folder. Now let's go back to our command prompt. Let's run this server again. Yes, this server is working. Let's go back to our command prompt and run our server again. And it's working, it seems. And let's refresh it, and there seems to be a problem here. Alright, so in this file we have a syntax error. Let's go back to our project inside. So let's remove this space here. Yes. Alright, let's run our server again. Let's go back to browser and refresh it. Yes, it's working fine. As you can see, our title has been displayed here and our content is being displayed here. So let's go back to our project and start developing the web application that we are supposed to build. Alright, now let's go ahead and create a navigation bar option inside our web application. And in order to do that, we'll go inside template folder and create another HTML file. Let's call it navbar. Hit enter. Let's remove this and extend our base file here. Base.html file extends base.html. Alright, let's inside the block content we will add our navigation bar. So let's just end the block here and no space and block content. And then inside this we will create our navigation bar. Let's keep it unordered list, and inside this we will have a list of options that we want in our navigation bar. For example, home, user profile, about, login, registration, things like that. As of now, let's create list, and inside that we want our home option. As of now, let's keep the href to blank, and let's say we want to display the about option as well. And in order to do that, we have to create this another list called about, and yeah, and then we want user registration form option here as well. And so in order to add it, we will add the registration form option here. Let's keep it blank. Let's call it sign up. Alright, as of now, let's see if it is working or not. And let's go back to our home page. Let's include the navigation bar HTML file here. So we will include the navbar.html inside the block content, remember. So we would include our navigation bar option inside the home.html page. So let's go back to our server and refresh it. Yes, you can see our navigation list has been displayed over here, and we will customize it, but we got to know that this is working. But in order to customize it, we have to create a CSS file. So but we will make this project structured, and in order to keep it clean, we will create another directory. Let's call it static. Alright, let's go ahead and create this static file, and here we will be storing all of our CSS, images or JavaScript files. So let's go inside this and create a file. In fact, let's create a folder called CSS so that we can keep it clean. And alright, now inside this I will create one file called bootstrap.css. Hit enter. And since we are not focusing much on the front end part, so I'll just add one simple CSS file over here, and you can pause the video and watch the configurations here. Alright, so I will paste it over here and save it. Alright, now we have a folder called static, and inside this we have a CSS directory where we are storing one simple bootstrap CSS. And in order to tell Django that we have this static file inside our project, what we are going to do is we have to configure it. And in order to do that, we have to go inside settings.py and perform one simple configuration. I'll just copy the configurations here and I'll explain it what's going on.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python by answering this question. What do we use to define a block of code in Python language? A. Key. B. Brackets. C. Indentation. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So this configuration is for Django to create one folder called assets, which will be the static root, and this assets folder will be basically the replica of the folder that we have stored our static files in, which is static. So, and every time we modify the static folder, we have to perform one command in command prompt to update the assets folder as well. Now let's go ahead and save this, and let's go back to our command prompt, and let's clear the screen, and now let's perform the command that I was talking about. Python manage.py collect static, hit enter. As you can see, 20 static files copied to assets. Alright, now if you go back to the project, you can see one folder called assets has been created for us. So inside this we have the CSS file, and if you click here, you can see the CSS file here. Now let's go back to our command prompt and let's run our server. Python manage.py server, hit enter. Yes, it's working fine. Now let's go back to the browser and see if the changes are reflecting. Okay, I think we have made some mistake here. Alright, let's check here. Okay, the link has to be added inside the block content. Yeah, let's save it. Let's refresh it. As you can see, we have the navigation bar over here, and let's go ahead and create a registration form, user registration form. So I'll head back to my project. Now let's go ahead and create a new application called users, where we will be creating our user registration forms, login logout systems, things like that. So let's go ahead and head on to our command prompt. Let's stop this server for a while, and let's create one application. Python manage.py start app. Let's name it users, hit enter. Alright, let's go back to our project. Yes, users has been created for us. Now let's copy and paste our urls.py from project. Let's head on to our project and let's open projects, copy, and then paste it over here. Alright, let's refresh it. Let's go back to our project. Users.py has been added in the users application as well. So before moving ahead, we have to add this newly created application inside the installed apps list. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's hit enter and add our newly created application over here. Alright, let's save it, and now we will go inside users views, and we will create one view that will show the user registration form. So in order to do that, I will import the user creation form from Django.contrib. Oh my god, contrib.auth.forms, and we will import the user creation form. Let's create our view now. Let's call it register, and it will take the request. And alright, so we want this view to render one form context. So in order to do that, I will store my user creation form inside this instance. Let's call it form, and let's do that, and let's return request. Well, we are gonna render one template here as well, so let's name it register, html. Now we are going to render the context that I was talking about, the form context. So in order to do that, I will have to add it inside a dictionary. And alright, I have to add a render here. So let's go ahead and create this template so that we can render this inside our view, and we will add it inside the template directory. HTML file, register, the same name that you have given over there. So enter, delete all this, and now we are going to extend the base file over here. Extends base.html, enter. Now let's load the static folder as well, and load static. Now we will add the navigation bar over here. Now let's start our block content. Let's start block content, and then we will add the navigation bar over here. Nav bar.html. Next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start a div so that I can separate my form from the navigation bar div. So now I'm gonna add my form inside this directory. Let's go ahead and create the form. I will start the form tag here. Now this form will be taking post method. Since we are using post method here, so we have to add the CSRF token over here in order to avoid the cross-site request forgery, and this token looks like this, CSRF token. Now I'm gonna add the field set over here where I will be rendering my form context inside this field set. Let's go ahead and render our form.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And I will be rendering it as paragraph. So before this form context, I want to display one simple text. Let's say I'm going to add one legend over here, and I want it to display join now. And let's go ahead and save this. But we have only created the form over here, but we have not added any button for users to submit the form. So let's go ahead and create a button, and let's add the button tag over here. So I want this button to have button class, and also I want it to be of type submit. Let's go ahead and write the text I want inside the button. Let's say sign up, and yes. Let's save this, and let's go back to our URL. So we have to add one URL for this view that we have just created for user registration form. Now let's go ahead and add one URL path for the user registration form that we have just created. And let's head on to users, and let's remove this, and in place of home.urls, I will just add the view that I want to be rendered over here. The view. Alright, let's import the view first from .import. So I want the register view to be rendered over here. Let's name it register. Alright, now let's go ahead and add the URL path that will be pointing to our users urls.py. So we have to go inside projects folder, and we will be adding another URL path over here for our register form. So we will add register, and we will include the user we will include the users.urls folder and let's save it. Alright, and now let's go ahead and create the user registration form and the login logout system. And for that I will head on to users views.py and I will import. Let's go ahead and create user registration form, and first of all I will create one new Python file over here. Let's say forms, and inside this I will add my registration form. First of all, let's go ahead and import forms from Django. Let's import forms. Now I will be importing user creation form, and basically Django contrib.auth.forms import user creation form. So basically this user creation form will have three fields: username and password 1 and password 2, but it does not have the emails field. So in order to do that, we will create one class over here. Let's name this new class as user register form, and we will be inheriting it from user creation form. Now we want the email field over here. So in order to do that, I will add this new instance called email, and I want my forms to have email field. Alright, now I'm gonna create one meta class over here, meta. So it's gonna have the model, which is built-in user model. So I have to import this user model before I can add it over there, and in order to do that I will import from Django contrib auth models import user. So let's import it, and we want the fields such as username, email, password 1 and password 2 to be displayed over there. So I'll mention it over here. Fields equal to, I'll add it inside a list. So username and your email, then password 1 and password 2. Alright, let's go ahead and save it. Let's go to our views, where I will be creating the view for user registration form. Let's go ahead and import the form that we have just created. .forms import user register form. Alright, now let's go ahead and create our view. Let's name it a register. It will take a request, and yes, if the form request is post, then we will perform some operations such as checking if the form is valid or not, and if it is, then we are going to save it, and we want Django to redirect us to the login page once we submit the form. So if the request method is post, then I'm gonna check the validation of the form. So in order to do that, let's create one instance, form instance, using the user register form, and now I am ready to check if the form is valid or not. Form dot is valid, then I am gonna save if the form is valid. Alright, now I want Django to redirect us into the login page once I submit the form. So in order to do that, I will just enter return redirect, but before I redirect it, I have to import the redirect function here. So let's, yes, alright, now it's working. Now let's go ahead with the condition else. If the request method is not post, we want the Django to display us the same form. So let's say form instance, and I want the user register form, and I want to return the same template. And let's go ahead and register.html, and I want to render the form instance over here. Alright, I have to remove one M from here. Alright, now I have my view for my registration form. Now let's go ahead and create this register.html template, and I also don't have a login page. I will also have to create it before I run my server. Let's go ahead and create a template now. Create a new HTML file. Let's name it register. Hit enter. Let's remove all of this and extend our base file over here. Things base.html. Hit enter, and then I will be importing the static file. I will be loading it. Load static, and then I will start my block content. Block content. All right, and my block and block content. All right, now inside this I will add my registration form, but before that I want the page to display the navigation bar as well. So let's go ahead and add the navigation bar. Include navbar.html. Alright, now let's go ahead and create the form. I want the form and the navigation bar to be separate. I don't want it to overlap, so I want to create a new div for my form. So I just started. Alright, let's go ahead and create a form here. So my form is going to take the method post method, and since we are using a post method over here, we have to add the token CSRF token in order to avoid the cross-site request forgery. So we will add the token over here, CSRF underscore token, and yeah, let's go ahead and start a field set, and this will contain my form. So I want my form to be displayed over here. Let's display it as paragraph, and also I want to display one text inside this field set. Let's add a legend over here. Let's say join. Oh, all right, now let's save it. But before we move ahead, we will add one style here so that the navigation bar and the registration form don't get overlapped. So I will just add the styles, and let's say I will add one margin top, let's say 80 pixels, and I want the width of the form to be around 900 pixels, and let's say I want the margin to be set at 80 pixels and outer. Alright, now let's go ahead and save it. Now that we have the template as well as the view for our registration form, let's go ahead and create the URL. We will go to users.urls.py, and I will just remove it. So I want to render one view over here. My views. Alright, I have to import my view before I do that. From dot import views. Now I can import my register view, and I will just name it register. Alright, let's save it, and I will go ahead and add one URL path in my main application. which is my project, and I will go to URLs so that this URL will lead or map to the users url.py folder. So let's go ahead and do that. Register, and I will include the user URLs folder. Alright, let's save it. Alright, I have to add one comma over here, and now I can go ahead and save it. Alright, then let's go ahead and run our server, and I will restart it. It's working fine. Let's go to browser, let's refresh it, and now let's head to register. Okay, it's throwing an error here. Let's check what the error is. Alright, let's fix it in a second. Alright, let's check our forms. Yes, we have made a mistake here. Let's fix it. Then let's check our view. We need to add one request method here. Let's add the request post here, and I have to add parentheses here. So let's save it, and let's go back to our command prompt. Let's restart it. Okay, and let's refresh it. Yes, our registration form has been displayed over here, and but have you noticed one thing? We don't have a submit button here, and our registration form does not look pretty. But in order to do these things, let's go back to our project. First of all, I will import one package called crispy forms, which will enhance the user interface of the form. So let's go ahead and install it. In order to do that, I will run this command: pip install Django crispy forms. Hit enter. It's gonna take a few seconds to install, and yep, we have already installed it. So let's clear the screen. Let's go back to our project, and I will import the crispy forms inside my register template. Let's go ahead and import it. Load crispy forms tags, and I'll remove this and add the filter over here as crispy. Alright, I have added the crispy tags filter here, but I need one more thing in my form. I need the submit button. So in order to do that, let's add button here. Let's start one div, and I will start my button tag here, and I want this class to be button, and I want it to be of type submit. So I want the sign up text over there to be displayed. Let's add it, let's save it, and then let's restart our server. Python manage.py run server. Alright, it's working fine. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh it. Oh, it's throwing one error. Let's see. Load crispy forms tag. Alright, so load crispy forms tags. Okay, we are using hyphen, not underscore, so that's why it's showing an error. Let's fix it and then restart the server. Let's refresh it. Another error. Alright, so load crispy forms tags. So this is throwing one syntax error. Alright, the problem is we have not registered the crispy forms tags in our installed apps. So let's go back to our project and open settings. Inside this list we will add crispy forms, and I'm gonna save it. Let's go back and restart our server. It's again throwing one error. Alright, let's go back and again underscore here. Let's save it and let's restart our server. It's working fine. Now let's go back and refresh it. Yes, our sign up button is being displayed over here, and you must have noticed the form looks better now. So alright, we have the registration form. Let's try and giving an input over here. Let's say Intellipaat in the Intel@example.com. Alright, once we submit it, it's throwing one error because we have not created a login page yet, and we have mentioned our project to redirect us into the login page once we submit the registration form. So let's go ahead and create the login logout system. So yeah, alright, let's go ahead and open our project. Let's go inside urls.py, and here we will import the login logout view that we have already built in Django. And first of all, let's just import the views from django.contrib.auth import views. So we don't want these views to be messed up with other views, so let's import it as auth views, and let's add the URL paths now. Let's say for login, then we will add the auth views, and here I will call the login view, and we want it as view, and I'm gonna render one template over here, and I'm gonna add the template name as login html.html. Alright, now one more thing, I will here add the name to be login. Alright, now similarly I will do the same thing for logout. Alright, let's replace it with logout, then again log out view, then this would be our logout.html, and this is gonna be logout. Alright, but as of now I don't have any templates called login or logout, so let's go ahead and create these templates, and I will go inside my template folder, create one HTML file, call it login, and I will create another HTML file, log out. Let's go ahead and create our login.html page. First of all, I will extend the base file here.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python Django by answering this question. What is the value of debug when the website is online or deployed? A. False. B. True. C. None. D. Null. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
base.html. Alright, now after this I will add the crispy form tags. Load. Alright, load crispy forms tags. Okay, let's load the static folder as well. Alright, let's go ahead and start our block content. Block content, and let's end it over here, and block content. Alright, now I will add my login form here. Let's start with a div, and I will start my form. So this is basically the same kind of form that we are using in register. So I'll just copy this and paste it over there, and yeah, so let's just copy and paste the style from here, and let's add the navigation bar here. Let's include the navigation bar, nav_bar.html. Alright, now I have my navigation bar over here. I have my form, and my form is taking the post method, and I have added the CSRF token over here as well. So yeah, so instead of sign up, I'm gonna say log in. Alright, now let's save it. Let's go to logout now. Let's clear everything here. Let's extend the base file. Extends base.html. Let's include the block content. Block content over here. Let's just end it right away. And block content. Now I'm gonna add the navigation bar over here. I'm gonna include it. Include nav_bar.html. Alright, next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna display one message over here, and this is just gonna say you are logged in. Let's add it inside paragraph, and okay, let's save it. Now before we start our server, let's go ahead and do some configurations inside our main settings.py folder. We have to add one configuration here, and let's copy and paste it, and I'll explain what's going on over here. So basically here we are telling Django to use Bootstrap 4 for crispy template pack, and in these two lines we are saying that login page, once the login form is submitted, we want Django to redirect us to home, and login URL is defined here as login. Let's go ahead and start our server now. Let's stop it and clear the screen and restart the server. Hit enter. Alright, everything is working fine. Let's go ahead and start from the register page. Alright, we are in the register page. We are going to create one user. Let's say Intel1. Email ID is intel1@sample.com. Let's create one password, say hit enter. So we are in the login page now, as you can see, but we will change this legend. And alright, let's just try and log in with the user that we have just created. Hit enter. Yes, we are in the home page now. We are logged in. So now we want the navigation bar to display logout and user profile option over here, so that we get to create our post from our profiles. And also once we are done, we can log out from here itself. So let's get back to our project, and now basically we are gonna create one user authentication system. So when the user is going to be logged in, the navigation bar will display options such as home, about, logout and user profile, not sign up and login, because user is already going to be logged in, right? And when the user is not logged in, we want the navigation bar to display options such as home, about, sign up and login option. So basically that is our requirement. And let's get back to the project. Let's open the navigation bar .html, and we will make some changes over here. So basically we want more navigation bar options over here. Let's copy and paste. So when the user is going to be logged in, we want home, about, profile and logout. But when the user is not going to be logged in, then we want it to display the sign up and login option as well, and login option. Alright, so my navigation bar should always have two options, which are home and about. Let's go ahead and separate these two. And okay, I'll be adding the URLs here as well. Let's go ahead and add it. URL, it should go to home and about. Okay, we don't have any about page yet, but I'm gonna create it after this. Alright, and then I'm gonna check if the user is authenticated. If it is, then we'll have options such as profile and logout in my navigation bar. So let's go ahead and add this condition: user is authenticated. Then should display these two options. Yeah, so profile and logout, and I'll add the URL over here. I have to create user profiles after this. Yes, so profile is linked, then I'll add the URL to my logout page as well. So URL and logout. Alright, now if the user is not authenticated, then the navigation bar should display options such as sign up and login. So let's go ahead and add this condition: else display this. Alright, and I'll add the URLs over here, and it should go to user applications. Alright, it's inside user register, right? So let's go ahead and add the login page URL as well, and login. Yes, let's save it. So let's go ahead and create one new application called about, so that we can display our about view over there. And let's clear the screen. Let's start a new app, manage.py, start app. Let's call it about, hit enter. Let's go back to our project, and as you can see, we have a new application over here. So I'll just head on to my project directory over here, and I'll just copy the URL file and paste it over there, application. So let's get back to the project. Yes, as you can see, my url.py file is copied over here. So now let's go ahead and add our new application in the configurations. Let's go ahead and open settings.py, and I'll add this new application in my installed apps list, and this is about. All right, let's go ahead and create view and the template that we are gonna render over there. Let's go ahead and create the view. So over here, let's define a view function. Let's call it about. So it's gonna take a request and it's gonna render one HTML file, which will be called as about.html, and we are not gonna pass any context over here. So let's go ahead and create the template, and I'll open template and create a new HTML file, and I'll call it about. Let's remove all of this and extend my base file over here. Let's start my blog content. Let's end it here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Alright, let's go ahead and call the navigation bar as well. Let's include the navigation bar. Include my navigation bar is in my nav underscore bar .html file. So I just want to display a simple sentence over here. I'll just add a paragraph tag, and let's say this is about us. Alright, so in my about page, this simple sentence will show up. Let's go ahead and create the URL path in my main application, which is project, and I will add one URL path over here for my about page, and this will go like this, about, and it will include my URLs file inside my about application. So basically, when somebody is gonna land in this URL path, it's gonna point to my URLs folder inside my about page. So let's go ahead and see what we have inside the URLs page. So we need to change this view. Our view about view is called about, and let's name it about. Alright, and we can remove this part from here, and let's save it. Let's go ahead and open our browser and just check if the about page is working or not. Alright, let's run our server once again. Yes, we don't have any profile yet, so it's showing error. Let's just create the profile and then we'll check if the pages are working or not. So let's go ahead and create user profile. So now we want our user profile to display one form which will allow users to post their thoughts into the database. So basically, in order to do that, I have to create one model form, and in order to create the model form, I need to start with creating a model over here. So I'll just add a model with some fields inside my user's application. So let's go ahead and create our model class. Let's call it post, and this should be a subclass of models.model. Yes. So let's say I want my model to contain some fields such as character field or text field. So I'll just copy and paste it over here, and I'll explain what's going on. My model contains username, and which is a character field. The maximum length of my character field is 200. This cannot be null. So next I have the post title, and this will contain this is basically the character field as well. So the maximum limit is 200, and this cannot be null as well. Next I have post content. So this is going to be a text field, and here we don't need to mention any character limits. So since my post can have a big amount of characters, big number of characters, right, comparing to username and post title, so we are using text field rather than using character field over here. So next we have date published. So this is going to be a date field, and again last I have user profile link, where user can add their user profile or social media profile over here. So this is going to be a URL field. So these things can be null, but the main content cannot be null, such as username, post title, or post content. So let's go ahead and save it. Alright, now let's head on to forms, and let's create one model form over here. So first of all, let's go ahead and import our newly created model, which is post, and I will create a model form over here. Class, let's call it post form, and this is going to be a subclass of forms dot model form. Alright, now I want this parent class to have data from a meta class. So let's go ahead and create my meta class, and I will add the model as post that we have just created. And next, the fields will have a list of fields such as username and post title, and then we have post content, right? Post content, what else is there? And date published and user profile link. Alright, then we have date published, and last one is user profile link. Alright, let's go ahead and save it. Alright, now let's head on to views, and let's create a view over here. And before we create a view from the model form that we've just created, we need to import it from .forms import post form, right? Yes. So let's go ahead and create our view function. Let's define it as profile, and this is going to be taking a request, of course, and then I can just copy and paste this part from here, and yeah, this is basically same, but I'll replace it with post form. This is going to take yes post request, and if the form is valid, it's gonna save it, but we are not gonna redirect it to anywhere. So we want the user profile to display a new model form where user can post another thought right after one thought has been posted. So in order to do that, I have to add form post form here, and so we will return and render, and then we will head on to profile template HTML. Then we will render context, which is going to be our form. Alright, let's go ahead and save this file. Add a space over here. Yeah, let's save it. So user can only access a user profile once logged in. So in order to add that extra functionality, so we will be using something known as decorator. So in order to do that, I will import from django.contrib.auth and then decorator. So I will import the login required decorator, and I'm going to use it above this view function. And so this is gonna add one extra functionality to the function added right below it. So basically, let's save it and let's go back to our alright, wait, we need to create a profile template as well. Let's go ahead and quickly create profile template. So let's remove everything from here. Let's extend our base file. So let's start the block content and let's end the block content so that we don't forget it afterwards. So end block content. So, and inside this I will include my navigation bar, include navigation nav bar.html. Alright, now so the form that we are going to display over here is going to look like this form, which will take post method. Then let's close the tag, and since we are using post method, we have to use csrf token. Then I'm gonna render my form over here. Yes, we will load the crispy forms tags as well, so that our form looks nice. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's load crispy forms tags. Alright, let's add a filter over here, which is gonna say just crispy. Alright, let's move ahead, and we have to add one input here. So this is gonna be of type submit, and it's gonna save a value, and I will just save this. Alright, in order to avoid the overlapping of navigation bar and my rest of the forms, so I'll just include this inside a div, and this is gonna be over here, and I'll add some styles which I've already added in my rest of the forms. So let's just copy from one of them. Yes, let's copy and paste it over there. Let's save it, and now we can run our server again. Let's clear the screen, let's run it again. Alright, before we run it, since we have modified the models .py file, we have to perform migration. So let's go ahead and perform migration first. Python manage.py make migrations, hit enter. So yes, you can see one migration file has been created for us. So let's go ahead and migrate it, manage.py and migrate. Let's hit enter, and yes, everything looks fine. Let's clear the screen and run our server. Run server, enter. Alright, everything looks fine. Let's go ahead to our browser, head on to our first page. Oh, it's throwing one error. Alright, so it's saying that we have not added an if in our template file. So let's go ahead to navigation bar. Yes, we forgot to add the and if tag over here. Let's end it and let's save it now, and let's go back to our command prompt. Let's run the server again. It says it looks fine. Let's hit enter. Another trouble. Alright, reverse for profile not found. So this is basically because yes, we have not added the profile URL yet. So let's go ahead and add it, and let's call it profile, and I will remove this from here, and I'm just gonna import the user views, and I have users import views. I'll import it as, let's call it users view. Alright, users view, and I'll add this inside my profile views. Users views dot profile is going to be my view. Alright, let's go ahead and name it. Let's call it profile so that our URL can detect it. Profile. Alright, let's save it, and now let's clear the screen and run server again. Let's go back to our browser. Let's hit enter. Yes, everything is working fine. Let's go ahead and log out. Yes, my logout option is not working. Let's see what happened here. Let's go back to our project and let's click on logout HTML. So alright, let's just go ahead and remove this part. I don't think we need that. Let's go ahead and save it, and let's go back to our command prompt. Let's clear the screen. Let's run the server again. It seems to be working fine. Let's refresh it. Alright, so we are in our home page, and the about page is also live, and let's just register it. Let's call it dummy1. Let's say dummy1 iterate example.com. Alright, let's add a password. Alright, I messed up here. Let's go ahead and do this again. Alright, so I'm in. I can log in with dummy1, and let's go ahead and try login. Alright, so we are logged in. As you can see, my navigation bar is showing a profile and logout option over here. So let's just try and click on profile, and yes, I have a form where I can post my thoughts from. So, and I can click on logout. Okay, so this is showing you are logged in, but it should have been you are logged out. Let's just fix it, and you are logged out. Alright, let's refresh it. Okay, so let's try and log in again, and we'll just try to post one of our thoughts here. Let's click on profile. Let's say dummy1 is going to post something. Post name is something, let's say blah blah blah, and date published is 2019. Let's say 18. Alright, let's go ahead and add a profile link. Let's say http://www.intellipaat.com. Alright, let's save it, and as you can see, once we save it, a newly created or a fresh model form is displayed over here, so that we can post our new thought. So let's go ahead and log out. So basically we are going to render the post that we have just posted from our database to our dashboard or our home. So we are going to display it over here, and let's try and do that. So let's go ahead and head on to our home application, and we need to create one view over there. So basically we are going to be using a class based view, so which is a generic built-in view provided by Django. So we're going to import it, Django dot views dot generic, and import the list view. All right.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python by answering this question. What do we use to define a block of code in Python language? A. Key. B. Brackets. C. Indentation. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Let's go ahead and create a context over here, so that we can, let's say context 1, and I'll edit inside a dictionary. Let's add a key value, say post, and I'm gonna be displaying all the objects from the post. Alright, let's go ahead and render this context, and I'm just gonna say context 1. Alright, so this is gonna be posting. Alright, I need to import my post over here as well, since I'm using my post model here. So basically I will just import, then from there I will import models, and from there I'll import the post. Alright, so now I will just go ahead and create the class post list view, and I will inherit it from list view, and let's add some data here. Let's call it model, and this will be post, and the template name is gonna be my homepage.html, homepage.html. Alright, let's remove this extra space over here, and now I need to add a context object name, which is gonna be the post that I was adding the key name here. Yeah, this is gonna be my context object name, and then I am gonna be displaying all the objects according to the date published. Alright, so let's just say date published. Alright, so let's just save it, and let's go back to our home template. I will open it. Now I will add the section for displaying my post over here. So let's go ahead and copy this part, and I'll explain what's going on over here. So yeah, so once we land on our home page, it's gonna say hello everyone, and here are your recent posts after this. So basically here we are looping over the object which is called post, and we are going to be displaying one post at a time inside this division. So say I want to display the post title from my post object, so I'll be using this tag which is going to be called as post title. So similarly for posting for displaying the date published, we'll be using this tag, and for post content I have used one paragraph and styled it a bit. You can just copy it and or you can style it on your own. So let's just go ahead and see our, yes, if we want to display the username as well, so we can similarly use this tag. So let's say we want the user's profile linked over there as well, so we can use this tag inside a tag. So basically this is the configuration that we had to do inside our home.html page. So let's go ahead and refresh our command prompt. So let's just run the server once again, enter. Let's go ahead and refresh it. Alright, we are getting one error over here. Alright, so let's go back to our project and let's see inside home views.py. Okay, this should be objects, not object. So let's save it and let's go back to command prompt and let's clear the screen and let's run the server once again. Python manage.py and run server. Alright, so it looks fine. Let's go back to the browser, enter. Okay, so inside the template we missed one thing. We forgot to end the follow. So let's go ahead and, yes, we forgot to end the follow. Let's end it over here. And alright, let's save it. Let's refresh it. Yes, it looks fine, and the post that we posted from dummy1 is being posted over here. So alright, let's go back to our project, and so now let's post another one and let's use the same account. Alright, let's go ahead and head on to profiles. Let's say dummy1 is again posted something new. Then let's say date published, let's say 2019, and let's say 19. Alright, let's just add one again. Let's just add simple URL and let's go to our home. Yes, as you can see, our new post is being displayed over here. Alright, then everything looks fine here. Let's go ahead and create the API and head on to our project. Yes, let's go ahead and create a new application for API. Let's create a prompt and let's create a new application. Python manage.py start app, and let's name it API. Enter. Let's go back to project. As you can see, API has been created here, and let's copy and paste the URL over there. Alright, let's copy the urls.py and paste it over there. Alright, let's go back to our project. So before we move forward, we have to install Django REST framework. So in order to do that, we have to head on to our command prompt. Let's go ahead and do that. Pip install Django REST framework. Alright, hit enter. So yeah, I have a Django REST framework already installed. If you don't have it, then here's the command that you need to use. So let's go ahead and go back to our project. First of all, we'll be creating one new Python file over there, and let's name it serializer. Hit enter. So what I'll be doing here is I will import the post model from my users model, and also I will import REST framework and the serializers. So basically I'll be using model serializer to serialize the data. So basically what's happening here is model serializer will serialize the data of post model into JSON format. So basically I'm trying to create one serializer here with the name post serializer, and I will be inheriting it from model serializer. So, and the data that I'll be passing here is going to be provided by meta class. The model is going to be post, and the fields that I want here are let's name this field here username, then I have a post title, then I have date published, yes, and also I have user profile link. Did I miss something? And yeah, I missed the post content. Let's add it over here. Alright, let's go ahead and save it. So basically we will be serializing these data into a JSON format. So let's save it. Now I will head on to views.py and I will create a view set for our API. So here I will be importing the post model, and let's do that. First of all, I will use users.models import post post, and then I will also import the serializer that we've just created, serializers, and import. Alright, this is going to be dot serializer, not the inbuilt serializer. I will import the serializer that we've just created, post serializer. Alright, and last but not the least, I have to import the model view set that I'll be using over here, and this is inside REST framework dot view set import model view set. Alright, let's go ahead and create our view set, and let's create it post view set, and I will be inheriting it from model view set. Now let's go ahead and type the query set over here, and I will be using the data from post model. I want objects, all objects from post model, and I want it ordered by ID. So ordered by sorry, this is going to be ordered by and ID. So let's say I want first 10 values, so this is going to be mentioned over here. So then I will be mentioning which serializer class that Django needs to use. So the serializer class that we just created over here, so let's mention it over there, and let's save it. Alright, now let's go ahead and set the URLs. So basically in APIs we don't use the conventional URL format, so we are going to be using routers instead. So let's go ahead and let's remove all of this, and let's go ahead import REST framework, and from there we'll import the routers, and we'll be using simple router over here. So from views we will be views, we will be importing the post view set that we just created. So we will create an instance from the simple router, and this is going to be simple router, and then we will register the router dot register, and we will pass the post and the post view set. So this is gonna be our additional URL path that API is gonna create for us, and last thing we need to do is URL pattern setting. URL patterns is gonna be your router.urls. So that's it. Let's save this, and before moving ahead we have to register this API inside our main application. Let's go ahead and do that. So we'll just register it API. Now let's go ahead and run our server just to check if things are working fine. Manage.py run server. Yes, everything is working fine. Alright, now in order to check the request method such as post or get, we will be heading to one software called Postman. Let's open it. Yes, we are inside this software, and let's create one request. Let's name it test1, and we want it inside. Okay, I have already one project folder, and I will save this project, and I will add the URL over here, and I'll copy and paste it over there. Okay, but we didn't register the API URL in our main application, so let's go back and register the application URL here. Yes, we forgot to add it. Let's add the URL for our API, and this is gonna include API.urls. Alright, let's save it. We have a error here. Let's see what it is. Okay, we need to add a comma here. Let's save this project, and yes, everything is working fine. Let's go back to Postman and let's send a request. Alright, we will be sending request. Let's call it API and post. Since we have mentioned the URLs here as post, and we will be sending the request using this. So let's go ahead and send get request, and let's see. Yes, we have two data records here, and these records are displayed over here. Alright, let's go ahead and send a post request, and in order to do that I will select post here, and I will go to body, and I will select form data, and here I will add my fields. My field names are username, post title, post content, date published, and user profile link. Alright, let's add some values here. Let's add the username to be Intellipaat, and let's say this is a blog post, and let's say post content is Python Django. Date published is 2019 10/08. Let's add the URL path to the www.intellipaat.com. Alright, let's go ahead and send this post request. Alright, this is done. In order to check if this post request has been sent successfully or not, let's go ahead and create another get request. And as you can see, our new post has been created successfully.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So let's start off with a quick introduction to the Django template. So as we saw in the previous module, so if we wanted to respond something or we wanted to show something on the home screen, then we use this HTTP response, and inside this we just wrote a small line. So the small line was, this is our first tab, and this is what was shown on our home page. Now let's say we have a home page which comprises of multiple lines, multiple images, multiple GIF files, and also 2 or 3 videos. Now, if we want to show all of that huge amount of information on our home page, then now we can't feed all of that information inside this HTTP response function. So that would be very illogical to feed everything inside this small function over here. So this is where we would require a Django template. So with the help of a Django template, we can organize our data in a much better way, right? So you can consider a Django template to be a file which can generate any text-based format. So this text-based format could be in the form of a HTML file, an XML file, a CSV file, or so on. Now, Django has its own template system called as Django template language. So this Django template language consists of different tags and different methods so that we can generate a proper template which would make our work much easier, right? So this is what happens. So we create a template file and this template file is processed by the template engine. Now, after it is processed, we get an output which is in our desired format. So it could be either HTML, XML, PDF, and so on, right? So let's take a simple example to see how can we render a HTML page using a template. So let's say we have this client over here and it requests this URL. So this is the URL over here. Now this is sent to Django server. So over here, Django first goes into its project and inside the project, it checks the urls.py file. Now, if this resource is found in the urls.py file, then it'll go ahead and map this to the tutorial app. Now, once that is done, it will invoke a method in the views.py file. So after it invokes a method, then this method goes ahead and calls a template, right? So over here we have named this template as home.html. So once this template is invoked, it goes ahead and renders a HTML page. And this again is sent to the Django server, and Django server returns this rendered HTML page to the client. So I'll just reiterate the entire process over here. The client sends the request for a resource to the Django server. Now this Django server goes into the urls.py file of its project and checks if this resource is present or not. So if this is present, then it will invoke a method in the views.py file, and this method calls up a template, and this template renders a HTML page which is sent to the Django server, and this Django server sends this resource back to the client. So this is the entire process of how we can render a HTML page using a template, right? Now let's go ahead and actually see how we can do this. So inside our parent directory or inside our project directory, our first step would be to create another directory with the name template. So by convention, we name it as template with a capital T. So you can give this directory any other name over here. So what we have to do is, so we have to click on new and then we'll select directory option. Now, once we create this directory, we have to create a new HTML file inside this. So over here, we are naming this HTML file as home.html. So once we create our home.html file, we have to go to the settings.py file in the parent directory or the project directory. And over there are some tasks which we'd have to perform. And for Django to actually process our parent directory, we'd have to go to the settings.py file and make all of these changes. So what you see over here, this dotted path, django.template.backends.django.django templates. So this is basically the dotted path of the Django templates. So this path basically tells Django that we have a template engine so that we can render HTML files or PDF files as a response. So after that, we have to set the path of our subdirectory. So this subdirectory is nothing but the folder which we have created inside our parent directory. So over here, we'll type in os.path.join and base directory, and inside the base directory, we have the subdirectory template. Now, once we set in the path for this, we just have to set app.dir is equal to true. So this means that we are actually allowing the Django template engine to look for templates in the template subdirectory of the installed applications. So initially this would be false. We'd have to go ahead and make this true. And also we have this options tab over here. So this basically consists of paths to different parameters that helps in template rendering. Now once we go ahead and make the changes in the settings.py file, we'd have to go to the views.py file and we'd have to give these things over here. So instead of responding with HTTP response, what we'll do is we will create a view that renders the request, maps it to a template inside the template directory and processes the context. So this context over here is actually a dictionary which contains variables as the key and their respective values as the value. So I'll repeat this. So we are returning a render function which comprises of these three parameters. First is the request, which is coming from the client. After that, we have to give in the template, which is home.html, and then we'll also send the context. So this context is a key value pair, right? So this is mapped to this template over here. So once this is done, we can run our Django server and go to this link over here, and this is the result which we have. So we've got this home page without using HTTP response, and instead of that, we have actually used a template over here, right? So let's create a demo on this. Right, so I'll start off by creating a new project. So I'll just type in Django admin. I'll name this as start project, and I'll give the name of this project as website. So I have successfully created this and I have all of these files over here. Now let me open this with PyCharm. So I'll right click this. So I'm opening this folder with PyCharm. Right, so we have a folder over here. Now what I'll do is I'll create a new app over here. So let me go inside this. Let me type in cmd over here and I'll create a new app. So Django, and over here it will be admin start app, and then I'll give the name of the app as tutorial. Right, so we have also added this new app inside this, and I have to add this urls.py file inside this tutorial app. I've added this. Now let me go to PyCharm. Right, so I have this app inside this. Now what I'll do is I will actually create a template over here. So what we saw was we have to right click over here. I have to click on new, and inside this I'd have to create a new directory, and I'll name the directory as template. I'll click on OK. Alright, so we have created this new directory with the name template. Now I have to add a new HTML file. So I'll click on new and I'll select HTML and I will name this as home.html. Right, so I'll just give in some title over here. So I'll name this as Python tutorial, and inside the body in the h1 tag I'll add something over here. So I'll just type in, let's say this is Sparta. Alright, so I have this template ready over here. Now I would have to go into the views.py of this page over here, and I would have to create a new method. So for me to create a new method, actually I'd have to add the URL first. So I have this urls.py file inside this tutorial page. So I'll just type in path and I'll put in this over here. So after this I'll have to give in the name of view. So I'll type in views.home. So I also have to import this. So from all import views, and I'd have to give a name to this. So name equals home. I'll remove this from over here, and I'll also remove this. Right, now after this I also have to do the same thing over here. So I'll go into the urls.py file inside this website or inside this main directory, and over here I'd have to also import the include method, and I will add in a new path over here. So I'll just put in this single quotes. This would mean the home page, and over here I'd have to include the tutorials.urls file. Right, so I've added the URLs for this and as well as this. So I've made the changes over here. I'll put in a comma over here. Right, so now I have added the URL path for this. So after this I'd have to make the changes in this as well. So I'll type in home, I'll add a request over here, and I'd have to return something. So now I will return a render object. So instead of the HTTP response method, I am returning a render object, and over here this takes in 3 parameters. So the first parameter would be the request object. After that I'd have to give in the template file over here. So template file would be home.html. So I'll type in home.html over here. And finally, I'd have to return a context. So there is no context object as of now. So I'll just put in a blank dictionary over here. Right. And as we saw, we also have to make some changes in the settings.py file. Right. So let me go to the template section. So this is what we have. So this is the dotted path for our template backend or the template engine. And inside this, I have to set os.path.join, and this would be base directory, and I'd have to give the name of the subdirectory. So the name of the subdirectory is template, right? And this is obviously true over here. So we have made all of the necessary changes over here. Now I'll go ahead and I will run the manage.py file, right? Right, so now I'll just type in Python manage.py. I'll type in run server. I'll copy this and I'll paste it over here. Right, so we have successfully created our website, and over here we have this response with the help of a template.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python Django by answering this question. What is the value of debug when the website is online or deployed? A. False. B. True. C. None. D. Null. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, let's go ahead and understand what exactly are Django models. So when it comes to the virtual world, you basically deal with two things. One is the data, which is basically present in your database. And then you have the front end part where you'll be dealing with a web application. Now, if you have to access whatever data is present in that database, you can't really do it. So as a user, you don't have the access to that database. So this is where you would need that application. So what you'll do is you'll send a request to that application, and that application would fetch the data from the table and then it'll give it back to you. Now, these are two different things. So when we talk about a table which is present in the database, it is present in the form of rows and columns. So you've got different columns. Now let's take this example of let's say a e-commerce website which would have different tables. So there would be a customer table, there'd be a product table, there'd be a shipping table, and so on. Out of all of these tables, let's just take the example of that customer table. Now in this customer table again, there'd be different columns. So that'd be customer ID, the customer name, the number of items purchased by the customer, the time of the purchase. So that'd be different columns present in this table. Now, how can you access this table from the application? So when it comes to the application, since it is front end, you basically be dealing with different languages, different object oriented programming languages. And since you're working with Django over here to build our website, so we basically have Python as our OOPS language over here. Now, the analogous part of this table with respect to Python would be the concept of an object. So this customer table is basically represented as an object in Python. And to create an object, you obviously know that you have to create a class. Now what you'll do is you'll create an analogous class with the name customer, and this customer class would have different attributes. So that'd be one attribute with the name customer ID, that'd be another attribute with the name customer name, and then you'll have customer salary and so on. Now just understand this in a better way. So as we see over here, if we are supposed to create this class, then we would require a model. And with the help of this model, we can establish that link between front end and back end. So as we see over here, so a model is a Python class that subclasses django.db.models.model, and each attribute of the model represents a database field. So this basically means that each attribute which we create inside this model represents the column which is present in that database. And then Django basically provides a database abstraction API to create, retrieve, update, and delete all of these objects. Now let's understand this example. So as I've already told you, to create an object, we would require a class. So we'll type in class page, and this would basically be importing the models.model from models. So this is how we are basically telling Django that the class which we are creating is actually a model, and these are the three different columns which would be present in this table. So we've got tutorial page. Now whenever you're creating a table, each column would be of a particular data type. So that is what we are doing over here. So we are creating a column with the name tutorial title, and this is of character type. So we'll type in models.char field, and the maximum length of the data which could be inside this column is 200 characters. And after that we have another column with the name tutorial content, and this is of type text field. So by default we are giving the value content body. And then again we are creating another column over here with the name tutorial author, and again this is of character type, and the maximum length of this is 100. Now once we do this, again since we are making some changes to our database, we'd have to type in python manage.py make migrations. So once we type in this, all of our migrations would be done, and then again we'll type in python manage.py migrate. So this will create a file for the migrations which we've just done. So this is the name of the migration file, so 0001 underscore initial.py. Now what we'll do is we'll actually go to this migration file over here, and this is what we see. So we see that we have created a new table, and these are the different columns which are present in this table. So we see that we've got all of these columns present over here. So we've got the ID column which is actually auto created, and we see that the primary key is set to be equal to true. So this means that whenever we add a new record, it will automatically have a new row number over here. And then we've got these three columns. So we've got tutorial title, tutorial content, and tutorial writer. Right. Now when we finally go to localhost php myadmin, and when we go to this table, we see that we have this table in MySQL, and these are the columns which are present in our table. Now let's go ahead and perform this demo. Right, so let me go to this models.py file of my tutorial app, and inside this I am creating this class with the name page, and this inherits from models.model, and these are all of the columns which I am giving inside this. So I've got author name which is of the type character, and the maximum length is 200, and the default value over here is content author. Going ahead, I've got another column with the name tutorial title. This again is of character, and the maximum length is 200 characters. Then I've got tutorial content, and the default value over here is tutorial content. Then I've got tutorial TOC, where I'm basically giving the TOC for the tutorial, and this is of type text field. And then I've got date published, which is of type date field. So I'm setting the blank value to be equal to true, and null also to be equal to true. So we can actually give null values inside this column over here. And then we've finally got this URL link column which is of the type URL field, and over here again it can be a blank value as well as a null value. Right. Now since I've created this model, I have to go ahead and create some migrations of it. And when I go ahead and create the migrations, all of those would be done. Now I've already applied those changes, and I'll go inside this migrations folder of my tutorial app. And inside this would be the first change, or this would basically indicate the first migration which I have applied with respect to this table over here. So I'll go to 0001 initial.py, and as we see over here, these are all of the columns which have been added with respect to the first change. Now let me go to XAMPP server over here. So we see that Apache server and MySQL, both of them are running. Now I will go ahead and open this Django database. Now inside this Django database, I have this tutorial page table over here, and as we see, these are all of the columns which are present in it. So we've got ID, tutorial title, tutorial content, tutorial TOC, date published, URL link, and author name. Right, now let's see how can we register our models in Django administration side as the admin. So till now what we've done is we have created the models, but to work with these models and to perform CRUD operations, that is to perform operations such as retrieving the records, deleting the records, updating the records, to perform all of these operations, we'd have to register our model. And to register our model, we'd have to go to the admin.py file of our app, and inside this we'll start off by typing from django.contrib import admin, and then we'll import the model which we'd want to register over here. So the model which we've created is page, so I'll type in from .models import page, and then I will register this. So I'm registering this model with the name page, so I'll type in admin.site.register. Now once that is done, I'd have to go ahead and log in as the admin. So now over here, admin basically means the super user. So I'll type in the username of the super user and the password over here. So I'll basically go to this site over here, and then I'll type in the username and the password of the super user. Now when I do that, I have this site administration page, And inside this, I have the add tutorial over here, right? So you see that I have the add page option. I'll click on the add page option and I will give in all of the content which I'd want to add, right? So these are the different columns which were present in the table which we had seen. So we've got tutorial title, tutorial content, and tutorial author, right? Now all we are doing is we are directly adding the data into the database with the help of this model which we've registered in the admin.py file. So over here I am setting the tutorial title to be equal to Python, setting the tutorial content to be equal to Python is a programming language, and the tutorial author I am setting it to be Intellipaat. Now I'll go ahead and click on save, and over here we see that we have successfully added this page object. Right, now let's go ahead and perform this demo. Right, so this is the admin.py file which is present in the tutorial app. So as we saw in the PPT over there, we are typing out from django.contrib import admin, and we are importing also the page model over here. So from .models import page, and I want to register this model with admin. So I'll type in admin.site.register and I am registering this model with the name page. Now let me go to the site over here. So this is my admin site over here. Now inside this we see that we've got this tutorial page over here. I'll click on add page, and these are the different content with which I can fill it in, right? So this time I am setting the author name to be Intellipaat again. I'll set the tutorial title to be equal to, let's say, artificial intelligence, and I'll type in, this is the world of AI over here, this is the world of AI, and this is the TOC. So I'll just type in 4 bullet points over here, 1, 2, 3 and 4, and over here we can keep these two to be blank. Now when we actually had a glance at the table, we saw that these two could be empty, right? The date published and the URL link, both of these could be empty. So I'll just leave them as they are and I'll click on save. So you see that the page artificial intelligence was added successfully. So we have successfully added this page artificial intelligence into our website. Now let's go ahead and work with Django ORM. So now to perform all of these crude operations, we would need the ORM, which basically stands for Object Relational Mapper, and it enables user interactivity with the database. So as I've already told you, ORM is just a way to create, query, manipulate the database and get the results from Python. Now what we'll do is we'll go to the website folder over there, and inside that we'll open the Python shell. So for that we'll have to type in python manage.py shell and we'll enter the shell. Now inside this, we'll go ahead and import the models on which we'd have to perform all of these operations. So I'd want to work on this page model. So I'll type in from tutorial.model. So over here, tutorial is the name of the app. And from this app, I'm importing this model called page. Now once I go ahead and import it, I will have a glance at all of the objects which are present inside this model. So for that, I'll type in page.objects.all, and this will give me the list of all of the objects which are present. Right, so as we see over here, these are all of the topics which are present over here. Now going ahead, we'll create another object with the help of this. So as we already know, page is actually a class, and if you want to create an object of this class, we will use this page and we'll put in parentheses and we'll store the result in a new object and name it to be obj1. Now when we go ahead and print page.objects.all, we get this result over here. Now as we see over here, we've got two objects over here, but it's very hard to differentiate the two objects. So what we'll do is we'll add this str method under the model class inside models.py folder that prints out the string and not the object ID or the memory address. So we'll add this method over there, definition of string, and it will return self.tutorial_title. Now when we go ahead and print in page.objects.all, it will give us this result over here. So we've got two pages over here. One is Python and next is Django. Right, so instead of just getting the ID numbers for the object, we get the names of these objects over here. First object is Python and then the second object is Django. Now let's go ahead and perform the demo. So this is the website folder. I'll just open up command prompt over here. So I'll type in cmd, and inside this I'll have to open the Python shell. So I'll type in python manage.py and I'll type in shell over here. Right, so now we are inside the Python shell. Now I'll have to go ahead and import the models. So I'll type in from, and after this I'd have to give in the name of the app, which is tutorial. So I'll type in tutorial.models. So from all of the models which are present in the tutorial app, I will be importing the page model over here. So now once I've imported this, let me go ahead and print out all of the objects which are present in it. So page dot objects dot all. So we see that we get the string result of it. So these are all of the pages which are present. So we've got Python, Django, we've got just a single page, we've got NLP, and we've got artificial intelligence, right? So these are the different pages which are present over here. Now let's see how can we add new fields into our table over here. So till now we just had 3 fields over here: tutorial title, tutorial content, tutorial author. So after this, if we have to add more columns, we just have to do the same thing, right? So which we have already actually done in the demo, right? So as we see over here, after title, content, and author, I am also adding the TOC. So tutorial underscore TOC, and this is of type text, and the default value present inside this would be table of content. And since we've made some changes over here in the database, we'd have to migrate these. So we'll type in python manage.py make migrations. Now once you make those migrations, we'd have to migrate those. So I'll type in python manage.py migrate. So we've made the migration. Now we'll go to the database and check if the new column has been added or not. So as we see over here, we've got this new column over here, which is tutorial TOC. Right, so we see that the changes have been made. What we'll do is we'll go to the Django administration site and add a new page over here, right? So we see that this new column over here is added. Now also similar to this column over here, we'll add another column with the name date published, which would give us the date when the book was published over here. And this is of the type date field. So over here I am setting blank is equal to true and null is equal to true. This means that the record, this means that it's fine if I don't give any value inside this field. Now going ahead, since again I've made the changes, I'll again type in python manage.py make migrations, and once the migrations are done, I'll have to migrate those. So I'll type in python manage.py migrate. Now going ahead, we see that we have added this date field over here, and we can add our desired date over here. Now similarly, we'll also add another field where we would be providing the URL link. So I'll name this as URL link, and this would be of type models.url field. And again, I'll set blank is equal to true and null is equal to true. So this means that if it's totally fine if I don't give any value inside this field. So again, going ahead, I'll do the same thing. I'll go ahead and perform the migrations. So I'll type in python manage.py make migrations, and then I'll type in python manage.py migrate. Now when I go to the Django administration site, we see that also the URL link has been added over here. And going inside this, we will add the URL link that we want to add. Right, so now let's go ahead and perform this demo. So let me go to this tutorial models.py file over here. So we see that these are all of the columns which are already present. Now what I'll do is I will actually add another field over here, which would basically be cost of the book. So I will type in book underscore cost, and I will type in models dot, this again would be of type character field, and I'll set the maximum length to be of, let's say, 50. So max underscore length would be equal to 50, and I'll set the default value to be equal to, let's say, 50 over here. Alright, so I have added this. Now all I have to do is make migrations. So I will again go inside this. Let me type in cmd. Now I'll type in python manage.py make migrations. Right, so we see that we have added this new field book cost to the page. Now I'd have to migrate these. So python manage.py, and I'll type in migrate. So you see that all of these changes have been applied. Now what I'll do is I'll actually go to this php myadmin over here. Let me refresh this over here. Now let's see what do we get. So we see that we have added this new column book cost. So initially we had only these columns, but after adding those changes, we see that we've got this book cost, and the default value inside this is equal to 50. Now I'll go to this site over here. I'll add a new page. I'll click on add. Let me go to the bottom, and we see that we have this book cost to be equal to 50. Now I'll set the title to be equal to, let's say, machine learning over here, and I'll come to the bottom of it, and I'll add a date over here. So let's say it's 18th of September. I'll leave this to be blank, and I'll click on save. So we have successfully created this page, machine learning, which also has the date field inside it. Now let's go ahead and work with Django model forms. So a Django model form is basically a class which helps us to efficiently create forms with the help of the model without writing HTML codes. Now, normally by convention, if you want to create a HTML page, then you'd have to write the entire HTML code with all of the tags by yourself. Now, to make sure that you don't have to do all of that, Django provides something known as these model forms, and you'll be able to easily create these forms with the help of the models which you've created. So to start off to work with these forms, we'd have to create a new forms.py file. So what we'll do is we'll right click on our tutorial app over here and we'll select a new Python file and we'll name that file as forms.py. And once we do that, we'll go inside this forms.py class and we'll import the forms module from Django, and we'll also import the page model from all of the models present. And then we'll go ahead and create a model form class. So over here the name of the model is page. So by convention we just have to add form after it. So I'll name this form class as page form, and basically imports forms.model form from this forms over here. And inside this I'll create a meta class which is used to instantiate the Django model class. And this basically takes in two parameters over here. One is the model, next is the fields. So this model is basically the table which we've created, which is page, and these are all of the fields which I'd want to show. So I've got tutorial title, tutorial content, author, TOC, date published, and URL link. Right, so we have created this model form class. Now once we do that, we have to go to the views.py file of the same app, and then we'd have to import page form from forms. And inside this views.py file, I basically have to create a view function that takes requests. So I am naming this view as page form. And inside this, if basically the request is found to be of post type, then the model is generated, else nothing is generated. So here Django basically validates inputs of each field, and if they are found to be valid, then form will be saved and a template will be rendered with the form as context. Right, so that is what is happening over here. So we take a request and then we check if the type of request is post or not, and we check if all of the entries which are stored in the fields are valid or not. So if form dot is valid, and if it turns out to be valid, we'll go ahead and save this form and we'll render this. So this again takes in three parameters. The first is this request object, and we are redirecting it to the page form HTML page. So this is the template to which we'll be redirecting it, and we are giving this context of form over here. Right, so now we have created this view method. Now we'd have to create the template of page form HTML. So this basically extends the base.html file. So I'll type in extends base HTML, and this form method needs to be of type post. So inside this I'll open up the form tag and close the form tag, and I'll type in method equals post, and I'll render the form context as P. Now this basically means that all of the content is rendered into different paragraphs. So we have each block inside each paragraph over here, and we are adding this CSRF token for security purposes. We have also added this template. Next it's time to add the URL. So this is the only thing which is missing. Now when we add this URL, this will lead us to the view that would render the template. So we'll go to this urls.py file of our tutorial app and we'll add the path for this. So we'll add this. So if we want to click on the form, then it will redirect this to the views.page form, and I'm basically naming this as create form. Now once we do all of these changes in the code, and we'll go ahead to the form page, and this is the model form as created below. Now after that we add in all of the data, so we basically fill up all of the data, and finally we have a new page with the name web development. So this is how we can work with forms. So I'm just reiterating it. Form is basically a model class with which you can render out a HTML page. So you don't have to manually type in all of the HTML code with all of the tags over there. So Django model form automatically takes care of all of this. Now let's go through the code. So this is the forms.py file. So as we see over here, we have imported forms from Django, and we have also imported the model page from .models. And inside this, I am creating this form class page form, which basically inherits forms.model form, and this has a meta class inside it where the model is page, and these are all of the fields which I want to show. So I've got tutorial title, tutorial content, TOC, date published, and the URL link. Now this is done. Now let me go to the views.py file of this tutorial page. So over here we have this page form view, and this takes in a request, and I am checking if this is of type post. So if this is valid, then I'll go ahead and save the form and I'll render this request. Now, when I'm rendering this, this is basically redirected to the page form.html. So this is the template over here. Let me open up this page form.html file. So as we see, this extends from the base.html. The title is contact page, and then we've got the content. So inside the content block, we've got this form, and this is of the type method. Now as you see, form.as_p. So this as_p renders all of our output in different blocks, and each block is in a different paragraph. Right. Now after this, I'll go to the urls.py file. So let me go to the urls.py file of this tutorial page. So over here we are adding the path, and this will redirect to the views page form, and I'm naming this as create form. So these are all of the changes which are to be done to create your form. Now let's go ahead and look at the types of automated software testing. So as we saw in the agenda, there are basically 3 types of automated software testing. So we've got unit testing, integration testing, and functional testing. So let's start off with the first one. Let's understand what exactly is unit testing. So simply put, unit testing is a type of automated software testing in which each individual component of a software system is tested. Now let's take a simple example for this. So let's say you are building an application for a calculator program. Now this calculator program would have different functionalities. So there would be one functionality for addition, there would be another functionality for subtraction, there would be another functionality for multiplication, and so on. Now what you can do is you can create separate sub-modules for each of these functionalities. So there will be a separate sub-module for the additional functionality, there will be a separate sub-module for the subtraction functionality, and there will be a separate sub-module for the multiplication functionality. Now what happens in unit testing is you take each of these sub-modules separately. So you start off by focusing only on the addition sub-module and test only this sub-module in isolation. Now once you run all of your test cases on this addition sub-module, and this sub-module passes all of these cases, then you know that this module is working perfectly. After that, you go ahead to your next sub-module, which is subtraction. Now again, you do the same thing. You perform all of your test cases on this subtraction sub-module, and if this module passes your test cases, only then you'll go ahead to the next sub-module. Again, you'll take multiplication. So you'll take this multiplication sub-module in isolation and run all of your test cases. Right, so this is how unit testing works. Now let's understand the need of unit testing. So these are the different benefits which unit testing provides. So unit testing improves the code quality. Now when you're building each module separately and testing each module separately, you obviously have to code in a modular way. And when you're coding in a modular way, obviously it would improve the code quality. So you have to make sure that the different modules present in your program are working in sync with each other. Now unit testing also helps you to find all of the bugs in the early stage itself. Now this is because units are the smallest elements in your program, and when you go ahead and start testing the smallest elements in your program, and if you find bugs in those smallest units, you can right away rectify all of those bugs present in those smallest units. And it's also very easy to implement changes when it comes to unit testing. Now let's say you are working on one individual module. Now let's again take the same calculator application. Now let's say if you find a bug in the addition submodule, now you don't have to worry at all. You can go ahead and make changes in the addition submodule, but it will not affect the rest of the modules present in the calculator program, right? So it will not affect the subtraction submodule, and it will not affect the multiplication submodule. And it also simplifies debugging, right? So when you find bugs in separate modules, you can just rectify only those bugs. It is not required to check the entire code with respect to all of the modules present in the application. Again, let's say if you find a bug in the subtraction submodule, then you'd have to rectify only that particular bug, and you don't have to go through the code for the rest of the modules. And also unit testing reduces a lot of cost. And again, this is because if bugs are found in early stages, it'll help you to reduce cost by a very significant margin, right? So that was the need of unit testing. Now let's understand what exactly is integration testing. Now integration testing is done only after unit testing. So as the name states, integration testing is used to figure out how these individual modules are working together after they are integrated with each other. Now if I take that calculator program and if I integrate all of those sub modules, So if I integrate the addition submodule, the multiplication submodule, and the subtraction submodule, now with the help of integration testing, I can make sure that addition and subtraction are working together properly. Similarly, I can make sure that addition and multiplication are working properly. Now again, I can make sure that addition, subtraction, and multiplication, I can perform all of these when I integrate them. So simply put, integration is used to test the interface between these individual units over here. So here we basically check if the interface between these individual units is working properly or not. So now that you know what is integration testing, let's understand the need of integration testing. Right, so as I've already told you guys, it is used to test the interface between these individual modules. And over here, we just run through these test cases where we are checking if these individual modules are working in sync together or not. Now integration testing also provides complete code coverage. Now this is because we have integrated all of the individual units, and when we integrate all of these individual units, this is where we find out if these individual units work together as a proper system. Right, so this is where we can figure out if these individual units are a proper system or not. And also this provides improved reliability. Now this is because if all of the units are working in tandem with each other, that is what an end user wants from a particular application. So now we'll head on to the final type of automated testing, which is functional testing. So functional testing is done to ensure that all the software requirements have been satisfied. So this is where we run our application through some test cases to find out if our application adheres to all of the functionalities which were present in the software document specification. Right? Now before building the application, you would have some things in mind about the particular application. So the application needs to implement some certain functionality. So let's say there is an application which would implement 10. Now in functional testing, we run our application through multiple test cases to measure if our application adheres to all of the functionalities specified in the software document specification. Right, now before building the application, we would have certain functionalities with respect to this particular application. Now let's say in the document specification, it was written that our application has to implement 10 functionalities in a particular way. Now in functional testing, we basically measure that if the final output is in agreement with the expected output. So now again, if we take the calculator program, now in the document specification, if it were written that when you click on the plus button, you would have to add 2 numbers. But when you actually perform functional testing and when you click on the plus button, if the application does multiplication operation, now this is where you understand that the application has failed functional testing. Right, so this is where you actually check the different functionalities of your application. Now let's understand the need of functional testing. So these are the different benefits which functional testing provides. So with the help of functional testing, we can check the accuracy of the application. So if even there's a slight deviation from requirements, it'll cause the test to fail. Or let's say there's an application and our expected output was 0.01. But instead of 0.01, we get 0.011. Now this will be taken as a failure when it comes to the test case. So functional testing brings in a lot of accuracy to our application. And again, functional testing reduces the number of bugs present in our application. So when you're testing the application as a whole and you're figuring out if all of the functionalities are working in tandem or not, you're obviously bound to find a lot of bugs. And this is where you can remove all of those bugs easily. And functional testing also gives you a lot of stability. So this is why you test your application against real life user interaction. Now testing your application with respect to individual modules and integrating those modules and testing them is different, and actually testing the application against a real life user is different. Right? So this is why functional testing gives you a lot of stability. So those were the 3 different types of automated testing, and we understood all of them comprehensively.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python by answering this question. What do we use to define a block of code in Python language? A. Key. B. Brackets. C. Indentation. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now let's go ahead and perform unit testing with Django. So for the purpose of this example on unit testing, we are basically creating an application which would show the age in terms of number of days. Now let's say if your age is 1 year, then your age and number of days would be 365. So that is what we are basically doing over here. So what we'll do is we will create a new project, and inside that new project we will have a new app over there. Now inside that app we will go into the models.py file. Now once we go into that models.py file, we would have to import the required packages. So I'd have to import models from django.dp, and since I'd have to work with time and date, I'll be importing time zone from django.utils, and I'll also import date time. Right. Now over here we are basically creating a model with the name customer. Now what exactly is a model? Well, you can consider a model to be sort of a database in Django. So you have the information present in number of rows or number of records. So over here what we are doing is we are basically creating a model with the name customer, and this would comprise of one record which would basically have the name of the customer and the date of birth of the customer. So over here we are taking the information, so models.char field. So this is where we get the name of the customer, and then we get the date of birth of the customer. Right, so models.date field, and we'll get the date of birth of the customer and store it in this object over here, date of birth. Now inside this model we'll create a function which would convert the date of birth in terms of number of days. So over here what I'm doing is I'm basically getting the current date over here, which will be stored in now, and from this current date I would basically subtract the date of birth of that person. Now when you subtract the date of birth from the current date and you basically convert it into number of days, what you have is the date of birth in terms of number of days, and that is what we are returning over here. And then we would also return the name of the customer. So those are the changes which we'd have to make in the models.py file. Now after we are done with the changes in models.py file, we'd have to also add a test case in the test.py file. So we'll come into this test.py file, and inside this again we'll import the required modules. So we'll be importing test case from django.test, and we'll be importing time zone from utils. Now we would also import the customer model which we had created earlier in the models.py file. Now inside this we will create a new class with the name customer model test, and this would take a test case as a parameter. And inside this we'll create a method with the name test age in number of days, and this will basically check if the method which you had created in the previous model works properly or not. So over here in this date object, I'm basically storing the date of birth of a person who was born 44 days back. Right, so date time dot time delta days is equal to 44. So this would basically give me the date of birth of a person who was born 44 days back, and I'll store it in date. And I'll create an instance of this customer object, and I'll pass the date of birth of this person inside this. Now with the help of self.assert equals, I'm basically checking if the result given by this method is equal to 44 or not. Because when we give a date which was 44 days back, and it has to give the same value as 44. Now if that is the case, then our test condition would have passed. Now after all of this is done, we'd have to open the command prompt from our project folder, and I'd have to run this command. So py manage.py test polls. So here polls is basically the name of my app, and I'm basically testing if my app works correctly or not. Now when I run this, I see that ran one test in 0.08 seconds and okay. So this basically means that my method is working properly. Right, now let me go to Django and do this practical by myself. So as you see over here, I've got the models.py file and the test.py file over here. And inside this models.py file, I am basically importing all of these methods over here, and I have created this customer model. I'm storing the name inside this name object. I'm storing the date of birth inside this date of birth object. And over here, I'm creating this method which would convert the date of birth in terms of number of days, and it will return it. Now inside the test.py file, I am creating this customer model test class, and inside this again I'm creating this method with the name test age in number of days. And here I'm checking if the result given by this is equal to 44 or not. Now you have to keep in mind that whenever you create a new app, you'd have to add that app in settings.py file. So over here, the name of my project is my web and the name of my app is my app. So I'll go to the settings.py file and I will add this over here. So I'm just typing my app inside this because I've created this new app. Now I am inside this project folder over here. So I'll just type in cmd. Now let me type in the command. So the command would be py manage.py. After this I'll type in test and then give the name of the app, which is my app. Right, so we see that ran one test in 0.001 seconds. Okay, so this means that our application has successfully passed the unit test. Right guys, now let's go through an example where we are implementing integration testing through Django. So over here we are basically creating an application where we are redirecting something onto our home page. So now for this purpose, what we'll do is we'll start off by going into the projects urls.py file, and I will add the path for my polls app over here. So I'll just type in polls and I will include the polls.urls file. So over here what we are basically telling the Django server is, if there is any request coming from the client which includes polls, then I would redirect it to polls.urls. Now I'll go to the urls.py file in my polls app. Now inside this I'm basically specifying the path for the view over here. So I'll name the view to be index. So I'll type in views.index and I'm again giving the name as index. Now I'd have to go to the views.py file of this app. And over here I'll just return this HTTP response and I'm typing hello world, you're at the polls index. Now that this is done, I have to give my test case. So I'll start off by importing client and test case from django.test. And then I'll create a class where I'm basically testing this. So I'll name the class as index page test, and this takes the test case as the parameter over here. And I'll create an instance of this client. Now once I instantiate the client, what I'll do is I'll get a get request to the polls route and I'll store it in this response object over there. And finally over here I'm checking if I'm getting response from 200. So over here if the host is 200, this basically means that I am getting the HTTP response. Now once all of this is done, I'll add the allowed hosts in my settings.py file. So these are the allowed hosts 127.0.0.1, and then I've got the local host, and then I've got the test server, which is basically my Django server. And then finally I'll open the command prompt from my project and I'll type in py -.py test polls. Now let's see the same code over here. So this is the urls.py file of my project and I am adding the path for this. So path polls, and I'll include the polls.urls file, and then I'll go to the urls.py file of my app, and then I'll give the view name over here, and then I'll go to the views and I'm returning this HTTP response, which basically has this hello world, you're at the polls index, and I'll go to the settings.py file and I'll add this app over here with the name polls. Now that all of this is done, I'll just go ahead and run the server first. Right, so I've run the server and this is what I get. Hello world, you're at the polls index. Now let me also go ahead and test this. So I'll type in cmd over here. Let me type in the command, which is Python, and then I'd have to give in manage.py, and then I'll type in test. After that I'll give in the name of the app, which is polls. Right, so we see that one test was successfully ran and the test was passed.
Just a quick info guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
So let's start off by understanding what exactly is an API. Now all of you might have come across this term API and you must be wondering what exactly it is. So to put it simply, it stands for Application Programming Interface. Okay, now that's the definition, but what exactly is it? Now let me give you an example to understand what exactly is an API. So let's say you go to a restaurant to eat something. Now if you want to order something, you have to give that order to the waiter. Now consider this waiter as the API. So over here what you do is, now you look into the menu and let's say you decide on ordering hamburger. Now this hamburger would be the request which you'd want. So you'll instruct the waiter to get this hamburger to you. Now as I've told you, consider this waiter to be the API. So what this waiter does is, he goes to the kitchen, tells the chef that the customer has ordered for a hamburger. Now the chef prepares the hamburger, gives it to the waiter, and the waiter gets the hamburger and gives it back to the customer. So this is how an API works. So an API takes request from the client, it takes this request, goes to the server. Now it collects the response from the server and it sends this response back to the customer. So what the API basically is doing over here is, it is establishing a communication medium between the client and the server. So if you need seamless communication or seamless interaction between a client and a server, or a web application and a server, that is where an API comes in. Now another perfect example of this would be, so let's say you're booking a flight. Now if you're booking a flight, you don't actually go to that flight's website and book it. So let's say you want to go in an Emirates flight. Now you don't actually go to emirates.com and book a flight over there. So what you do is, you have this travel search website. Now this travel search website lists down all of the aeroplanes which are going from one place to another place. Now, all of these planes could be of different companies. So what it does is for each company over there, it would basically establish an API. Now, let's say if it lists down an aeroplane of Air India, then it will have an API linked to the Air India website. Similarly, if there's a flight which is of Emirates, then this would have an API which would be linking to the Emirates website. Right? So what API does is it helps different applications interact with each other in a very seamless way. So now that we know what exactly is an API, let's go ahead and understand what is REST API. Now in REST API, it stands for Representational State Transfer. So what exactly is this? Now what happens when a client sends a request to the server over here is, the REST API, it sends the representation of the state of the resource which the client has requested for. Now I'll just repeat it again. When the client sends a request to the server, the API will transfer, or the API will send the representation of the state of the resource. And that is why REST API is known as Representational State Transfer. Now to understand this, let's take this example of Instagram. Now let's say you go to Instagram and you go to someone's user profile. So over here what you're doing is you are sending a request for this person's user profile. Now this API would send the representation of the state of the user, because the user is the resource over here. Now when I say the representation of the state of the user, what I basically mean is the API would send the name of the user, the number of followers of the user, the number of images uploaded by the user, and so on. So this is what representational state transfer means. Now one important thing to keep in mind is a REST API is a web API that uses HTTP requests. So these HTTP requests most commonly used are GET and POST. So using these GET and POST methods, the REST API is able to communicate between the client and the server. Right. So now that we understand what exactly is a REST API, let's go ahead and understand the need of a REST API. So the REST API provides following benefits. Now the first benefit is the client and the server are not dependent on each other, or in other words, they are independent of each other. So what I basically mean by this is, let's say if you make some sort of changes in the code of the client side, then it will not affect any of the operations of the server. Similarly, if you make any changes in the code on the server side, then it will not affect any of the operations of the client. So both the client and server can individually evolve without depending on each other. So this is one benefit which the REST API provides. So the next benefit is REST API is stateless. Now what do I mean by this? So stateless basically means that when a client sends a request to the server, it has to send all of the information to the server so that it is able to process the request. Now, the server cannot use any of the previous request state to understand the current request. Now, the server side doesn't hold any of the previous state information over here. So, when a client sends a request to the server, it has to send all of the information required for it to get that resource. And only when the server has all of the information with respect to that particular resource, it will send the resource back to the client. Now, the advantage of this is the server doesn't really have to be dependent on any of these sessions. So in turn, any server could respond back to any number of clients over here. Now, this brings us to the next benefit of REST API, which is scalable. Now, if any server is able to respond to any of the clients over there, then this obviously means that we are able to process, or we are able to respond to more number of clients. And this is how we can scale our web apps using REST APIs. Now let's say you've got 100 users and suddenly those 100 users, they expand to around 1000 users. So this is where we would require a REST API so that we can process all of the requests coming from all of these different clients. Right. Now let's go ahead and understand what exactly is the Django REST framework. Now the Django REST framework is a framework that allows developers to build RESTful web APIs. Now this Django REST framework is built on top of Django, which means that you can install it in your Django project just like any other Django app. Right. Now let's understand the need of Django REST framework, or what are the advantages of Django REST framework. So these are the following benefits provided by Django REST framework. So it's extremely easy to get started with Django REST framework. Now since you're developing or creating this REST framework with the help of Django, if you understand Django, if you understand Python, then it's extremely easy to get started with it. Also, Django REST framework enhances productivity. Now what I mean by this is you'd have to write very less lines of code and you can get done a lot more over here. So with just a few lines of code, you would be able to accomplish a lot. Now again, this is Django based. Since Django REST framework is based on Django, if you know how to use Django, you can learn Django REST framework quite easily. And Django REST framework is pluggable. So as I've already told you, Django REST framework is just a Django app, which means that you can add or remove it from your Django project without much hassle. So let's say you want to work with the Django REST framework only for a particular amount of time. Now you can just go ahead and plug in this Django app. And once you're done working with the Django REST framework, you can go ahead and plug out this app. So this is how easy and feasible Django REST framework is.
So the first question is, what is Django? Now, Django is a server-side web application framework written in Python. So any web application usually consists of two parts, the client side and the server side. The client side is any application which can request data from a server. This could be a web application being run in a web browser. It could be an Android application, an iOS application, or any other kind of application which can request data from the server. The server, on the other hand, is just a server which is running an application which is written in a server-side language such as PHP, Python, Ruby, and so on. So the job of the server-side application is to respond to these requests. So the server-side application will take the request, get the appropriate data from the database if required, construct a response, and then send it back in an appropriate format to the client. Now, Django is written in Python. Now, Python is one of the most easy to use and popular languages out there. So because of this, Django is quite easy to use, and which is why it is one of the most popular web application frameworks being used today. Now let us move on to the next question. Which architectural pattern does Django follow? So Django follows the model view template architectural pattern, which is quite similar to the model view controller architectural pattern. For those of you who are unaware of this, an architectural pattern is just a way of constructing your code or managing your code. So by separating your code into smaller pieces, it becomes easier to create bigger projects. And for that we use an architectural pattern. So an architectural pattern like model view controller consists of three parts: a model, a view, and a controller. So any code that deals with data and the business logic. So a code that deals with data manipulation, data validation, user authentication, anything that deals with the data is considered to be part of the model. Similarly, views are the UI elements, the buttons, the forms, the images which the user sees and interacts with. And the controller is the glue that sits between the model and the view. So whenever the user interacts with the view, the controller receives the request, fetches the data from the model if necessary, and creates a new view or updates the view with the data that it receives from the model. Now, the MVT architecture that Django follows is quite similar to the MVC architecture. Django calls models models, views are called templates in Django, and a controller in Django is called a view. So that's just a difference in the nomenclature of these application frameworks. Otherwise, the functionality is exactly the same. So let us move on to the next question. What is the difference between a project and an app in Django? So in Django, a project is the entire application and an app is a module inside the project that deals with one specific requirements. So for instance, let's say you were creating an e-commerce site as an entire project. In that e-commerce site, there are several features that you need to implement, such as the retailer's site, in which the retailers could log in, add the products that they wish to sell, and then log out. Similarly, the buyer's site, in which the buyers would log in, add the products that they wish to buy in their cart, and then buy those products and then log out. So instead of implementing all of these functionalities in a single code base, in a single app, what we can do is separate all of these functionalities into smaller components or modules called apps. That way, several teams can work on single applications without worrying about the other application. So for instance, let's say that you have a team working on the retail site app. Now, any change made to this code base will not affect the code written for the buyer site app, and vice versa. So this is why we use apps and projects in Django. So to put it simply, a project is your entire application and an app is a single functionality or a module in your application. Let us move on to the next question. What is Django's admin interface? So Django comes with a fully customizable inbuilt admin interface, which lets us see and make changes to the data in the database of a registered application and its models. So if you were to use any other application framework such as Laravel, Ruby on Rails, Spring, etc., you would have to create your own admin interface, or you can use a package to install and configure the admin. But in Django, the admin interface comes inbuilt. So for instance, if you have an application in which there's a database and you wish to interact with it more visually, you can use Django's admin interface. So for instance, I have created a sample application which is a simple blog post in which you can post a single blog article and you can edit it and delete it. It's quite basic. So for the admin to be able to recognize your database table and use it, you need to first go to your application's admin.site.register or the admin.py file and add the admin.site.register and the model names in parentheses. That way, in your blog application, you have registered your post model, which is this one. Now, what we can do is we can go to the application. As you can see, there are 5 posts so far. Now, if I wish to add another post, I can create a new post like this, or if I wish to use the Django's admin interface, let's say I haven't created the form yet. So what I can do is I can go to the admin login, click on posts, click on add posts, and then add the title, add the body, and then I can just save it. As you can see, the post was successfully created. Now if I go to the post, I can edit it right here, or what I can do, look at the application and you can see my sample blog post was created successfully. So instead of having to implement this functionality from scratch, Django gives this functionality to us for free. And one of the most important features of this is you can track the changes that you have made so far. So for instance, you can see that I have created an object, another object, another object. These are just articles that I created, and then I deleted one of the articles, then deleted another article. That way you can keep track of the changes that you have made and you can edit the data that's being inserted. So let us move on to the next question. The next question asks us to explain the request response cycle in Django. So in Django, a request response cycle basically means how the request enters the Django application, how it's converted into the response, and the response is sent back to the user. So the first thing that happens is the user enters the URL of our application. The URL is then received by our server, which will match the URL with a list of existing URL patterns. If a match is not found, then a response of 404 is sent back to the user. Similarly, if a match is found, then we will use the registered view that's registered with the URL pattern that matched, and then execute the code inside it, generate a response and send back. So for instance, we have a sample application. In this is the urls.py file or the base URL file of our project. Any request that comes to our application will first hit this file. So for instance, let's say that we go to our base URL. A base URL is basically your site's domain. If you've deployed your site, then it's the domain name that your site uses, like www.simpleblog.com or anything else. Right now we are testing things out on our local machine, so it's localhost:8000, which is the port number. So we make a request. This request goes to the URLs file. Now simply because it's just a base URL, it will look at the empty string. If for instance the URL was /admin or /API or any other string appended to the base URL, the application will look at other URLs such as admin, API, and if the appended URI matches to the registered URL, then that view would be called. Right now, since it's the base name, we call blog.urls, which is the blog application's URLs file, which is this. Inside it, since again it's the base URL, this empty string will be evaluated, and inside the views file, the post list view is created. This is the post list view. In this, what we do is we define the model, the template, the context object name, and the ordering. and according to the code, the response is generated. This is an HTML response, and it's sent back to the user. And we have all our posts formatted nicely as the response. Let us move on to the next question. What is a model in Django? So a model is simply a Python class that is derived from django.db.models.model class. You can think of a model as a representation of our table. The fields in the class of a model are the fields that will be used in the database. So for instance, our blog model, which is this one, the post model, this inherits from django.db.models.model, and inside it we have described a title and a body. These are used to create and map database entities to our table. So let's move on to the next question.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python Django by answering this question. What is the value of debug when the website is online or deployed? A. False. B. True. C. None. D. Null. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so let us move on to the next question. The next question is, what are migrations in Django? So a migration is a simple Python file that contains the changes that we make to our models. These files are then evaluated by Django and are converted into our database schema. So instead of manually running SQL queries and making changes to our database schema like adding a row, deleting a row, adding a column, deleting a column, adding a foreign key, so on and so forth, what we can do is just make changes to our models in our Python code, then create or generate a migration based on that model, and then that migration is then run to make changes to our database. So for instance, in our post model we have the title, which is a character field, and a body, which is a text field. So what we do is we create the model, we save it, and then we generate a migration which is saved in the migrations folder in the same application. And as you can see, the name of the table is the same as the name of the model, which is post. Then there's an ID field which is added by default, which is used as the primary key. Similarly, we have the title and the body. This is then run by our Django application to create or make changes to our database schema. Now this allows us to make changes to our Python file and have these changes reflect back on our database without us having to write a single line of SQL query. So let us move on to the next question. So what are views in Django? So as we have seen, models are used to deal with the data, and views are used in Django as controllers. So views are used to get data from the model and display them to the template. A view is basically a class or a function that receives the request and then returns the response. A view is usually associated with a URL pattern which is matched by the Django application, and then the logic encapsulated in that view is run when the URL matches. A view, among other things, gets data from the models and passes the data to the templates for them to render, and then converts that to an HTTP response and sends it back to the user. So for instance, as you can see in our application, we get a GET request to the blogs.urls file. Then this is the view that is used to generate the response and send it back to the user. Inside the view, this is the model that is being used to get data from, and this is the template in which the data is being passed as. So let's open the template and see. The template is basically just looping over all the posts and creating or generating the HTML content and then sending it back as an HTTP response. Now this is all handled by the view. A view's job is simply to sit between the model and the template and interact with each other. So let us move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is the use of the include function in the urls.py file in Django? So as we know that each Django project contains several applications. Now instead of registering all the URLs for all the applications in a single file, what we can do is make each application contain its own urls.py file, and then the base url.py file will reference these application specific URLs file to get the list of valid URLs that these applications can respond to. So this is done by the include function. So for instance, as you can see in this registered URL, what we do is if any request comes to our base URL, it will be handled by the blog applications URLs file. This string represents the blog folder and the URLs file. So as you can see, this is the blog folder. Inside it we have a urls.py file, which is this one, and in this we have registered some of the URLs. So if a request comes to localhost /8000/new, post create view will be responsible for generating the response. So in this we give it the template, the form class, the success URL, and so on and so forth. Any other parameter that is needed can be defined here. So when we go to localhost/new, this form is generated and sent back as the response. This is done by our post create view, which is routed to by our application's URL file. So we use the include function to include each application's specific URL file into the main URL file. So let's move on to the next question. Why is Django called a loosely coupled framework? So Django is called a loosely coupled framework because of its MVT architecture. As we've discussed before, MVC is just a slight variation on the MVC architecture. It helps in separating the server code from the client code. So Django's models and views take care of the code that needs to be run on the server, like getting records from the database. And the templates are mostly the HTML and CSS files that needs the data being passed from the model to themselves so that they can render them. So it's called a loosely coupled framework because these components of our MVT architecture can work independent of each other. So for instance, if I were to make some changes to our models.py file by making changes on how it gets the results from the database, that will have no effect on our templates. Similarly, if we make changes to our controller, which is responsible for getting data from the model and passing it down the template, that will also have no effect on our templates, since these parts are usually independent from each other, which is why Django is called a loosely coupled framework. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is Django ORM? ORM stands for an object relational mapper. Now this term sounds quite intimidating, but it's fairly easy to understand. So instead of interacting with the database by writing raw SQL queries and converting the data that is returned from the query into Python objects like we would have to do if we were building any kind of web application written in Python, we can use an ORM, which allows us to interact with the database using objects of our model class. So we interact with our models and the ORM converts these changes into SQL queries based on the database we are using, like SQLite, MS SQL, MySQL, etc. The ORM will take care of the changes in the database. So for instance, if we were to use MySQL in an application that's already being run on SQLite, our ORM will adjust the queries for us. So let us take a look at the example. So here I have a simple application. I will create a shell environment in which I will be using this application. So let me first import the models that we'll be using. Now, as you can see, if I want to get all the records in the database, what I can do in simple Python terms, I can just use the methods on the class. So these are all the posts that are available in our database. As you can see, I did not have to write a single SQL query. All of this was managed by our ORM. This can also be used to create new objects, save it to the database, retrieve single objects, like if we use post.objects.filter, get the response as the row that has primary key 1, and we get a single response from the ORM. They are used to get the data from the database and convert them into the Python objects that we can use in our Django application. So let's move on to the next question, which is, how do templates work in Django? Now, templates are used to dynamically generate web content. Django's templating engine handles templating that involves parsing, processing, and then converting the template into an appropriate HTTP response that is sent back to the client. These templates by default are written in Django templating language, although you can switch to another templating language like Jinja 2, which is a popular templating language in the Python world. Now, these templates will allow us to generate dynamic content based on the data we pass into the templates by the view. So, for example, in this application, in our view, we get the data from our post model. Then we send the data to the index template. As you can see that these are all the static content. So for h1, closing h1, another h1, these are all static content, and anything that's wrapped in a curly brace or two curly braces, these are all Python's or Django's templating language constructs. So in this, what we're doing is we're looping over all the posts and dynamically creating a new blog post which can be then rendered in our template. So we loop over all the posts, display the current post's title and current post's body. So for instance, if we have 10 posts, then it will be looped over 10 times, and 10 HTML div items with the post wrapper class and title and body will be generated. Then this is sent back to the user, and what the user gets is this page. As you can see, all of the posts are in the exact format that the template described, and everything is rendered as the template was created. So let's move on to the next question. So how do we register a model with the Django admin? So to register a model with the Django admin, we need to make some changes to our application's admin.py file. This file is automatically generated by Django, so we don't have to create it ourselves, although we do have to make some changes in it to register our model with the admin, which will give admin the permissions, or it will make the admin interface aware of the model that we wish for it to use. So for example, if suppose we had a polls application, we'll open the polls application's admin.py file, import the model, let's say the model's name is question, and we wish to register it, so we'll write the code admin.site.register, and in the brackets we'll write question because register is a method, and then this will end up registering our questions model with our admin site. Then we can log into our admin site and then use the admin interface to make changes and get the data from this model. So for example, as you can see, we have our application. Inside it, when we look into our application's admin.py file, which is this one, as you can see, I have registered the post model, which is what enabled us to log into our admin site and then use the post database object. Now for instance, if I were to create another model, the admin will not automatically pick it up. Then I'll have to go back into that application's admin.py file, type in admin.site.register and import the model, and then register the model like this. Then and only then will our application use the model with the admin. So let's move on to the next question.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
How do we generate a super user in Django? Now, a super user is basically the admin. So the credentials for super user are generated by using a Python command in which we use the manage.py script in the command prompt. So we type Python manage.py, create super user, all lowercase with no spaces in between and without the quotes. Then the command will ask us for some information like the username, the email, and finally it will ask us to enter the information about the passwords 2 times for confirmation. This will create a super user for our Django project. So for instance, if I were to create another super user for this application, what I can do is type py. So in our command prompt, what we need to do is we need to type the command py. Do make sure that if you are using Ubuntu or Macintosh, you need to type in the complete command with Python. Since I'm using Windows, I can type py manage.py, create super user, all lowercase, no caps, no spaces. I click enter and it asks me for the username. Let's call it email address, I write test@example.com. It doesn't really have to be a real email address because we're using it for testing purposes. For password, I'm simply going to write a small password similarly. Now, in a production environment, it is usually considered a bad practice to use small passwords. However, for our use case, it's quite alright. So the Django is giving us all of these errors, or rather the warnings, which tell us that we need a more stronger password, a more stronger username and stuff like that, but we can use it here because it's just for testing purposes. So we created the super user successfully. Now if we run the server again and then go back to our site and now use our test credentials to log in, as you can see, I have been able to log in using the user that I created right in front of you. So that's how you create a super user in Python. Moving on to the next question. So the next question is mention some disadvantages of Django. Django has the following disadvantages. Django's modules are quite bulky. Now this is a disadvantage if you're building a really small application, because you'll have to manage a lot more code than you would typically have to if you were building it from scratch, that is without using the Django framework. For instance, if you were building a really small to-do application which will just store the things that you need to do in an entire day in the database and then deleting those things once you have done them. So for doing such a small application, for building such a small application, using Django might be a bit of an overkill. The next disadvantage is it is completely based on Django's ORM. So if you were not quite fond of Django's ORM, if you were uncomfortable with it and wanted to use another ORM written in Python, Django doesn't allow for you to do that because Django's entire ecosystem is quite tightly bound with the Django ORM. So if you were to replace it with another ORM, it will not work. So unless you are comfortable with Django ORM, using Django could be a bit of a difficulty. The next disadvantage is components are deployed together. So in Django, all the components are deployed together. Even if you were to make a small change to one of the smaller components, you will still have to redeploy the entire application together with all the components, which could be a little difficult if your application is quite big. Now the last disadvantage is we must know the full system to work with it. So if you were unaware of how the model view template architecture works, how does the request gets into the application, how is it converted into the response, what steps are taken, how does it match the URLs, so on and so forth, it would be difficult for you to create an application in Django because you will have difficulty figuring out where to add what code in order for your application to run. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is sessions framework in Django? So in Django, sessions framework is used to store arbitrary information about the user on the server in the database. Sessions are mostly used to differentiate logged in user from users that are not logged in, as in guest users. This is mainly done because HTTP protocol, which is used by all the web applications out there, is a stateless protocol, which basically means that requests do not store information about subsequent requests. So for example, let's say that I log into an application by sending it my username and password. So the server will receive my request for logging in with my username and password. It will verify my credentials and log me in and send back a response of HTTP 200, which means everything went fine. Now whatever request I send after that, HTTP has no way of storing information about me being logged in or logged out. So any request that I send after that using HTTP will not be taken as an authorized request or a request from an authorized user. So to overcome this problem, we use sessions. Sessions basically work by storing a special session ID into the user's browser using a cookie. This session ID is just an arbitrarily long string with alphanumeric characters. Whenever the user is logged in and he sends any request after that, this session ID is included in the request. Then the application will look into the database, look if the session ID is there and it's valid, as in the user has not been logged out yet, and then that user request is treated as a request from a logged in user. The session ID also helps the application to figure out the user's name, user ID, and any other information about the user that may be relevant, which can be used for authorizing actions on the application. So let us move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is a cookie in Django? A cookie is just a small piece of information that is stored in the client's browser. It is used to store users' data in a file permanently or for a specified amount of time. A cookie has an expiration date and time, and it gets removed automatically when it gets expired. Django provides inbuilt methods for setting and fetching the cookies. As we saw in the previous question, cookies are quite important for the sessions framework to work. Cookies are used to store the user's session ID, which is then used to authenticate and authorize the user as a logged in user. Now, cookies can be used to store any piece of information on the client's browser. However, it should be noted that storing non-sensitive piece of information in cookies is quite alright. However, storing information that is sensitive, like user's password, user's credit card information, or any other information that we wish to keep private, should not be stored on the cookies. As cookies are stored on the client side, any user who has access to user's browser can access the cookie and get the information from the cookie. Moving on to the next question. What is a middleware in Django? So a middleware is just a layer in Django's request response processing pipeline. As a request enters our Django application and the response is sent back to the user, there are certain steps that Django takes. These steps are arranged in a pipeline, and each step in the pipeline is called a middleware. Each middleware is responsible for performing a specific function on the request and or the response. So functions such as caching and gzipping are part of the request response pipeline. For instance, if we were to authenticate the user, we can use Django's authentication middleware. So for example, let me show you. So in our application's settings.py file, as we can see, we have a list of installed apps, and right below that we have a list of middlewares. These middlewares are the layers in our request response pipeline. So what happens is a request enters our application and it is then processed by each of these layers, and if all of these layers pass the request and pass the response, if the middleware is supposed to access the response, then the response is sent back to the user. Otherwise, if there's an error, that error is sent back to the user. So for instance, this middleware is for authenticating the user. So any request that can only be sent by an authenticated user, like editing a blog post, this is taken care of by this middleware. And there are other middlewares regarding security and performance and so on and so forth. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is a query set in Django? So a query set in Django is basically a collection of objects from our database. Query sets are used by the Django ORM. Remember, ORM stands for Object Relational Mapper. When we use our models to get a single record or a group of records from the database, they are returned as query sets. So Django's ORM, after fetching the records from the database, fetches them in a type which is known as query set. Let me show you. So as you can see, I am in our application and I'll run the shell to show you how query sets are being used. So let us first try to import our model. So from blog.models import post. Now if we try to fetch all the records from the database using post.object.all, you can see that we are getting back a result set in the form of a query set. Similarly, if you were to fetch a single record from the database, such as post.objects.filter, get a record with the primary key of 1, we get a single response from the database which is wrapped in a query set. These query sets are used by Django's ORM to perform filtering and querying to the data that is returned back from the database. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is Django REST framework? So the Django REST framework is just a Django app which is also a framework that lets us create a RESTful API rapidly. Django REST framework is especially useful if we have an existing Django web application and we wish to quickly generate an API for it. For those of you who are not aware of this, a REST API is basically a web API that allows any other sort of client such as an Android application, an iOS application or any other application to access the information on our server. So for instance, let's say we were to create an Android application. That application would need to get data from our server, and it does that by sending an HTTP request to our REST API. Now, Django REST framework makes creating a REST API out of an existing Django application quite easy, which is why we use the Django REST framework. Let's move on to the next question. What is a context in Django? So, when we are rendering a template, certain parameters or data need to be passed to the template by the view. That data is passed in a dictionary as in the Python dictionary type, and that dictionary variable is called a context. A context is basically just a dictionary in which the keys represent the variable names and the value represent the values of those variables. This dictionary is used by the templates to output dynamic content. So for example, in our application, when we look into our views file, as you can see that we have this context object name. Similarly, the context object name is here as well. So let's look into the blog index.html. We go to the templates. Inside blog, we have index.html. We open it, and as you can see that this variable name matches exactly our context object name. So as you can see, posts and posts. So what happens is, after fetching the all the data from the database, the view passes all the records or the posts in a dictionary named posts when rendering our template. Then in the template we loop over all the posts and display the data. So a context is basically just a dictionary with key values, where the key represent the variable name and the values represent our values for those variables. This is then used by our templates to generate the dynamic content that we need. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, list some of the caching strategies that Django supports. So Django supports 4 types of caching strategies: file system caching, memcached, in-memory caching, and database caching. So file system caching is basically caching anything that we need to cache on the file system by creating a file such as a log or a JSON file or any file. Now this is good for small applications, but for larger applications, accessing data from file, that is opening the file, managing the file and closing the file, takes quite a bit of performance hit. So for larger applications, we usually tend to use a dedicated service like memcached. Memcached is its own service, and its particular job is to keep a cache, maintaining a key value pair, removing the cache if it's invalidated, so on and so forth. So Django supports memcached and file system caching. In-memory caching is quite good because it will not have the same latency effect that a file system caching will have. Data stored in memory is quite fast to access than the data stored on a file system. However, we have limited resources when considering the memory capacity. So using in-memory caching for smaller applications that require fast access could be a good idea. However, for larger applications, memcached is still preferred. Now, the last one is database caching. Now, this is good if you wish to cache an object that you need to use after quite some time in future. So, because getting data from the database is also an expensive operation, you need to open the connection from the database, then ask for the data by writing a query and getting back the response and then parsing the response. So caching in the database is only good if you are caching something that is accessed infrequently over long periods of time. So these are all the 4 caching strategies that is supported by Django. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is a meta class in Django? So a meta class in Django is an inner class that provides metadata about the outer class in Django. This metadata can be thought of as simply configuration parameters that tell Django how we want it to behave. So for instance, it allows us to define such things as permissions, associated database table name, singular and plural versions of that name, and so on and so forth. So for example, in our application we have a model form which is called post form. This form is taken care of by Django itself. So all we need to do is provide some configuration parameters or metadata, such as which model do we want it to use. This model is then used by the post form to save data or fetch data from the database. Also, we are giving it the name of valid fields. So if suppose we have a database table that has fields such as the ID, the title, the name, date published and date modified, and all we wish to do is provide users with the ability to enter the title and the name of their post and submit it to our application, well, then this form will do it for us. All we need to do is provide an array of attributes in our meta class, which are these. Similarly, if we want the user to be able to submit the publishing date, we can modify this array by adding another item in it, which is the name of the database field, which is date published. However, in this case, just the title and the body is fine. So a meta class is simply used to configure our Django application's behavior by providing meta information about the application. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, when should we generate and apply migrations in a Django project and why? So we should do that whenever we create or make changes to the models of one of our apps in our project. This is because a migration is used to make changes to the database schema and is generated based on our models. So if I were to make change to our models by adding a field, removing a field, changing a field, this change should be then reflected into our database schema, which is only done by running the migrations after creating it. So whenever we make changes to our models in any of our apps, we need to then generate a migration and then apply that migration. That way our database schema will be in sync with our models. So let's move on to the next question. What is serialization in Django? Well, simply put, serialization is the process of converting Django models into other formats such as XML, JSON and so on. So as we saw previously, whenever we get data back from the database using Django's ORM, we get it in the form of a query set. Now that query set is then used by our Django application to display data on our application. However, if we wish to convert that data into another format such as an XML format or a JSON format, which we can use easily to send over the internet, this is done by serialization. So let's look at how serialization works. So as you can see, we have logged into our Django shell and we'll try to serialize one of the query sets that we get from the database. So first let's import our model. Okay, so from log.models import post. Now let's import the serializer. So from django.core import serializers. Now that that's imported, when we get a single row from the database, we get it in the form of a query set. So for instance, post.objects.filter, here we'll get a single row with the primary key 1. So this is what the data looks like. It's a query set with one post object. However, this data cannot be sent to another client using an HTTP response. So to convert it into another format like JSON or XML or any other format that can be passed and sent as an HTTP response, we use a serializer. So for example, let's convert this data into the JSON format. So serializers.serialize. This takes two parameters. The first is the format, which is JSON, and second is a query set, in which case it's our data. And as you can see, it's formatted nicely in the JSON format. It contains the name of the model, the primary key, which is 1, the fields that are in our database such as title and body, and their value. Now JSON is not the only format that we can serialize in. We can serialize it in XML as well. However, JSON is usually preferred over XML because it's a lot less verbose and easy to read and parse. So if I were to serialize it in the XML format, we get the name. Serializers, I spelled that incorrectly. Serializers, serialize, and then we pass in the format and then the data. And as you can see, we get an XML format. And as you can also see that the XML formatted string is quite a lot bigger than the JSON formatted string. So you can serialize the data in whichever format you prefer, and using the JSON serializer we can serialize it in the JSON format, or we can serialize it in XML format. So this is why we use serializers to convert complex objects that we get from the database using Django's ORM into readable and parsable formats like JSON or XML. Moving on to the next question. So the next question is, what are generic views? When building a web application, there are certain kinds of views that we need to build again and again, such as a view that displays all the records in the database. Displaying all the books inside a books table can be thought of as an example. These kinds of views perform the same functions, and that leads to repeated code. To solve this issue, Django uses a class-based generic view. Class-based views can be used by inheriting from the desired class from Django.views.generic module and provide some information like the model we wanted to use, the context object name, etc. So for example, in our sample application we have a post list view. Its job is to get all the records from the database, pass it into the template, that is blog/index.html, and display all the records that it fetched from the database. So for doing that we would typically need to instantiate the model, get all the records, then pass it into the template by building a context object. So if we were to remove the duplicacy in the code, what we can do is just inherit from the generic view, list view, as we have done here, and we have simply specified the parameters that we needed to use. So the model that this view will be using is post. The template which it will be using to rendering the model would be blog/index.html. The context name would be posts, and ordering will be by ID in ascending order. That way it builds a response and sends the response back to the client. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, which companies use Django? Django is quite a popular web application development framework. Many big companies use Django for several parts of their application. For instance, Instagram uses Django, so does Disqus, Mozilla, Bitbucket, Spotify, NASA, Eventbrite, even Quora uses Django. So as you can see that Django is quite a scalable web application framework since it can handle traffic for such large websites. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, which class do we inherit from in order to perform unit tests? We inherit from the Django test case class in order to perform unit tests, as it contains all the methods we need to perform unit tests. Methods like assert equal, assert true, so on and so forth. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, which class do we inherit from in order to perform functional tests? We inherit from Django.test.liveserver test to perform functional tests. This allows us to launch a live Django server in the background on setup, and it shuts it down on teardown. This allows us to use an automated testing client such as Selenium in order to perform functional tests by launching a browser instance and then simulating real users' actions like clicking on a button, submitting a form, so on and so forth. Let's move on to the next question. What is the Django.test.client class used for? The client class acts as a dummy browser, allowing us to test our views and interact with our Django powered application programmatically. This is especially useful for doing integration tests. So for instance, imagine that you have created a URL pattern and have created the view associated with it. Now you need to test that if that view is being loaded correctly and the browser is responding to that URL pattern. We can perform this kind of a test using the test client class from the Django. So the last question we have is, what is the Django.test.client class used for? So the client class acts as a dummy web browser that allows us to test our views and interact with our Django powered application programmatically. This is especially helpful for doing integration testing. For example, let's suppose that you have created a URL pattern and associated a view with it. Now we wish to check if that URL pattern is performing correctly. To do this, we can use the Django.test.client class by giving it the URL pattern that we wish to test, and then check the response. If it returns a response code of 200, which means everything went successfully, that means that our view was correctly registered and the URL is being correctly captured by our Django application. These kinds of tests are called integration tests because they use several parts of our application and check if they are working correctly together.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. So guys, we have come to the end of the session. Hope you all enjoyed it. If you have any doubts, please put down in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Thanks for watching.